Did you know that ancient cartography was a valuable skill in the old world, especially back during the medieval times? So check this out. If someone were to commission someone else, or even if they just wanted to do the work all by themselves to draw an accurate or as accurate as possible of a world map at the time, it would be more valuable than a horse or sometimes a house in the old world. Map making, also known as cartography, was huge. It was huge. It was very expensive. It was costly. They didn't have the same materials that we have today. I'm going to show you this map. Today we're going to go over this one. It's called, it was made by a man named Urbano Monti, which is interesting. We'll talk about his name too. Urbano Monti made this map in 1587, I believe, in the 1500s. Right? 1500s, this map was made. Now, that means, one, it's a very valuable map. Not just for us during our modern age, because it's a unique and rare map, but back during those times, having a map of even your local region was seen as a valuable resource, let alone one of the entire known world, right? People who were cartographers oftentimes were commissioned by world leaders or regional leaders of the time, by kings and queens under penalty of death if they purposefully put things into their maps that would mislead or misdirect an armada or anything that reaches back to the kings and the queens who commissioned these people. Urbano Monti is a relative unknown in cartography, though. He's not a well-known cartographer or anything. This map is an anomalous find that we are lucky to have, that I'm thankful to have. And today what we're going to do is we're going to check out all of the anomalies. If you're watching live, what's up, everybody? I see everybody in the chat. Good to see you. I just want to jump right into it. Yes, good to see everybody in the chat. Also, while I'm doing the live stream, after I get through this little introduction, if you would like to put, at JayDreamerZ, you can at me in the chat and request that we take a closer look. We're gonna scroll in on this map. We can scroll in all over the place. Look at the detail. Watch this. So check this out. This is the North Pole. We can scroll all the way. Look how close we can get. All the way down to the letter G, right in the middle, at 90 degrees at the North Pole, which is our first anomaly. Our first anomaly is the land that's portrayed at the North Pole. This is the biblical land of Eden as it's described in the Bible itself. As you can see, it's split by 4 rivers or 4 indrawn seas or rivers or whatever that connect to a central location. This central location is covered up right now. Basically, there's a symbol here that's sort of covering up any further images that the artist could have put. So instead of putting the image, he put a symbol for that image, which is the letter G, which represents a destination. It's a pictograph or a picture of a foot, a bent leg that's in the action of walking, implying that the letter G meant it is a destination, oftentimes. So this is one of our first anomalies that we have. We can see that there was land on many of these old maps when the people drew the North Pole. Now, you're going to see all kinds of different strange anomalies in this map. What's up, everybody? I see you in the chat. It's good to see you. All right, so let's take a look at some of these. If you want to, you can put some locations in there too. If you guys, are interested in having me zoom in on particular sections or places, or maybe even your local region too. But first, before I do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some of the most interesting anomalies that I have found on this map. Now, let's zoom all the way out. I want to show you what it looks like in its entirety. They call this a planisphere or a planisphere, basically, which they say the cartographer took the image of a globular model of the world and then flattened it out. I say it might be the reverse. What if it is the reverse of that? That's how we came up with our modern conceptions today, by taking the flat version and wrapping it around into a ball. Regardless, check out this map. Now, remember how we were talking about the value of cartography and map making, especially the further back in time we go into antiquity, into the Middle Ages, the early ages, the Dark Ages. This map would have been incredibly valuable. But here's another thing. Here's another anomaly about this map. It's not just a little map. It's not just like a little treasure map that you hold in your hands. This map, I have zoomed all the way out. This map is 10 feet by 10 feet. Originally, that's how big the original actual map is. Now, what we're looking at, people have taken the segments because it was segmented. You know, the artists used different pages for each segment. That in the modern time today, we have taken, this is by way of the JayDreamerZ map collection, JayDreamerZ.com, by the way. If you're into cartography, looking at ancient maps and stuff, this is a great website for you to look at, specifically because they scan all of these ancient maps. They put them together if they're segmented like this one was, and then you can zoom all the way on it. The clarity on these maps is incredible. It's just amazing. And I really enjoy that Urbano Monti was said to have been in Italian. Hey, I got a donation. Who is that? Jedi. Thanks, Jedi. So there's a lot of Italian that's actually written on many of these places. There's little notes, which I love too, because it adds more value to the map that we're looking at. So 10 feet. 10 feet by 10 feet. You got to ask yourself, what was this map drawn for by this relatively unknown person? I love it when stuff slips past the Vatican and slips past various government agencies and, you know, average Joes or Janes or whatever, somebody ends up finding it and it slips into the public view. And then we can copy and paste and take pictures and stuff like that. So it doesn't matter, you know, if they destroy the original or not, which is sad if they do. But we have it. We have a copy of it. We can check it out. So check it out. Let's start with the North Pole. Now, on your modern maps, you're not going to, this is the North Pole. This is just all going to be Arctic Ocean, right? So what is implied by modern academics when considering these ancient vintage maps from yesteryear, academics says this is all lies, that they mapped out these regions based on myths and stories and legends. But here's what I've found when examining various elements within cartography is that if it were true that these people were just putting land at the North Pole because of rumors and speculation, then I would expect there to be huge variances from map to map, right? But we don't find that, especially when looking at the land at the North Pole. We find that there is consistently, basically, see this river right here? This river is always split into 7 heads or 7 streams, which I believe the Bible referenced this particular river, and that this river right here that leads into the Garden of Eden or Hyperborea, etc., that this river is the original Euphrates River. The Bible literally says that God struck the Euphrates and split it into 7 different heads. And here we have this on all of these maps, a river that is split into 7 different heads, which is really interesting too. So this is the original land up at the North Pole. You can see, let's start right in the middle, right? This is the letter G, like we talked about. This means destination. It's the picture form of the letter G, or the modern letter C was a foot, a bent foot, just like the Nike swoosh symbol, basically. And it implies movement, specifically movement of the feet, which implies travel, or by implication or by extension, a destination, right? This is 90 degrees, and this is where you would find Mount Meru, the holy mountain of the world that we've talked about so many times, the sacred mountain that is the quintessential route for mountains like Sinai or Olympus and various other mountains and gathering places of gods and mythic races of beings and stuff, right? Now, these are all really interesting. I have not personally gone through and translated any of his writing on here quite yet. I have been working on the Mercator map. There's another map maker who's pretty famous for similar imagery in his maps. His name was Gerard Mercator. And Mercator has another type of map that looks just like this one with an outside ring. This would be Antarctica. This whole ring all the way around. Now check this out. There's no snow. There's no ice. This entire world that we're looking at is pretty much on this map devoid of ice. There's so many strange anomalies with this, and there's weird creatures and strange beings all over this map we're going to take a look at too. All right, so let's go back to the North Pole here and take a good clear look at it. We've got 4 lands, 1, 2, 3, 4, all separated by 4 rivers that pour out into the surrounding waters, right? Into what we commonly call today as the Arctic Sea or the Arctic Ocean, right? Which these 4 rivers come up from within the earth, according to the legends, and they supply our world with our water supply, basically. And because there's fresh water coming into the world from inside of the world, pouring out into the brine or the saline water of the ocean, it causes currents, right? So we have this North Atlantic current that goes from, let's see, where are we here? North Atlantic current, there's Africa, there's South America, so it should be up here. I'm going to switch this map around, flip, flip, flip. Oh, a bit too far. Okay, so this is where the North Atlantic current comes through, basically. Basically, it's like you know, like a people mover where you stand on it at the airport, or like a revolving floor or whatever they're called, right? It's the same thing. It's a current, and it goes all the way up to the North Atlantic Ocean, all the way up here, and then it goes all the way back down. And it's just this underwater oceanic current. All right, let's check out some more anomalies. Now, I point this one out all of the time on my channel. I love this. Not only do we have the enigma of the land at the North Pole, the legendary, forgotten, mysterious, hidden island land, or continent, really. I believe this is Atlantis. I mean, I've got a lot of research into this that indicates that this is, so many different lost continents and other things. And we're actually going to talk about another lost continent here in just a bit. But check this out. If we go up towards, let's see, let me orient myself. So here's the United States, or here's North America, I guess you could say, which we'll take a look at too. If you go in an eastward direction, up between Siberia and America, and you stay right around the waters of the Arctic Ocean, we hit this interesting mountain right here. I'm going to flip it around so you can check it out. This mountain, they drew popping up out of the Atlantic Ocean water. They put a hole or a circle right there in the middle of it, and they call this the North Magnetic Pole. Actually, it doesn't say north, but it says it's the north. I'm sorry, it's the pole, it's the magnetic pole of the island of Green Island or something like that. But it's this weird, strange, volcano-like looking mountain that just shoots right up. It's an anomalous geographic feature on one side of what would be the Garden of Eden or Hyperborea. Then we have its polar opposite straight across. You see how it's right here? Boom. We just go straight across and we find another one. There's another one right over here. Let me go ahead and switch this around. Boom, here's the other magnetic mountain. Now you can see that the text has been kind of worn away a little bit, and it says Polo de or something, Magnete. And this word's always kind of given me difficulty to try to make out what it is, because there's some, it's parts of it are kind of rubbed off. It looks like maybe Huriarka or Husarka or something like that. I can't make it out because this looks like it could be an F, it could be an I, it also could be an ancient letter S in Italian. I'm not sure what this is. But regardless, another magnetic pole on the other side of this mysterious island. So we've got 2 magnetic poles. Obviously, we're going to have a third one right in the middle, being Mount Meru itself, right? So interesting things that are happening. Now, if you want to try to find these and locate them, if you can, I've been searching. I can find this one on mini maps. This other one has been a little bit more difficult for me to find. It might not be above the water at this particular point in time. As you can see, when we look at many of these older maps and we compare them, especially as we get further forward in time, you can see that that the water level is changing in our world. Like it's pretty evident, right? As the water rises and it starts making all the different continents disappear and stuff like that. So this one right here is by Greenland. Now you see it sort of got Greenland wrapped around that central island right there. I know Greenland looks much different on our modern maps, but our modern maps are kind of screwed up, excuse my language. But if you want to try to find it, you need to find this northerly horn in Greenland, and it should be somewhere in the vicinity of this northern horn of Greenland right here. I've checked out Greenland, especially the northern parts of Greenland on Google Maps, all blurred out. Like, it's not China, it's not Korea, it's not Russia, it's freaking Greenland. You know what I mean? We're told that it's basically a desert. It's basically, that's what we're shown, okay? That's what's implied by modern academics, is that Greenland is an icy desert wasteland, and hardly anyone lives there except for a few handful of Inuit and locals down on the southern side of Greenland, right? But if you go to northern Greenland, there are military bases. All right? There's all these different military bases, and they say that they're guarding space or some crap like that from Greenland. Really? You know what I mean? They're guarding space from Greenland. They're trying to watch out just in case there's some nuclear missiles that some other country tries to take a shortcut and shoot over the North Pole. Yeah, lots of weird stuff going on with them hiding stuff in Greenland. I'm pretty sure about that. Now, let's switch gears for a second. If anyone wants me to zoom in on, anything in particular, feel free to try to get my attention in the chat, just like Charles did. Charles says JayDreamerZ, have you looked at the Gulf or Hereford maps? I'm not sure. It doesn't sound familiar. We got Alex, who says, I've been trying to work out what that Huri Arca or whatever it says since you first showed that map. Shame the maps aren't more clear. I totally agree. This is, for being about over 400 years old, this is pretty good though, right? I mean, I'm pretty impressed. Like this is an artifact. You know what I mean? From a lost time, basically, when the world looked much different. So here, check this out. Academics would just have us believe that all these things are just what do you call that? Like ad-libbing. Like the cartographers just kind of said like, oh, you know what I think would be cool on this map? Let's just toss in, let me find some weird anomaly. Oh, I know. Let's go to California. That's always fun to do. All right. So the modern academics, right, would take a look at this huge split that many of the ancient maps put on the eastern edge of California, as you can see right here. Boom. Right? This is California. All of it even says California. I mean, did you know California was named before America was named? Like that's super interesting to me. But yeah, it was basically a huge peninsula with this huge inlet going all the way up towards what looks like maybe, I don't know, northern Nevada or something like that, right? And check this out. Let's check out the name of this inlet. Now see, there's a rip right there on the paper. Dang, right? But I can tell you, just by kind of making it out, it looks like it says mare, which means ocean or a sea, right? Mare Vermelho, which I believe means red. The Red Sea, right next to California. And they even colored it a red color, right? Distinct from the ocean blue right there. Isn't that something? So check this out. Modern academics, they would have you think that the cartographers of the day, of the time, and in addition to the cartographers, common knowledge of the common person at the time, that they were all liars. That they all just made stuff up because they didn't really know, they didn't really understand, they didn't have access to technology like we do today. Yet on many of these maps, there's a split in California. And then there's the rumor that people talk about because it's in our collective subconscious. California is going to break off into the ocean one day. Why is that a thing? Unless it's got some truth to it, right? Maybe it already broke off into the ocean and then the water levels receded or whatnot, or the ocean came up, right? And now we have land there because that ocean water has gone down over time. I don't know. But that's what the modern map makers would say. Or how about whenever they put monsters? Right? Let's find us a monster. They're easy to find on this map, right? Looks like there's a griffin or something down here. This guy. Get off me. Yeah, they would have you believe that they just decorated their map with just strange symbols from their bestiaries, which were also fake, except for all of the accepted animals in their ancient bestiaries, right? Modern academics would be like, oh yeah, they also did that with bestiaries. They just included all these strange random creatures that don't exist, that are totally mythic. Did you know that the gorilla was considered to be a mythic and legendary creature, just like a unicorn that does not exist by modern academics, less than 100 years ago? Like only up until about 100 years ago did modern mainstream academics and your school systems admit that there is such thing as a monkey gorilla. Like basically they thought that walking monkeys and stuff like that were fictional. And they taught that. They taught that as a fact. Just like they teach everything as a fact, right? Until they're proven wrong, and then they don't apologize. They don't say, "Oh, we made a mistake. Let's go fix all of our written records and stuff like that." They just move on. They just include it, put it in there real quick, change the narrative, and then pretend like it never happened, like they never made any mistakes. So let's check out some more stuff. I want to show you something interesting. Oh, you know what? Who's from Australia in the chat? Anybody? Do I have any Australians, Aussies? Where's my Aussies? I just messed up that accent. That did not work. Where's me Aussies, mate, or whatever. Now check this out too. Look at Tierra del Fuego. Let's zoom in on Tierra del Fuego. Still, almost 500 years ago, still called Tierra del Fuego, land of fire or land on fire, which is really interesting to me, being that it's so close. Basically, it's a part of Antarctica, modern day Antarctica. Here's some more creatures and stuff, right? What is that? But anyways, look how close this is, right? Why? We are taught in our school systems that they just squished it together because they had no idea how close it actually was. I think it was that close. I think that something happened and the waters came in and flooded this particular area and then froze, giving us Antarctic ice and stuff. But look how close that is. The land of fire. Isn't that interesting? An interesting name just for this particular region. It happens to be color-coded red, right? And right above it, what do they have? What's right over there? Regione dei Giganti, which means the land of giants, right? You could be executed for putting a lie like that. If it is a lie, I don't think it's a lie at all, because I believe in giants. Because there's enough evidence throughout our entire history, across cultures, across lands and stuff, that all make reference to actual, physical, literal, gigantic humanoid beings. Not fantasy, not made up, definitely not lies that had just happened to permeate our entire world and stand the test of time. Real giants walked around in our world. They were seen, they were caught, people had experiences with them, and they put them onto maps saying, be careful when you go over into this area. There are gigantic beings. It could be dangerous. You need to be aware of this. Just like the story in the Bible, whenever they sent out those 2 scouts ahead of everybody else, ahead of the tribes. They sent out a few scouts. But Caleb and Joshua were the main ones. They were the leaders of their little scouting party, and they came back and they reported, bound by their oath, not just to Moses and the other leaders, Aaron and whatnot of their tribe, not just bound in oath to be honest to them, but bound in their oath to be honest to a God that has already exhibited cataclysmic type behaviors, visiting cataclysms. Like, I don't know how to describe this. Visiting cataclysms and godlike punishments upon his enemies, who are the heathens who he doesn't like because they lie and because they're deceitful, etc. Those 2 dudes did not come back from the promised land and just make up stuff and embellish things and say things like, oh yeah, we were like grasshoppers, but not really, you know, they're just tall people just like we are. No, they were telling the truth. Just like this guy is telling the truth when he's saying this is the land where giants may be found. The land of the giants. Boom. Right? All right. Where's my Australia people? Anybody? Is anybody awake in Australia? It's like the future. I'm calling out to the future. All right. Well, let's veer over. Someone tell me if you can find Australia on this map. Please do. Please tell me. Where should it be? Well, here's North America, here's South America, right? And Australia should be catty-corner to this point right here and this point right here, which is really interesting that we have this point and this point, which means I'm thinking there should be a third point there, a third point of land. Well, this is South Africa, and this is South America. If we go right across in between both of them, we should find Australia, but we don't. There is no Australia. California is on the map, but Australia is completely missing. Right? So what I guess the argument would be is that somebody somewhere knew about California, but Australia had not been discovered yet. But if we go to the area where Australia should be, look how detailed this is. Look how detailed this is. Let me read what this says. This says the island of the Special Lazaro. Of the Saint Lazaro, something like that. Anyways, they have all of these islands. They're all named. Here's the Philippines, actually, right there. Check that out. That's cool. So they got the Philippines right there. They've got all these Peloponnesian islands. There's even a freaking volcano, right? It's very, very detailed in imagery and in letters and in names, right? So where's Australia? Check it out. Where Australia should be, I'll show you, is actually a piece of Antarctica, right? So let's follow this out, right? If for those of you who live in Australia, they would be able to verify, if I have any Aussies in the chat, that the Tropic of Capricorn, I believe it is it the Tropic of Capricorn? Goes right through Australia. Here it is. Even with a weird blood stain on it. I don't know what that is. That looks like a blood stain. But basically this double line right here represents the Tropic of Capricorn, which splits Australia, which goes right through Australia, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure it does. So we're in the exact spot where we should be able to find Australia. And yet we have a piece of a larger circular body that commonly is called in our modern world Antarctica, right? So in order for this piece of Antarctica to break off or to appear to break off, it must be inundated and flooded with water. Let's look for some more proof that this could be Australia. Check it out. So here we are in the piece of land that is clearly a piece of Antarctica, or at least it appears to be connected, right? And we've got a land called the Nova Guinea. That V is actually pronounced like a U in the ancient Italian and Latin and stuff like that. So what this says is New Guinea, right? So there's New Guinea right there. Isn't that interesting? Look, here's up here too. Again, Nova Guinea, or New Guinea, basically, right? Isn't that something? Right? And check this out. What do we got over here? Here, this is weird. Look at this. We got this like monkey looking dude, but check out his buddy, right? Back off, pal. Look at his eyes. Look at that. What's going on here? Australia is filled with strange and incredible, interesting animals, wildlife, plants. It's almost like it's an alien world. I wish I had been there. I've always wanted to visit Australia. It seems like such a chill place. Seems pretty laid back. Oh, I mean, not the government. The government seems like it sucks. But the people seem pretty cool in general. I like it. I vibe with Australia. Anyways, and then here's like an interesting little lake that's got all these little tributaries coming out of it. There's a rabbit or something, some birds, wildlife all over the place. Really interesting stuff. Who are these guys? What are these guys doing over here? This map is fun to play with. If you ever want to just check out an interesting old 450-year-old map or so, this is one of the best ones I've ever found. All right, cool. So let's do this. Should I share some more anomalies that I know about, or would you guys like to me to take requests? What's up? Shout out to Val. I see Val in the chat. KT Baby, Gen 2 Gone, Sage of Sidon, Government Department of Ethics and Advanced Effery. Wow. Pima, good to see you. Thanks for your support. Appreciate you. All right, I'm going to give it about 15 seconds. We're going to take a quick vote. Would you guys like me to share some more anomalies that I know of? Or would you like me to take requests and we can travel to a location that you'd like to see? All right, we've got the votes coming in. DJ J-Rock says anomalies. Mars Pop says please share. Red Rose says, Jay, are there mermaids on the African continent of this map? Let's check it out. I have it right here. I'm totally willing to go over it with you guys. All right, I'm going to move the map a bit. All right, here's Africa. Mermaids, mermaids, mermaids. Whew, it's a big place. I know there are mermaids on this map. I just don't see any quite in Africa yet. But we'll check it out some more in just a bit. All right, I'm jumping back in the chat real quick. Let's see. What's up, Sage of Sidon? Good to see you. Peter Lashan says, I want this map, right? It's a sweet map. I love this map. Let's see. Anomalies, boom. Crow of Truths, part 2. Hey, we got Cloud Spirals is in Australia. Big shout out to Cloud Spirals, way off in the future. All right, let's see. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take you to some more interesting places that I know about. Pardon me. And if you would like to check out any places, just throw it in the chat. If I see it, we'll check it out. I'm on like a grape juice thing right now. I love grape juice. All right, so let's zoom out. Let's check out some interesting features around this place, right? One I would really like to share with you is Japan. Now, think about where you imagine Japan to be in your mind, right? Let's check it out. Hey, thanks for the donation. I super appreciate it, Coincidence Theorist. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the area of Japan. Now, what I'm showing you right now, you can see that this is North America because the Gulf of Mexico is very prominent and it's easy to see. They made a little stub out of Florida right there, right? So we're going to go all the way over here to the west coast of the United States. We're going to zoom in because Japan should be along the coast of Asia, along the eastern coast of Asia, but it's not exactly where it should be. Check this island out. You see this weird, gigantic, huge continental island right here? Check this out. Now, this word is basically Japan, or Japanese, in Italian. Giappone isola, or Japanese island. Now, let's ask some questions real quick. Does that look like any kind of Japan island you have ever seen on any kind of map ever? No. Doesn't look like any kind of Japan I've ever seen. You know what I mean? This is a strange looking place. As a matter of fact, Japan should be probably closer to, I'd say, where, what is this? The Linguini Islands or something? There's some sort of city marker there. There's all kinds of weird rock formations or something right there. But basically, this is the general area where Japan typically should be, is a little more southern direction. Definitely not in the middle of the Pacific Ocean between America and Asia, right? That's typically not where we find Japan. But check this out. This is where they put Japan in this ancient drawing, which I started thinking about it. And look how detailed it is, right? I mean, look at all the different actual names and places that they have on this map. All the different names of all these different towns. Modern academics would just argue that it's all made up. Like, you know what I mean? It's just fantasy. Like, this particular portion of the map is just complete fantasy because of whatever reasons. I mean, basically, if you're going to call someone a liar, you can just make up any motivation that you would like to project onto them, right? But what this reminds me of another ancient and legendary lost continental island or island continent named Lemuria, also known affectionately as Mu, the island of Mu. So, it very well, I started thinking to myself, what if this is one of the original drawings or a remnant, a drawing of a remnant of the actual continent known as Mu or Lemuria, right? Which is said to be in the Pacific Ocean between the United States and Asia, right? Let's take a deeper dive. Now, many of you have heard of Atlantis or Atlantis, I suppose. The ATL part is the most important part of the word Atlantis. But anyways, you're very familiar with that. But lesser known is the island continent of Lemuria, also known as Mu. Check this out. Let's look up, if we look up the word Lemuria, it comes from the word lemur. So there was a famous historian. I'm going to call him a historian. Modern academics does not acknowledge this person as a historian, as a cartographer, as anything, really. But his name is James Churchward. And James Churchward has written many excellent, excellent books going into detail about how he learned how to read the Mayan Popol Vuh. And he started learning about this legendary and lost continent called Mu. Or at least that's how it was. It could be that it's a mistranslation, but he called it Mu. Actually, someone else called it Mu, and then he named it Lemuria or Lemuria, which comes from the word lemur, just like the monkeys that you see, right? The lemur monkeys. So if we check out the word lemur, it is directly related to the word lamia. Lamia is a super interesting word that actually came up when we were breaking down. We did that one video about the blob and how like the blob in real life and how the blob might be real and stuff. So if we check out Lamia, it says female demon from the late 14th century. That's around the same time that the map was made. In Latin, it's Lamia or Lamia, which means a witch, a sorceress, or a vampire. This could actually be, going back to this map, right? This ancient version of Japan. This is clearly not modern day Japan. Okay. Now, if most of this land sank, and if there was more land than this, even before this map was created, right, and it was disappearing under the waters, it could be that Japan, along with Easter Island and Hawaii and some other places, are remnants of ancient Lemuria or remnants of ancient Mu, right? All right, so we go back to the definition of, or the etymological root of Lemuria. It comes from Lamia, which is very similar to Lama, as we've broken down before, which means flame. And it means witch, sorceress, or vampire. So we could be looking at the country of the vampires. Like, that's one interpretation. It's kind of a stretch, kind of a loose interpretation, but I like it because I will also break down the very real existence of vampires and how they are very much a very real race of beings. Anyways, so this could be the country that was known as the country of the Dragon Lords, aka vampires, right? Which slowly went underwater. Either it sank, right? Or the water level rose, in which case it appeared to be sinking as well. Anyways, let's go back. Lamia, which means witch, sorceress, vampire, female vampire, man-eating monster. So this could also be a land of monsters, aka phantazoids, otherworldly creatures, legendary cryptids of otherworldly places and times, right? That descend from the sky and float down, just like the Native American creation stories talk about, right? Or those otherworldly monsters and creatures that ascend up from within the world itself, oftentimes coming up through inner earth cavernous entrances around the world. All right, so that's what Lamia is. It's directly related to the word lemur, as you can see here as well. Also implies spirits of the dead. So this island could be a place of high electromagnetic charge, which would make sense because that's where the people are going to flock to. That's where cities were built, right? That's why they're called polises. They flocked and built and settled around places where poles shot up out of the ground, inner earth energy, reached up into the sky, and they had great effects on the citizens who lived nearby, right? Giving them certain gifts and abilities, extending their lifespans, imparting health benefits to them as well, right? So could it be that this was a huge place of power. Possibly. It's also really interesting to me that, I don't know if you knew this or not, but nearly every country around the world has a deluge story, has a story about a worldwide flood. Not Japan. Japan does not. As a matter of fact, they're so proud of the fact that they don't have a deluge story. Hey, welcome, Stillwater. That they have incorporated that into their traditions to mean that the rest of the world is basically destined to be destroyed, and that Japan, at least at one point in time, was seen as being the center of the world, much like Egypt or other places, right? Super interesting stuff happening. All right, so anyways, we're talking about the land of Mu, or Lemuria, if you're just joining us, which typically is said to be between, here's California, right? So the west coast of the United States and the east coast of Asia. So let's do a little more digging about the land of Lemuria, or Mu. Like I was talking about earlier, there was James Churchward who has written extensively about it. And here's something interesting. Speaking of Lemuria and sunken legendary places around the world, there is a place that is underwater in the vicinity of Japan. I mean, technically it's in Japan, but it's in the ocean. Excuse me. It's called Yonaguni Island. Submarine topography. That means underwater land, right? This place is in Japan. I don't know if you can really see it. Let me find a better picture. We'll get to that. So here's an example. Okay. They found this place just a few decades back. It was unknown, just off the shores of Japan, right? They went down, scuba divers were down there looking for treasure and stuff like that, and they came across what looked like a huge underwater petrified city, or a city made of rock. Clearly had the indications that it was human-made, that some intelligence had made this, that it was not any kind of a natural formation. Right? They have people believe that they can see like clear evidence for pyramids and temples. Some people even say stadiums and stuff like that are all underwater, and they're all cut, or appear to be fashioned somehow, if in fact it's not naturally made, in these 90-degree shapes, creating steps and hallways and all kinds of interesting stuff off of the coast of Japan, which, if we go back to this map, is here, right? So we would expect, if there was much more land and it was an advanced civilization, technologically speaking, which is exactly what Churchward had described in his books about the land of Lemuria, then we would expect to see similar types of ancient tech or ancient architecture, right? In these areas underwater. I'm sure that if we had the ability to just, travel the oceans the way that we allegedly, or apparently, I guess, do the space, right? We would find all kinds of interesting underwater anomalies and evidence of ancient technology that's at the bottom of the ocean right now. Exactly how the Native American legends have talked about. Right? I think we went over like a Hopi prophecy or a Hopi legend that talked about their emergence story, and how their god was telling them that basically he flooded all of the island lands that they had come from, so they couldn't find their way back. And on top of that, he flooded all of their technology that they once had, including like what they call flying shields and stuff like that. That he says that Native American creator being and that legend of emergence specifically says that there is technology at the bottom of the ocean that has been lost, and one day will emerge. One day we'll find it again. One day it will resurface. Many of these places, especially these places right here, the Septentrion, the Anode and Cathode Islands on either side, the actual Mount Meru itself, the four creatures around the Mount Meru, seat of God, or the throne of God, etc. Anyways, that's super interesting. So we're talking about Mu and Lemuria, another legendary lost continent sunken off in the Pacific Islands over here. Now, Churchward actually drew his own little map of it, right? So this is kind of where he placed it, basically. I mean, these are all guesses, you know what I mean? That just based on the information and the stories that he personally had gone over by reading the Popol Vuh and other manuscripts and talking to natives and stuff. So he drew out an approximation of where this land was. Let's compare this to this. Wait, where'd it go? There it is. Boom. Right? Right there. And where's the other one? Right there. Boom. And boom. I don't know. It's pretty dang similar. I'm just going to say there's a case that could definitely be made for this, for Urbano Monti having actually recorded larger remnants of the lost continent of Lemuria. What do you think of that? Jumping back into the chat, Red Rose says, Jay, what's at the Horn of Africa on this map? I'm just curious. Let's check it out. I don't mind going there. I'll take some requests. The Horn of Africa. Where's Africa? Over here? Yep. All right, here's the little horn deal. Let me twist the map around. Ooh, check this out. All right, so we're off. I believe this is the Horn of Africa, right? Let me zoom out so you guys can see all of it, right? So Africa on this old map, it sticks way out up here up the top, goes down into its traditional peninsula form. We got like, I believe this should be Madagascar. They call it the island of St. Lawrence. Interesting. All right, so if we go up from there, we've got like the Horn of Africa, right? So let's check it out. Let's zoom in on it and see what we can find. Now, at the very tip, it says we've got the Arabian Gulf. So this would be like the this should be the Red Sea, I believe, that goes up into here. And then here's the Persian Gulf up here, right above my head. So down here, we've got the Arabian Gulf. Who was that? Sky Boo Guy? Ah, Sky Boo Guy. Good to see you. Welcome. All right, so let's zoom in on the horn here. Very tip. We've got like a little island place. Rocafora or something. Dewey. Campagne. I'm very interested in translating many of these ancient maps to see what kind of little nuggets I can find, you know, that the cartographers put in there. I'm really interested in that. So yeah, we've got, looks like major cities. This is how they made the major little towns and cities and stuff like that. You can tell the difference between population because they would put more buildings and stuff. They would be actually bigger. This says Barbora. That's interesting. Kind of like the barbars. The barbarians and stuff. Mete. There's some kind of a river that comes out right there, and that is the... Oh, Magadazo. I wonder if that's like the early name for Madagascar. This is super interesting. I like looking at this. What else we got over here? So let's go a little deeper into Africa, off the Horn area of Africa over here. Let's check out... I want to check out Egypt, actually. So here, if this is the Red Sea, it goes all the way up, and it should basically come really close to Egypt, right? So this should be the Nile, branching out up into the Mediterranean right here. What is that? Look at that. I wonder if that's one of the wonders of the world in the ancient world, like the lighthouse. I'm not sure. This looks like it should be Alexandria. See how big that city is in comparison to those smaller little towns and villages and stuff like that. So this is ancient. Cairo's huge. Oh my God, look how big Cairo is. Georgia, Munia, Chia, Cairo, or Hiro. Really is probably a closer pronunciation. This is interesting. And then, of course, right across from there, we've got Jerusalem. Where's Jerusalem? So this should be... I don't think they call it Israel on this map, but we've got Tripoli up here. And that means that Jerusalem should be... There's Nazareth. Jerusalem, there it is. Another pretty big city. There's Jerusalem. See how it's spelled with an I? A capital I? That's what they used before they had J's. It was a capital I. And it basically means city of peace. So the Hebrew word Ir or Yir, I believe that's the pronunciation. I believe means city. And then U just means of. Selem or Salam or Shalom means peace. The city of peace. Interesting stuff. All right, cool. Well, hey, thanks for the recommendation. Visiting Africa. That was fun. If anyone else would like to, you know, request that we go somewhere, Bonnie wants to go to Mount Shasta. Let's do it. I'm up for that. Hold on. Before I do that, I want to finish my little Lemuria thing. So basically, as you can see, there's lots of pictures. Beware whenever you're researching these places. I came across many fake pictures of this underwater Japanese temple city or whatever it is. Clearly photoshopped pictures, you know what I mean? So some of them are out there, they're photoshopped. So just be careful. And, you know, that's why I wanted to show you an actual video picture of someone who's actually there instead of just showing you like a regular picture. Like this one's a regular picture. Doesn't it look like a star? Like a half of a star or something? If you look at this sunken underwater place in Japan, you can, I mean, it's easy to say that this was man-made. And it blows my mind, quite honestly. Like I expect modern academics to say, no, that's just natural formation or whatever. I expect them to say that, but it still blows my mind that they just so easily dismiss it as being some sort of natural formation with all these 90-degree angles and sharp angles and obviously structures that were built for a particular purpose, right? Anyways, here's Churchward's version of Mu, the island of Mu, or the land of Lemuria. And it says here, Mu is a mythic lost continent introduced by Augustus Leplongeon, who lived from 1825 to 1908, who identified the land of Mu with Atlantis. I believe they probably coexisted around the same time. Right? I feel like Atlantis is probably more likely the land at the North Pole, other than some other place like in some strange location like the Eye of the Sahara or, you know, in the Pacific Ocean where Lemuria is said to be, etc. But that's just me, and that's just my feelings on it. The name was subsequently identified with the hypothetical land of Lemuria by James Churchward, who lived from 1851 to 1936, who asserted that it was located in the Pacific Ocean before its destruction. The place of Mu, in both pseudoscience and fantasy fiction, is discussed in detail in Lost Continents, which is a book written by this guy. Now, look what they say here. I want to share this with you because this boils my blood. Like, I mean, it makes me happy because I feel like it's confirmation that I'm on the right side of research. But look what they say. Geologists, they don't say who, they don't say what geologists. When they say general stuff like scientists and geologists and chemists or whatever they say, what they're talking about is our geologists. Okay. And when they say our, they mean their geologists. And by them, I'm talking about the great them that's in charge of the world. Okay. The world leaders approved geologist, which paint things through the perception filter of their leaders, right? And their leaders can easily just distort that perception so that they paint the picture differently. Anyways, geologists dismiss the existence of Mu, or Lemuria, and the lost continent of Atlantis as physically impossible. That's just their answer. Physically, it's impossible. It's impossible, they say, as a continent can neither sink, nor be destroyed in the short period of time asserted in the legends and the folklore and literature about these places. Do you notice how many things they have to list about all the stuff that's saying that what happened, right? Let me read that part again, right? A continent can neither sink, but it can float around, right? Continental drift. You see how they're kind of hypocritical in this line of thinking? Continents can't just sink into the ocean, but they can totally float around and drift around over millions of years. Anyways, a continent can neither sink nor be destroyed in the short period of time. That means we, mainstream academics and that type of a thought, they love to attribute millions and billions of years to crap so that your mind, your rational thinking mind says, oh yeah, over that much time, anything's possible. And you believe it, right? They don't like to be specific. They don't like to talk about shorter periods of times. They definitely don't like to talk about cataclysms, right? They don't even consider the creation of the world a friggin' cataclysm. They never talk about cataclysms. You know what I mean? Like they skirt that issue all of the time. Especially things being created and manipulated and terraformed in our world in a short period of time, just like it says in the Bible, in a period of 7 days. And not just the Bible, right? Oh, I got some donations. Let me say, what's up? Gentoo Gone. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Chester says, can I go to the UK? That'd be awesome. I'd love to visit. Atlas G says, JayDreamerZ, life would be incredibly exciting if we lived in a land of map monsters and other oddities. Bring on the plasma. Well, guess what? That's what I'm thinking. That's where I think we're going to. Hammer just gave me $10. God, thank you, everyone. I appreciate you. Hammer, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, so let me finish reading this, right? This is modern. This is the modern academic world. A continent cannot sink or be destroyed in the short period of time that is asserted in the legends, the folklore, and the literature. What they leave out is across time, legends, folklore, and literature, across cultural boundaries and physical boundaries and countries and stuff, right? Time and time and time again, these stories have been told and retold, and they're saying, oh, that's impossible. Right? Because we screwed up. I'm going to speak for mainstream academics for a second. Basically, what they're thinking in their mind is, oh, we screwed up. We can't figure out, we developed our own model of the world and how it works. And anything outside of that model that is anomalous to us just does not exist. It is an impossibility. Limited thinking. Boom. That's why I walked away from all that. All right. Mu's existence is considered to have no factual basis. Now I want to read this again. I feel this is very important. That's why I'm sharing this with you. I'm not just nitpicking. Okay. This is super important so that you and I understand when spells are being cast in our direction. Mu's existence, okay, I'm with you so far, is considered to have no factual basis. By who? By who? Not by me. I'm sitting here right now declaring, waving around a little flag saying, hey, I believe there's factual basis in the land of Lemuria. I believe there's factual basis in the land of Mu, in Atlantis, in many other places. I am saying that. So what is this? This is an absolute statement. Mu's existence is considered to be. What they leave out is by everyone on Earth. Because that's what they're implying to you and to me. They're trying to make you think everyone else is on board with what we're saying. And then you automatically have this group mentality, this sheep mentality that kicks in and goes, oh, well, yeah, I mean, if that's what everyone is saying, if that's what everyone has found, you know what I mean? No. They say Lemuria, Mu's existence is considered to have no factual basis. They don't say by who. They leave out all kinds of information and they just hands down say it's not real without giving any kind of explanation, except for their short little, it's impossible. Does that sound like a scientific explanation? It's impossible. It's possible actually sounds more scientific than, oh, that's just impossible. We can't conceive of it. We can't figure out how that could be done. You're limited. Man, I'm getting hyped up about that. Anyways, what else? There's one more thing, and then we'll go over to Mount Shasta, I think it was, right? What else did I have? Didn't I have something else? We did that one. We did the definition. We talked about the underwater Japanese place. We talked about how they lie to us and just basically say it's impossible, that it can't happen, that continents can't just be destroyed suddenly. Psh, wow. Okay. Like, even in their crazy model that they have of our local cosmology, there's still a ridiculous number of very dangerous objects in that model that have the potential of destroying the entire Earth in the blink of an eye. How are you going to tell me it's not possible? You know what I mean? Anyways, ancient map of Lemuria. Boom. This is the underwater Japanese city. We'll get rid of that. We'll come back to the map, and I'm jumping back into the chat. But first, I promised somebody I would check out Mount Shasta, which is in northwestern California. So let's flip the map around. There we go. Oh, yeah, it should be right around Lemuria, actually, right? Yeah. So check this out. We got California going all the way up. Here's Chula Vista. I'm just kidding. All the way up, right? And right over here. Okay, I believe this is like probably the Alaska area. So right down here, basically right across from this island mass that we just talked about as being a possible candidate for being Lemuria or Mu, or remnants of said legendary continent. Right across from that is where Mount Shasta would be. Now, I might need some help finding it exactly because I'm less familiar with Washington's landscape. What do you guys think? Where should we go? I'm not sure where to find Washington up here. Let's see. Let's just look for some tall mountains or volcanoes. We got some cities up here. See, check this out. See how it says terra incognita? I would like to teach you what that means. Terra, basically means land, okay, or earth, land. And incognita means the same as incognito. It means hidden or invisible or unknown. Actually, it's closer to unknown, right? Unknown lands, terra incognita. Now, underneath that, let's see if we could find something that looks like, I don't know. There's not a lot of features in this particular area. What do we got here? We got Porto de Lea. Porto de Lea. Is that Porto? I think it's Porto. All right, so I'm trying to find like Mount Shasta. I'm not sure if I'll be able to though. I'm not exactly sure where it would be, but we do have like some mountain ranges right over here in this area. Let me zoom out a bit. Hold up. I keep tilting my head so I can see it. That's funny. Here we go. That's a little bit better. Okay. Let's see. All right, I'm going to pass up on this one just because I'm for the sake of time, you know what I mean? But feel free to come back and check this out. You can go to davidrumsey.com and check out this map and zoom in on it and play with it. Then we got Red Rose in the chat. I just saw says, what about Norway? What's there on the map? Norway. Let's check out Norway. All right, so Norway is right next to Sweden. Is that correct? I'm going off the top of my head. I'm not sure if I'm right on that. Norway, let's check it out. So Norway is in Europe, which would be in this northern section right about here. This is Africa. Spain is easy to find. Spain always looks like the profile of like a person's face to me. Or you see how like that? You see Spain right here? Doesn't that look like Abraham Lincoln or something looking this way? That's how I always find Spain. Anyways, there's Spain. Come up here. Norway and Sweden also look like something, but I'm not going to say what. Let's see, where is it? So here's Spain. We go up. What do we got here? Is this Ireland? This could be Norway, possibly. Sweden, Svetia, Norvegia. This could be Norway. Does that sound about right? Does it look about right? I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in this particular part of the world or whatnot. Let's see. So I think that's Norway. What do you guys think? Am I in the right spot here? I'm not sure. What is this one up here? Zimbla. Nova Zimbla. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is that Norway? This should be Norway, if I recall, somewhere. Now check out what's right next to it. Let's just say that that's Norway. I don't know. Okay. But whatever this place is, look next to it. There's a whirlpool on the map in the ocean, just like you see in the movies, right? Like a huge whirlpool, just like when Jack Sparrow is fighting against the octopus face dude, right? And they're in that huge whirlpool, or just like in what was that movie that we broke down that had the red bluster? Sea Beast? Is that what it was called, right? So there was a known whirlpool in the ocean, which meant that the water was draining in this particular area At least that's one possibility, right? All right, let me jump back in the chat. I'm so sorry that if I missed you guys when I'm multitasking. All right, I'm going to go back and let's see. Next up, we got King Red 248 says some maps show California not completely attached to America and closer to Mu. That actually makes a lot of sense to me, given that there's so many connections between Native American tribes that are from the region of Southern California, actually all over California, now that I think about it. Some of those tribes have mysteriously disappeared or left behind strange petroglyphs and writings that people can't interpret and understand, right? What else we got? Sage says Florida. All right, you're next up, Sage. We're going to go to Florida. Hop in the TARDIS. That's terrible. All right, let's go to Florida. Here it is right here. You see that? Gulf of Mexico. Boom. Florida. Bahamas. Right down here. Boom. Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you to Bermuda. Anyways, so let's check out Florida. It's not too big. That's something that stands out. It's more stubby. More stubby looking instead of looking like a shoe or something like that. Right? Florida is like our Italy over here. That's what it reminds me of. All right, so let's check out. We got Rio de Nenes, Ponta Llana, Rio de Flores. That means road of flowers or path of flowers. Rio de Espírito Santo. So this is the river of the Holy Spirit. That's not Florida though. That's more like Louisiana, right? Let's go back over to Florida. So this is Florida. I'm going to zoom in all the way just for you, Sage, so you can check it out a bit. You can see down here, maybe in like the Pensacola area or something, that there's a huge city right down here in southern Florida. It's called La Florida. Can't tell what this says. Looks like maybe Canan, Ara, Le, or something. I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of hard to read. Here's Bermuda right off the coast. Blow me to Bermuda. You remember that? In The Sword and the Stone. Lucaya. I'm not sure what that is. Interesting. And then we got the island of Cuba, or Cavaba. I wonder if they pronounce the V like a V. I'm not sure, but that's Cuba. Awesome. Interesting stuff. So that was Florida. No strange... I mean, it's all anomalous and interesting to check out. Let me take the next person in the chat. Who else we got? Where do you guys want to go? Coincidence Theory says, if you look at Lemuria, each colored section looks like a different phantazoid. Let's check it out. I want to see that. Let's go back to... I'm just affectionate... This is affectionately going to be known as Lemuria from now on. I feel like I made a pretty decent case for this being a part of Lemuria. Didn't I? Don't you think so? I do. But yeah, you're right. That's interesting. I like how they color-coded it too, clearly indicating that there are different regions in that area, right? All right, who else we got in the chat? How about India? Commander Hector. Hey, you changed your name. I like it. All right, Commander Hector gets your request. Your wish is my command. We now travel to India. India. Every time I hear the word India, I think about how they say it in Street Fighter 2. India. And then Dalsim is like... he's like the stretchy dude. I love that dude. Anyways, this should be India. Look how big that is. Oh my god. India is a huge peninsula. There's Delhi right there. So yeah, this is definitely India. Maybe I can straighten this out. No. That's as good as we can get in India. So let's go down here. This is interesting. What do they have? Looks like there's some sort of canoes or something, possibly, that are down here. Looks like these might be some canoes. Or, boats that have the rows on each side, where everyone's rowing the boats and stuff. What is this? These look like interesting little mini island chains off the coast of India. Let's see. We've got anything that pops out to me. What do we have here? What is this? I love when they have these little notes here. Isola de Relan, nella quale si rifranano robini rasili granate. I'm sorry, I can't right now. All right, let's see what else we got. Looks like this could be a form of Bangladesh or something. Oh, monte. Here's a word that I do recognize. So this says monte. Looks like maybe grife or something like that. But that word is a part of Urbano Monte's name. It means mountain. Urbano means city. Monte means mountain. So Urbano Monte literally means city of the mountain. That's one translation. Unless you want to break down Urbano even further, then it can have other implications as well. Here's Delhi. Check that out. Boom. We got Delhi. That's a pretty big city back there. What is this? Regno? Interesting. Oh, I got a donation. Tiftastic. Thank you, Tiftastic. God, you guys are kind. Thank you, Tiftastic. That was very kind of you and thoughtful. All right, let's see what else we got here in India, and then we're going to travel to some other place. I'm taking recommendations in the chat. If you'd like to check out a particular region, just let me know. Lots of interesting things down here. India. This is pretty extensive. Look how detailed this is. Look how many names. I wonder how many different place names are actually on this map. Imagine how long it must have taken. You know what I mean? If this was just a work of fiction and just some guy, you know what I mean? Like, think about the resources it would have taken, right? In like the 1500s in order to make a 10-foot by 10-foot map of this type of stuff. Oh, I want to check out some of these weird monster anomalies too. So check this out. We got these two lovebirds over here, which kind of remind me of the Starbucks logo. These dudes over here are clearly talking about something. He's like, bro, check that out. They're coming. And there's like a boat up here. And this other guy's like, let's go back, man. Let's go back. I don't want to fight those humans again. And it looks like these are some lovebirds or something going on over here. This guy and this girl, sort of half serpentine-like human titan creatures. What else we got? There's a lot of rabbits on here. This looks like it could be a crocodile of some... Actually, I don't know. I take that back. That's not a crocodile. I don't know what that is. That's a monster. Definitely a monster of some kind. All right, let me jump back in the chat, see where you guys want to go. The book's coming along well. Thank you for asking. Dojin Dan says Mount Shasta is in California. Oh snap, you're right, it's not in Washington. What was I thinking about? What's the one in Washington? Well, let me go back and redo that one then. Hold up, where is it? Ah, here we go, it's upside down. All right, so Mount Shasta is in California somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. You're right. Man, I'm from California and I forgot about that. So, let's see if we can see Mount Shasta anywhere on here. That's a little too southern. Let's see. I'm looking for Mount Shasta in California on this Urbano Monte map. I'm not quite seeing it. This is interesting. What does this say? Volcano. Oh, wow. There's actually volcanoes right here. Check this out. Where is that? That's interesting. Active volcanoes, too. I wonder where that would be. So if this is California, right? Man, is that Nevada somewhere? I'm not sure. Regardless, I did not find Mount Shasta. Super sorry about that. All right, who else we got in the chat? Somebody asked me about the whirlpool, but the chat moved too fast. I couldn't see it. We got 12 Brothers. Hey, what's up, 12 Brothers? Who says, JayDreamerZ, can we find the Red Sea near California? Yeah, we're right in the neighborhood, so check it out. Boom. Here is the Red Sea, right next to California, over here. We'll zoom in a bit. You can see there's a clear difference between the ocean water and the inlet water. And here's another little town that's actually called California right there. Do you see that? All right, so here's the Red Sea. It goes all the way up and along the... Look at the edge here. There's all kinds of volcanoes over here. I thought it was just these two up here. But if you go down more, there's actually more volcanoes right over here. Active ones. It shows them blowing up and everything. San Francisco. Oh, check it out. Oh my God, I found San Francisco. How awesome. It's like, yes, it feels so good when you find something that you recognize. Just as much as it does when you find anomalies and stuff. What do we got here? What is this one? I don't know what that is. All right, who else wants to see some stuff in the chat? Does it show any trace of Roger Spur's giant dragon and fish in Africa? We could check. I have no idea where that is. But let's check and see if we can find it in Africa. hold up, I gotta flip this around. So this is Africa. Roger, I believe, said it's like somewhere up in this area, right? I did look for the Eye of the Sahara on here earlier, but I could not find it. Niger, Guinea. What else we got? Well, there is something, some sort of dragon serpentine type thing over here in the desert. I'm not sure what that is, right? What is that? That's some sort of a giant serpent type thing. Let's see what kind of anomalies we have in the area. These should be the Atlas Mountains or mountain range. This says, oh yeah, it is. It actually says that. Look, Monte, like we talked about earlier. Atlante, the Atlantis Mountains. So we're in the right region. Which I just want to reiterate, I believe that personally, my theory is that these mountain ranges were renamed whenever the people who actually traveled from the north migrated all the way down. So for example, North Pole, boom, they migrate, they come down, they make their way down, they settle in these various regions and whatnot, and then they start naming stuff after their homelands, which these are actually the Atlas Mountain Range that goes around. All the way around, making a valley in the middle of the world. But yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, here's something else. Check that out. Boom. There's your dragon, Linda. What else was it? A giant fish? I don't know. Let's see. There's your dragon, though. Totally found it. What else we got? I'm not seeing any big fish yet. I'm not sure. But there's a lot of stuff to check out. So good call. All right, let me see what else we got. Austin Barnes says, JayDreamerZ, Western Iowa, Eastern Illinois, Mississippi River, Palisades. That's a lot. Oh my God. I could find the Mississippi for you. How about that? Let's go back over to America. This is South America. So let's scooch on up. We got the Gulf of Mexico. Let's flip that around. Flip it, skip it, skiddly do. Looking for the Mississippi. Damn, where's the Mississippi? You would think that it would, I feel like this should be the Mississippi right here, right? This should be like Alabama, maybe? Or no, this is probably Louisiana. This might be Alabama. So one of these should be the Mississippi. Except, it seems to not be there. The Mississippi should cut all the way up. Wow, that's interesting. Isn't that interesting? I like all these names on this map. I'm just checking it out as we go too. Well, that's Canada. That's too high up. This has to be the Mississippi. One of these has to be, right? Not all of this is like America or whatever. Some of that is actually Canada up here. So this should be the Mississippi, one of these right here. So I'll zoom in and I'll leave this up here for you just for a second, just to check it out. Lots of different cities, lots of different mountain ranges and whatnot. There's some ships out here. The red sun. I just want to make a point that they colored the sun red. Okay? Like, they colored it red because it was red. Like, it was a red hue. It was, the sun has changed colors over time. If it was white, they would have drawn it white, like our sun today. If it was yellow, they would have drawn it yellow, like our sun today. Unless, of course, they're trying to depict the sun like, you know, off on the horizon at sunset or sunrise. But in this case, that's clearly not the case. It's directly above. It's a red sun. Gulf of Mexico. All right, what else we got? Let's see. I'm going to scooch forward in the chat just a bit, just to try to catch up. We got... There is a key. Coincidence Theorist was asking if there's a key that tells us what the color signifies. There is a key, but it's written in ancient Italian, and I haven't been able to translate it yet. So I'm not sure. It's all the same area, says Austin Barnes. Yep. So here's your area. Boom, right here. Pretty interesting. Now, you see that there's all kinds of stuff that's written over here. This would be even more compelling and interesting if we could figure out what this stuff says. Right? If you speak Spanish, it'll probably be easier for you to be able, or I mean, Italian would be awesome. So it says like, Chi li hominis sono grandi. Okay, now only from just reading that much, okay? I'm not super versed in Italian. However, it seems to be saying It seems to be talking about giants or giant humans, possibly. Fori F corono alparo. See, I don't like it when they make their letters all fancy. They're harder to read. Fiere Cavano. Is that an F? Caffiando or Casiando? Et vestono dell'orpele. Let's do, you know what? I'm not going to translate that right now. I really want to, but I don't want to take up everyone's time while I sit here and translate stuff. But I do wonder what all this stuff is saying over here, especially in, in like this Middle America type places. Especially, I wonder if it might have a correlation with what the ancient Native American myths talk about as far as giants roaming about in America. Yeah, this is all really interesting. I may translate all of this or some of this at some point in the future. All right, we got Cactus J2K. What's up, Cactus J2K? Who says MS River is on the right with the fork at the top. This one right here? So this would be the Mississippi. This one right here. Rio de Espírito Santo. Oh, this is the Holy Spirit River, is the Mississippi. That's the one, that's the first one I pointed out. How interesting. All right, cool. Let's see who else we got in the chat. Let me see if there was anything else before I jump back in the chat. There's lots of interesting stuff, especially in Antarctica. Let's take a trip around Antarctica real quick. You guys want to go to Antarctica with me? All right, here's where we're going to start. Let's start at a place that's easy to find, which is Tierra del Fuego. Now, let's just look at all the strange anomalies here. Okay, that's really all I'm going to be pointing out. It says Tierra del Fuego, the land of fire, in and of itself is a strange and interesting thing to name something, right? It must have been some sort of a land of fire. Now, that word fire can also oftentimes be translated as light. So is it the land that's on fire? Or is it the land of the lights, aka the Aurora Australis? Which is, by the way, Australia is a part of this. Isn't that interesting? All right, so then we got pictures of people, mostly white people that were like in charge of the world at the time. Like I said, I wish I could translate all of this just off the top of my head. I can barely make out certain words and stuff, but I'm pretty confident I could translate that. So some sort of a ruler, usually they'll put like, the ruler who had his exploration or his expedition go down there to check it out and search it out. We've got this, there's some sort of an interesting looking bird creature right here. We've got, let's see, we're going to just go across. Obviously there's the monkey with the jugs. I don't know, the monkey chick with the jugs. I don't know what's going on there. We've got this. Now this looks like it could be possibly like some sort of emu. Sort of reminds me of an emu, maybe an ostrich. Ostriches, by the way, are gigantic birds. I know it sounds simple. I know it's like, duh, right? However, we don't equate giant animals with gigantism, okay? Like when you see a bird that is taller than I am, and I'm 6'2", right? 6'3" with like basketball shoes or something. When I see a big old bird like coming up at me and it could kill me, you know what I mean? If it could fly, it could probably pick me up and take me somewhere or whatever, laying eggs that are like that big and stuff. That is a remnant that we still are lucky to have today of when the world was invigorated with energy and gigantism was prevalent, right? All right, anyways, let's make our trip around Antarctica. We've got Tierra del Fuego down here. And like I said, right above that, there's the land of the giants. Let's scooch in a bit more. Here's some sort of a large crane-looking bird. We're going to go more. What is this? What do we got here? I don't know what that is. That's an interesting-looking creature. Maybe a salamander or something? Or a strange-looking type of dingo? I don't know. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at this grasshopper. Or whatever. Okay, it looks like a grasshopper. I don't know what it is. But this is gigantic. I mean, obviously, he can't draw it to scale because then it would just be a dot, if that, right? So I'm not saying that, oh, it's a giant grasshopper or, oh, it's a giant rabbit or whatever. However, there's a clear difference between that And when the author literally writes, this is the land of gigantic people, okay, that's what they clearly mean. All right, let's go back. All right, so what else we got? We got this huge grasshopper. Oh, this one is so cool. Check this one out. I love this picture. Okay, like I said, I'm not saying that's a giant grasshopper, but I am saying that is a giant bird, because that either that or that's a tiny elephant. Right? Right? Poor guy. Hey, check this out. I want to tell you this too. This is not just the creative abilities of the cartographer. All right? There are many legends about these huge birds. I think they were called rocks. Weren't they called rock? The rock? Isn't it called rock? Hold up. I'm going to look it up real quick. Mythic bird rock. Yeah, it is called a rock. Hold on. Let me read this to you. This is so interesting. The rock. Can you smell? I have to do that. You know what I mean? All right. The rock. That's so funny. Is an enormous, legendary bird of prey in the popular mythology of the Middle East. So what is it doing down here in Tierra del Fuego, right? The rock appears Arab geographies and natural history popularized in Arabian fairy tales and sailors' folklore. Ibn Battuta tells of a mountain hovering in the air over the China seas, which was the rock. Anyways, this bird ate elephants. It went, picked them up, super easy dinner, scooped it up. It's like fast food, just grabs it, takes off, and literally carried elephants around. Oh, John Lombardo just said something super nice in the chat. He said, "You're a legend, Jay. Thanks for this. I'd probably never have seen this otherwise," and gave me some money. I super appreciate too. I'm actually going to use that to probably go buy some dinner and stuff tonight. So thank you. And I really appreciate your kind words. Thank you, John Lombardo. All right, so let's continue on. So we see the rock. We found the rock. Let's see what else we can find in Antarctica. I did try to go get a new chair. You might have noticed I'm kind of wobbling back and forth. My chair is on its last leg physically. Like, actually, it's on its last leg. And I got a donation from somebody to go buy a chair at the Goodwill. So I took my son to the Goodwill. But they didn't have any damn chairs. I mean, they had like little ones, but I need a tall one. So I'm in the market. I'm going to be looking for a new computer chair so I don't fall during a live stream. All right, let's see what else we got here in the old Antarctica on this map from the 1500s. So what do we got here? Thanks again, John. Super appreciate you. This looks like some sort of a seahorse creature, doesn't it? That's kind of what it reminds me of. It looks like it's got some sort of a unicorn type, not seahorse, but like a sea unicorn or something, right? A seacorn. I don't know what to call that. And then here's a merman, possibly a mer woman, I'm not sure. Or maybe he identifies as mer horse or something. I don't know. Anyways, it's some sort of merman or mer creature or whatever, right? And these guys are definitely playing some grab butt. And this dude's like, dude, stop touching my snake butt and look over there. So he's pointing up here. What is he pointing at? Tierra del Fuego again. Tierra del Fuego. This bird? I don't know. Maybe they're looking for lunch or something. Are we in Australia yet? Look at this. There's like another land. See these little tiny island lands that are on the other side of Antarctica? Isn't that super interesting? Look, you can leave. At least you could. Or at least it appears that way, that there's passage beyond Antarctica. I just want to reiterate, Tierra del Fuego, the land of the lights, all the way around, right? Not the geographic country or anything, but all of it. The land of the lights was Antarctica, right? At least on these maps. What is this? Oh my God, look at that thing. Look at that. It's got a little blowhole in its neck right there. Just its head's popping up. It's definitely looking monstrous. Wow. What is that, I wonder, right? Who is this? Is this Dobby? What is going on? Is this an owl? Is that a person? What is it? Hold on, let me flip that around. That definitely has an owl-like appearance. I'm going to go with owl on that one. Creepy, red-eyed owl. I don't know what that is. Interesting stuff. Some more birds, some kind of a goat or something. If you're just joining us, we're going all the way around Antarctica real quick. There's definitely some rabbits going on. What is that? It looks like an owl with a cat's head eating something. I don't know what that is. A lot of owls too. Interesting. Owl symbolism. Oh, here's a picture, by the way, of the cartographer. So this is Urbano Monte. See how it starts with a V? Urbano Monte. Now this is really interesting because this particular part of his map, this is a sticker. Like, this is a 400-year-old sticker that he made because underneath this image of him when he was like 40 or something is a younger image of him when he first made the map. But he wanted to update his picture because his appearance changed as he got older. So he drew another circular thing, stuck it on there, and this top part stays while you can actually take the bottom part and lift it up and you can see a younger portrait of Urbano Monte. Isn't that interesting? Tierra del Vista. There's some sort of crocodile type deal going on down here. That definitely has a crocodile vibe to it. Or alligator or whatever, right? I also would love to read all of this. All of this. I would love to know what all of this says. One day I will. Because I'm gonna translate it. Oh, who just subscribed? Ghetto Child Clinic. Hey, welcome, Ghetto Child. All right, let's see what else we got down here in the old... Wow. Oh my God, I'm going to get to that. Hold on, what is all these notes? What's going on here? Interesting notes. I don't know, I'll have to come back to all these notes. It seems like there's a lot of numbers in there, so I probably won't care about that. But, clearly, there's dinosaurs. Like, clearly there's some dinosaurs happening, right? Okay? I'm just going to say these are some kind of phantazoid creatures, right? Some sort of reptilian phantazoid type creatures that definitely resemble dinosaurs that are alive and fighting against each other like it's the land of the frickin' lost. Oh my God. All right, so let's see what else we got going on here. Oh, check these dudes out. This guy's riding a sea creature. Look at that. He looks kind of uncomfortable too. He's like, I don't know about this. And these other guys are like, no, dude, you got to grab it by its neck like this. And it has another horn on the top too. This dude's sitting on top of this guy who's like part serpentine, part human. That's interesting. Whoa, hold on. I just got a pretty large donation from John Lombardo. Hold on, let me turn off my phone. I just got a pretty huge donation of $100. Who says, get that chair, we need you in good health. Oh my God, thank you. Seriously, I will. I'll go. I mean, I might have to, I'm going to stop at Walmart tonight and at least get some kind of chair. Hold on. Man, thank you, John. That was a lot. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to jump back to the presentation real quick. We've got, this almost looks like a mesa that this dude is standing on. Or something, right? And then they drew a picture of this. And it says, Nuntius ite custos. That's interesting. I wonder what that means. And then, of course, it's got Urbano Monte to the left and to the right. Maybe that's his, like, personal seal or something. This is interesting, too. I'm going to go back and have to translate a lot of these words and stuff. All right, going all the way back around. Oh, wow. Becca also? Facebook Marketplace for a chair. Oh, okay. I will have a new chair next time I do a live stream. You guys have given a lot, so thank you. My gosh. Thank you. Seriously. I'm going to have to show you the chair. Remind me and I'll show you the chair, dude. It's I had 4 of them, but they all like are breaking. It's crazy. What is this? What is this? What is this? What do we got? I don't know, but it's plasma possessed. I don't know what that is. Right? I don't know what that is. Wow. Hey, thanks again, everybody. I super appreciate you. Hey, Coincidence Theorist says, Jay, did you notice the phantazoids seem to perhaps be divided into red-eyed plasma possessed than the other? Yes. Yes, very good one. Good job, Coincidence Theorist. All right, let's see what else we got along the Tierra del Fuego, or the Land of Lights. Oh, this is interesting. There's some kind of a pope. See that big old egghead? Sommo Pontifice Optimo Maximo. God, really? That's your title? Like, oh boy. Anyways. Oh, this is an interesting bird. All right, we're going to scooch on along a little faster here. What is that? Is that a sloth? I'm getting a sloth vibe from the eye. Could be a sloth. Not sure though. We've seen some strange and interesting mythic and legendary forgotten animals and creatures already. There's some sort of a white dog type deal. As you can see, the people, they drew ships down in these areas too. See how they drew some ships down here? These were navigated, right? The people went down in here. He names places and stuff down here. Now what I'm not seeing down here is a lot of settlements, which is also of interest to me. I wonder what it says there. Now, here's somebody who's not white, so another world leader. I don't know what this one says, but I'll have to figure that one out. But apparently this area was explored by him and his kingdom. There's that weird-looking lizard thing. That's strange. That's like some sort of chameleon-looking deal. Oh, here we go. Booyah. Half man, half horse. Sagittarius, for all you Sagittariuses out there. What else we got? Oh, here's a giant merman with cat ears or something. That's interesting. I'm going to go a little bit faster. I didn't actually think I was going to take so long. There's so much more to cover in this map. We might have to do like a part 2 or something. Just because I have to go soon to call my little boy and say hello and good night and stuff. All right, let's continue on though. Some more mermaids. There's a lot of mermaid action for whoever was asking about mermaids earlier. What is this? What is going on here? So we've got this guy who looks like he's carrying a spear and maybe fighting against this bipedal animal-looking creature. That's interesting. We've got another one of these weird lizard crocodile things. And what is this? That is Cringer from He-Man. Like, that is Battle Cat to me, personally. That's funny. What else we got? All right, hold on. Let me zoom out. All right, there's actually, man, how far did we make it already? About halfway. We started over here in Tierra del Fuego, and we are now halfway across. If you'd like to follow along, you can pull up this exact same map by going to davidrumsey.com and typing in Urbano Monte in the search bar, and it'll pull up a few different styles of this exact same map. Interesting that this map is 10 feet by 10 feet. This is a huge map, which means this is an expensive map. This map took a lot of time for someone to make, especially for someone who's relatively unknown in the map making world. You know what I mean? So I wonder who this person is. I wonder why it was hidden for so long. And I'm just glad that we have a copy of it now. But 10 feet by 10 feet. Imagine how long it took. The meticulous detail that went into making this map is amazing. Look, all the way around, you can see Antarctica, all this land, all the way around, just a circle around the earth. No ice. Now, there is some ice beyond it. I'll show you guys in a bit. We're going to cover a lot of different strange anomalies in this video. I put a list of some of them in the description. Last time we talked about how it shows the land that was at the North Pole, right? The 4 lands, the Garden of Eden, Hyperborea. We did briefly cover what I call the anode and the cathode islands over here. I think this one's anode. We're going to come back to this one in just a bit. And that one's probably cathode, I'm guessing. But I've got some more evidence for this one being. I was doing a lot of study on this one because the name was kind of throwing me off, the name of this mountain. But we'll come back to that in just a bit. We also went around the world, checked out a lot of Antarctica, saw some strange monsters and stuff. And this one, we postulated that this huge island continent that is labeled as the Japanese island kind of looks like a huge crab. Like, you know what I mean? It looks like a kaiju or something out there in the ocean. But anyways, we talked about and supplied a lot of evidence for this possibly being at least a portion of the ancient land of Mu, or Lemuria. So if you're interested in learning some more about that and you didn't see part 1, be sure to go check out part 1. As for now, I'm going to jump into my own notes. What I did is I went over the chat, I looked at all of the comments and stuff, and I took some ideas from what people were saying. Hey, go check this out, check that out, as I was checking all of it out for myself. Last time I told you I would love to do some translations on this map. As you can see when you zoom in, there's inscriptions and writings all over the place. So, see that one right there says pygmy? Yeah, we're going to talk about that. So I have translated many parts of this map. What we're going to do is we're going to start off here at the Crab Island of possibly Lemuria. And I'm going to flip it around for us. Flip skip. All right, here it is. Now, someone was saying that they saw the city of Nagasaki on here. And I actually did not look for it. I just made a note to look for it during the live stream. Dang. All right. But somewhere on here, I guess somebody saw... Oh, is this it right here? This looks like this is a good candidate, right? Nagasaki. That does sound a lot like Nagasaki, right? Anyways, this is really interesting. Possibly an older version that shows remnants of the ancient land of Mu and Lemuria. Now, I did get a lot of requests over from the UK. Shout out to everybody who is in the UK. Please blow up the chat if you're in the live stream. Just for everyone who is in the UK, last time we celebrated our Aussie friends. Today, we're celebrating our UK friends. We're going to make a trip around the Northern Hemisphere. There's a lot to cover in this map, and we're by no means going to cover all of it today. But let's start off in the UK. All right, so let's see. For me, I see North America here, so we're going to flip it around. Here's North America. You can see the Gulf of Mexico right here. So this little stubby thing is Florida. We'll follow that up. I'll come back to this region in just a bit, but we're going to go across the Atlantic Ocean. We're going to flip the map around one more time. We're going to sail across the Atlantic Ocean, and we're going to go all the way up over towards the UK area. Now, I postulate that there are ancient tribes that have scattered across the face of the earth, right? And they come from this central region right here. They stay there for a time whenever the inner earth energy is pouring up into the surface world where we live, and they benefit from staying on this island that contains the largest of all of these inner earth beams of energy that shoot up into the sky. Now, when that beam retracts and goes back down, those tribes leave. They disperse and they go all the way around. So if you study history close enough, you can almost track where they went. And we're going to actually find that here on this map too. So some of them may have meandered on down towards Greenland and these islands in the far north around the Arctic Circle. But then we come down and we get a little closer. Remember we talked about this whirlpool yesterday? I actually looked this up. Some people in the comments were saying that whirlpool is still here today, up near Norway and whatnot. And I guess there's there's a few whirlpools in the world, but there's a huge one on this map right here, right? Now, we're going to go a little bit down further. We've got Iceland, Friesland, and of course, Scotland, Ireland, and the UK. All right, so let's check this out. Now, this is Scotland right here. As you can see, it says right here, Scotland, right? Looks like Dublin or something is right there, even though I think, oh, here's Dublin and Ireland. Here's Ireland. I've actually been here. Beautiful, very green, very much what you expect. They have fields and fields of rolling grass, like in that old 90s movie with Robin Williams called Toys. Just fields of huge, beautiful grass that's flowing forever. All the people that I met were very friendly, very kind. So here's Ireland. As you can see, they put the ships off the coast over here. And then we'll zoom in on the UK. Let's see if we can find England. Now check this out. Up here, it does say Ingal. Just as this one says Scotia, we have to infer that it means the land of Scotia and the land of Ingal, or Ingaland, right? England. But check this out. This is really interesting as we sort of go over here. Lots of different names. Look at the exquisite detail. Look at the time and energy that was put into drawing out all of the place names that were known to this map maker at the time, right? Really interesting. But even more interesting is some of those places seem to be missing, right? And we won't find them in the UK. let's actually scooch on down a little bit further south and look what we find down here. Over here, we have London. Now, keep in mind, many place names were often repetitious because, tribes would grow and they would need to spread out even further, and they would take with them all of their place names and their cultures and their traditions and stories and stuff. But this definitely says right next to it, Bretagne, which is Britain. So that's really interesting. This is more of France in the modern world, actually. So this is in the area of France. You can actually see if we scooch over a bit right here. Here's Paris. So let's zoom in on Paris. And you can see when it's a big city, they made it large. They tried to make them in, a size comparison. I'll show you some really big cities here coming up too. All right, cool. So those are interesting. That's how we're going to start off this journey. I want to show you something else. Speaking of Antarctica, right? Let's go to Antarctica real quick. So just to point out once more, the ocean is full of sea monsters of all different shapes and sizes. Here is the Antarctic lands. You see how it goes all the way around? These lands are shown with greenery, with trees, with animals and humanoids all over the place, with running rivers and streams all over the place. And it definitely differentiates because if you look, for example, right here where these two dinosaurs are battling it out King Kong style, right? It says Oceano Australe Glaciato, which means ocean southern glacier, or frozen, really. It means frozen southern ocean. So this is a depiction of frozen areas in Antarctica. This is the edge of what was known to be the frozen desert of Antarctica at the time. But just north of that, there was land that was called Antarctica, that had all these strange, mythic, legendary creatures battling it out all over the place, and some other weird monsters too. But it definitely makes a it differentiates between where it's frozen, which is on the other side of the land of Antarctica in this map, and just the regular ocean water itself, right? So I wanted to point that one out. Let's go back up to my strange Anode Island. I want to show you the Anode Island. So I have a theory about this landmass that's portrayed in the middle at the exact center of the North Pole on many of our ancient vintage maps that we have, especially before, around the 1600s and earlier. This land right here is almost always depicted in the same way, in the same fashion, or similar fashion on many maps. Now, I have found two opposing islands or mountains or whatnot on either side. There's this one that says it's the magnetic pole of the Green Island or the Greenland, or what it said. This one says the magnetic pole Husi Arca. And last time I was asking all of you for your recommendations as to what you believe that might mean. So I did a little research and looked it up, and I believe I was translating it wrong. I was so focused on that word arca because I was thinking of electrical arcing and the arch of the world and Arctic and the Arctic and stuff like that, because it's the exact same word, right? But then I started focusing on Husi, and I also went across this entire map and I compared all of these letters to existing letters that the cartographer already had written down so that I could get an idea of which letters these were, so that I didn't mistake, for example, this I for an F or something like that, right? All right, cool. So basically, this is a loose translation that I have so far on this particular island. Remember, its opposing island on the other side is called the Island of Green, or the island, or the Mountain of Green, the magnetic mountain of the Green Land, etc., which implies life, right? Hey, Grace, welcome to my channel. Good to see you. Now, this one, if there is an anode and a cathode island on the either side, means that if the other island is the island of life, or the island of the cathode, which is the island that builds up and receives a lot of energy, and therefore life, then this one must be, right, or maybe the anode island, which is the one that gives energy away, right? The energy on this island leaves it instead of gaining it. So if that's true, I broke it down into the root word hus. Hus, in many languages going far back, especially in the ancient German language, hus means house. So Husi Arca Arca in Latin actually means or conveys a casket, a tomb, or an empty container. Just like a volcano is kind of an empty container if it's not all full with lava and stuff, right? So it comes from the Latin arca, which basically can mean a tomb or a casket. Something, a place where you put dead things, basically, right? A place for storing things, something that is hollowed out, a container where you can put stuff inside of it. It also conveys items, a box, a container, a chest, a safe, a coffin, and an ark. It comes from archeo in Latin, and it means an obstacle. It means keep off. It means keep away. It means reject, repel, move away from, alienate. The anode island. Why? Because it's the island of death. It's the island that sucks energy off of itself and puts it up into the atmosphere, whereas the other island is receiving the energy and storing it. So the other island would be the island of life. This would be the false grail, if you're an Indiana Jones fan like I am, or the island of death. And it literally says, keep away from this place, basically. Keep away from this house. A house that you need to keep away from, a coffin. Like, if I feel like if you would have drawn skull and crossbones, it couldn't have been more clear. So that's really interesting, that it means archeo means an obstacle, keep away from, reject, repel, move away from, get away from. Basically saying get away from this island if you come across it. All right, so this is the island of death, the false grail, possibly. Now, let's check out some cool translations. I just want to double check on the chat, make sure everybody's with me. Everybody's good? All right, cool. Are we good? Yes, I think we're good, right? All right, sweet. I'm just going to pretend like we are. Pardon me. All right, now let's check out some translations. Want to translate some fun stuff with me? What we're going to do is we're going to move southward. We already went way down into the UK, right? We came down here. We saw that there's Britannia with London over here, interestingly enough, over in France. And now what we're going to do is we're going to scooch over a bit and we're going to look for our first. Oh, you know what? I translated the North Pole. My bad. Let's go back to North Pole. We're going to translate all of this stuff that's written. See how there's stuff written here and over here and over here. And I said that this one mentions pygmies and stuff. Let's find out what this means. Now, this is my own translation, but I feel it's pretty accurate, or at least close enough so that we can pick up what it's conveying. Now, where we're going to begin on all these multiple islands, translating them, is just above the anode island, Husiarca, right here. I believe this is the spot. Okay, so here we go right here. This is one of the Hyperborean islands that the cartographer had written on describing it. So let's see what it says, right? All right, so I've got this translated as... Oh, dang, that's right. Okay, so basically this says, country of very healthy temperatures, inhabited, see that right there? Habitare dal re Artu. That means inhabited by King Arthur. I kid you not. That's exactly what that means. So this is pointing out that this particular region is very warm. It's very nice. It's got good temperatures and stuff. It says it's a country of very healthy temperatures, inhabited, or having been inhabited, by King Arthur. Right there. Fa-pow. Interesting stuff, right? All right, now we're going to move counterclockwise. So let me scroll out a bit so you can orient yourself. We're going to go over to this spot right over here. Let's make that a little bigger and see what it says about this particular location. Here it is. I made it a little... Oh, you know what? I don't know if I could have translated this one. This one was really difficult for me to make out a lot of the words. Let me see if I got this one. Yeah, it says... this is the best translation I could... I can only pick out certain words from this one, but it says something about the ocean and 4 doors that blow around the pole, and there's a great cliff. That's all I could make out from this one right here. This one was not easy. See how it says Gran Rupe? That's the great cliff. Actually, that's probably closer to rock now that I think about it. But it depends on the context of the other words around it too. So that's what that one says. Let's move on over. And I would point out too that there does seem to be some sort of towering island right there next to that one, sticking out in the middle of the ocean as well. All right, next one up, we're going to translate what is written on the land at the North Pole right here. This one's very interesting. So check this out. This one says something about a mountain being a column of the world. You see this right here, how it says colonna del mundo. That means the column of the world pillar, the world axis, the sky beam that shoots up and touches the heavens and branches out like it's Atlas holding up the heavens themselves, right? So that's what that one's talking about. Now we're going to zoom out a bit so we can orient ourselves, and we're going to scooch on over to the next island right here. This is the one on the other side of what seems to be the Euphrates, the original Euphrates River right there. Now let's see what this one says. Let's scooch it on over. All right, now this one I translated as saying, here live the pygmies, not even 4 palms tall. So, yeah, you see how it says cuatro? A lot of people know the number 4 in Spanish is cuatro, right? So this is 4 palms tall. So here was the pygmies that were 4 palms tall. So if you take your palm and you do 4 of them on top of each other, that's about how big he's saying that the pygmies were, the tiny people that inhabited this land, much like the Munchkins in The Wizard of Oz, who have nearly an exact replica of this exact very map as being the land of Oz, except for theirs isn't surrounded by an ocean, theirs is surrounded by a desert. Isn't that something? I believe that was the last translation for the North Pole, but don't you worry, we've got more translations coming up that are equally interesting. All right, I'm just checking my notes here real quick. The pygmies that were 4 palms tall. Oh, there are more. Hold on, there's more here. What do we got? All right, I totally think this is the Euphrates. If you check out the biblical passage, it says that God split the Euphrates into 7 heads. You can see that there's 7 heads to this river right here. So that's a good candidate for being the Euphrates River. I think we're going to this part. Yep, this is the last one. So check this out. This one right here, you can see it's got the word pygmy right there. And this one translates to healthy pygmies live here. None of them are armed. They are all alone until the war. Something about storks, the storks. So I don't know. Like I can only translate like most of it, but it kind of sounds like the pygmy people either used storks, like rode on the storks or something, like when they went to war, or they were at war with storks for some reason. And then I wondered if there's a connection between the pygmies being these tiny little people riding storks and the ancient way that we used to depict babies being born as being delivered by the storks, right? Isn't that something? That's pretty interesting. All right, so those are the translations of what it says here. Sometimes I had to go back and forth between Latin and Italian because it is more of an archaic form of Italian. All right, so let me double check the chat, make sure we're good. Looks like we're good. 235 people watching. Welcome, everyone. It's good to have you. Stay tuned to the end. I've got a surprise story for you at the end about Magellan. It's going to be fun. All right, now from here, we are going to go. We talked about London being in a different location, so we went all the way down here to this Bretagne in France. Interesting spot, right? Now from here, what we're going to do is we're going to scooch on over. Okay, here's Paris right here. We're going to scooch on over. Now, do you see that this is Italy, right? The country shaped like a boot. Maybe if I turn it around, you can see it a little better. There it is. The country shaped like a boot, right? Now, in Italy, if you look for Pisa, you can actually see what might be the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Right there, before it was actually leaning. It doesn't look like it's leaning in this one. I'm gonna flip it around for you real quick. Well, that's just as good as I had it. But yeah, as you can see, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, which was built way before this map was ever drawn. It's an ancient structure. All right, cool. So there's the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Next up, we're gonna go check out Noah's Ark is on this map. Isn't that something? Check this out. So we're gonna zoom out. Let's orient ourselves. Here we have the Mediterranean, which means in between the lands. As you can see, it's between Africa and Europe. We're going to scooch on over towards the Middle East. We're going to go, let's see, right. Let me flip it around one more time here. All right, this is like, where's Waldo? Like, let's see who can find it before I can, right? Hold on, let me see. Did I put a note on where it was? Noah's Ark. No, I just typed in Noah's Ark. Like, I should just know where that is. So traditionally, it rests on top of Mount Ararat. I got it all weird now. Hold on, I gotta find it again here. There's Transylvania. We're gonna get to that. I believe Noah's Ark. Where is it? It was over here in the... there it is. There it is. Okay, cool. We found it. Hold on. Let me flip it around. All right, cool. So let's zoom out so we can orient ourselves. It looks like this might be the Caspian Sea over here. Black Sea, Caspian Sea, etc. So it's right in the middle in sort of like the Caucasus Mountain Range area, right? And we zoom in, Armenia. So here's Armenia right there. And as you can see, it says Arkada Mo, which probably, I don't know what that means. I didn't look it up, but it likely means ark, and I'm not sure what Mo means. I think Mo, if I remember correctly, means out of the water. I'm pretty sure. That's literally the translation of Moses' name, or Moshe, means out of the water. So the ark out of the water, resting on top of these mountains in Armenia. Isn't that awesome? How cool is that? We found Noah's Ark on this map. Here's Assyria over here. You could see that. And what else we got over here? Transylvania is right around the corner too. This is of interest to me. I feel like Transylvania is an interesting place. I like studying the legends that come from that particular region. All of this region, actually. So here's Persia. You can see Persia's right there. Now, Transylvania should be... Where did I put that one? Transylvania, boom. Let's see. Near the corner of the red square in Eastern Europe. All right, let me find that. So I think we're going over this way. Is it over here? No, that's not a red square. You can tell I'm from America, right? When I'm like, where are these places? All right, hold on. Let's see. Transylvania, red square, a place with a red square. I know there's a forest area around there too. Where in the world did I put Transylvania? Oh, is this it? Negative. Is this it? That looks like a red square. Man. I lost Transylvania. Someone help me out. I feel like it's in this area around these guys. Let me check the chat. Hold on. Somebody knows where Transylvania is. Oh, you're right. Right, Noah. All right, let me just check it out here. There's a forest around it. Man, where did I put that Transylvania? Well, I may have lost Transylvania. Hold on, let me look on the map real quick. That's easy, right? Let's do that. All right, cool. I'm going to find Transylvania, dang it. All right, let's see here. I'm checking it out on the world map just to get an idea of where it might be. Let's see. I'm like paranoid in my mind right now. Like, no, how could you not remember where it is? And then the other half of my mind's like, calm down, it's fine, just look for it. All right, let's see here. Transylvania. Okay, so it's between those two large bodies of water right there. Jay Brown, welcome, Jay Brown. All right, cool. So let's find those two large bodies of water. Boom and boom. So it should be over here somewhere. Transylvania. Damn. There's so much stuff on this map. I've lost Transylvania. Well, I'll tell you what. Just for the sake of time, I don't want to harp on it too much, but I'll tell you what I have on it. I just really wish I could find it right now. Maybe it's not red. I said a red square. Near the corner of a red square in Eastern Europe. Where the heck's Europe? This is Europe. Okay, so boom, Europe. This is a square. Transylvania! Oh, yes! Oh, thank goodness. I love it. All right, sweet. All right, let's check out Transylvania real quick. Thank you for bearing with me. Let's see, I spun us all around here. All right, cool. Here it is right here. So now check this out. It says Transilva, which is like a large forest, basically. Transylvania. And what else did we have over here? There was something interesting in Transylvania. See how it says Russia? There's many different regions that were named Russia or Rosia. See how it says Rosia? Which is really interesting because the word Ros, or the root of Russia, means top, to come from the top, or thing that lives in Transylvania. I've got some guesses, but I'd like to see what you guys think in the chat. All right, well, we spent 1 billion years on Transylvania. Hold on, let's move off to some new stuff. Let's do some more translations. In Ethiopia, I want to show you something cool in Ethiopia. So Ethiopia is in Africa. Let's check this out. There's some interesting stories about Ethiopia in the book of Joshua, if you're interested. Speaking of Moses, since we mentioned him earlier, in the book of Joshua, it actually gives a huge backstory on the entire life of Moses, whereas the Bible only sort of talks about when he was a baby, a toddler, and a tiny bit about when he was a grown adult. But then the Bible picks up when he's like 80-something years old later on, right? Most of Moses' story is told when he's an old man. But in the book of Joshua, Moses actually gets kicked out of Egypt, and he goes, this is Egypt right here, so let's check that out. Look how big Cairo is, right? Like we saw last time. That's huge. That's a huge city. So Moses went down the Nile here, all the way down to this particular area, which would be modern-day Ethiopia, or even in ancient Ethiopia, basically. And I saw this. I saw this interesting temple. Look how huge this is, right? I mean, that's pretty big compared to Cairo, which is also a huge city over here in Egypt, right? Look how big Cairo is. And look how big these temple ruin things are over here in Ethiopia. Let's check this out real quick. So it looks like it's surrounded by some kind of mountain region, and then it says something right here about this structure. So I translated that, and it translates into Ethiopian temple. It doesn't say that, but I just put that. It says, here in these mountains, the priest Jani, Jani, keeps his children with him. You see that? Jani right there? Now, it could mean the priest named Jani, or the priest of Jani. Who is Jani? Who do you think Jani is? I'm thinking Janus, right? All right, cool. So that was Ethiopia. Lots of interesting stuff happening over there. Let's go back up towards Tartaria. I know a lot of people in the comments were asking me like, dude, you need to check out Tartaria. Let's zoom in on Tartaria, etc. So all of this up here, basically modern day Siberia and much of Russia and other places were considered Tartarian lands, or the land of the Tartaries. Terrell, what's up, Terrell? Good to see you. Welcome. All right, so cool. We're gonna go over here. I want to show you the difference between the structures. You can tell where the Tatars lived. The Tatars lived in like tents and stuff. They were nomads. They were nomadic, because my theory is that many of them were leaving this island right here. So they went out and they landed in these nearby northern lands, and they set up camp, and they were commanded to spread out, not to just go establish one huge Tartarian city or anything like that. They were commanded to go and spread out upon, to the four corners of the earth. And it's not just Tartarians. That's just one word for many people of a lost tribe that came from the central part of the world, right? So if we look down at their structures, you can see these are more like pointy. These are more tented, like tent cities and stuff like that, because they would take their tents with them. They'd pack up, ride on their animals or whatever, their caravans, and then they would establish small little cities or little villages and stuff like this one right here. But these are their camps, right? These are the Tartarian camps. And as you can see here, it says Tar, which is short for Tartarian, or sometimes they'll write it out Tatari. Now, this is really interesting about this particular area, right? Look at these buildings compared to, let's say, like these ones down here, right? These look like walled cities. These ones don't have walls. These ones are just, people are roaming about. They have not settled at all, right? They may stay there for, years, but their intention is not to settle down and to stay there. They're wanderers. All right, so then let's see. Let's check out the Tartarian Great Danes. Check this out. So if you look around, at first I saw what looks like it might be like a goat or something. I'm like, wow, it's like a weird looking huge white goat or whatever. But then I looked up above that and I'm like, well, what is this? I got to figure this out. So I did a translation on this particular animal, or these words, and it translates, Kani basically means dog, right? But this translates into giant white dog with blue collar that's mine, is the Great Danes. So basically this means Great Dane, right? So the Tartarians were known to breed a huge, gigantic version of like a Great Dane, like a hunting bull mastiff, like a Great Dane and a bull mastiff mixed together. These huge guard dogs, right? That were very loyal. You can tell because they have these collars, which means that they're pets, basically, that they're not wild animals, right? That they were made, basically, and bred by the Tartarians as a form of protection, right? Interesting stuff about that. Huge white Great Danes, which means that this is also a white Great Dane. Looks kind of like a goat, but it's not. It's supposed to be a dog. That's why it has a collar and stuff too. Now, let's go to this translation, because over here you can see it looks like they have some animals that are pulling a cart or something. I don't know what kind of animals those are. I don't want to speculate too much, but there's some words here. Let's read what this says. I did translate this, and it translates as, I asked the Tartarians from the north who live apart from the others about their leather-covered wagons, which they use as moving houses. And then now it makes sense why we see a picture of these, these covered wagons or whatever that are moving about. And then it says that he asked them about this. This was a strange concept, to the people or whatever at the time. And we had other people who met them. They weren't always at war with them. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Tartaria as an empire is sort of portrayed as just barbaric, going around killing everybody. And that everyone else was like, oh, they're instant enemies, instant bad guys. I don't feel like that's what it was. And this map makes me feel like there was a lot of conversations between the natives of those lands and the newbies, which were the Tartarians, the noobs. All right, cool. So let's move on over to, let's go to Bargo. Let's go to Bargo. So check this out. If we zoom out a bit, remember, we're kind of venturing over into Siberia now. Now, this place right here is of interest to me because if you take a look at this place, you can see it's got the Tartarian style tents, right, that are kind of set up. And this place called Bargo shows up, and you can see that this is the ocean of Tartaria. Right? This is the Tartarian Ocean. This is their ocean. Everyone knew if you go through this area, you're going to probably get captured by the Tartarians. Let me go into some more detail. All right, so this place right here is also on the Mercator map, right? So if you look up here in the corner on the Mercator map, you can see Bargu. Let me make that a little bigger for us. Oops. See that right there? And it's very close to the Anode Island, the Green Island, the Island of Life. That's really interesting too. So Bargu, here's another place on the Mercator map where it's also mentioned, and it's also mentioned here too. I can't remember what this says. I'll have to translate this again, but it talks about this 7 mountain range and this place called Bargu, which is clearly right there, right? So it's definitely a strong relation to the Tartarian Empire is this place. This could be their major city, which reminds me, well, I'll come back to that. There's a unicorn and some other stuff. We'll check that out in just a second. So check this out. Bargo. If we look up the etymology, let's figure out this word real quick. Bargo. Let me just zoom in on it here. This is the one we're going to check out. Now, on the fly, real quick, I'm going to go ahead and pull up etymonline.com, and I'm going to type in embargo, which is a related word. Now, if we look up embargo, it says an order that forbids ships to enter certain other nations. It's an order forbidding ships from certain other nations from entering or leaving a nation's ports. So you can imagine it's not too far of a jump to say that the place called Bargo that was basically owned by the Tartarian Empire and the Sea of Tartaria right here, it was known, hey, look at this is their settlement. This is where the Tartarians settled. This is their place. If you go here, it's likely you'll get stuck here. They have some laws and some rules of their own, and you will be embargoed. You know, just to use the word loosely. Now, check this out. If we go even further, the root of embargo is actually the word bara, which comes from the word bar. Let's check out bar real quick. A stake or a rod of iron that is used to fasten a door or a gate. It's literally a beam, a bar, a gate, a barrier. These are the people from the bar. These are the people from, hey, welcome to my channel, Skywatcher. Good to see you. These are the people from the beam, the sky beam at the North Pole, just like we were talking about, right? So there's a huge sky beam here at Mount Meru. It shoots up. Whenever it retracts, these people all flee. They take off. And these people, possibly the ones that lived on this island as well, they all came down and they landed in this particular area called Bargo, which means those from the bar, or those who came from the area of the column, the pole, the pillar, the beam of light, etc., right? Interesting stuff. What else we got? Let's see. We talked about Bargo. We looked up the etymology of Bargo. Tartarian devils. Let's check out some Tartarian devils real quick. Where are we? Okay, so now if we just scooch on down just a bit here, you can see that we're getting into the desert area. Right? The deserts. Now check this out. This desert has what looks like a demon or something. This one over here, see this creature right here? That's the same one that we found yesterday, or, you know, on the last one, on part 1, when we were breaking it down and we saw this creature on in Antarctica. And to me, it looks exactly like Battle Cat or like Cringer from He-Man or whatever, right? This strange, I mean, this isn't a good example. The other one's a really good example. But there's a few of these types of creatures. And then they got this little merman looking devil dude or whatever right next to this little Battle Cat Cringer type creature. And there's words over here. Let me just flip this a bit so it's easier for me to read. For example, look at this area right here in the desert. I'm going to flip that again. That's as good as we're going to get. All right, so you can see these two demonic devil-looking creatures kind of like talking in the middle of the desert. And over here, and it's all red right here too, right? Over here, I'm going to read you what this says. This says, in these deserts, some spirits are found, they that deceive wayfarers to make them peril and to get them lost. So it literally says this is a haunted desert. That there's these spirits that whisper to people to make them lost, which is interesting because I've also seen that same type of thing when discussing the ancient world and the deserts, how they're electrified, how many of the deserts seem to be very highly charged electrical places or places of power, places of high electrical activity. And therefore people see more spirits and stuff in these particular regions. And the traditions say that those spirits can bewitch people, that they can charm people and cast spells on people to have them basically just wander around the desert until they're dead, which is very interesting. Now, there's another one over here where this little lone devil guy is. And there's some writing up here. this says the exact same thing. I translated this one. It's the exact same translation. It says that in this desert, basically it's a haunted desert, and there's evil spirits here who will lead you in the wrong direction and get you lost and just have you wandering around and lead you to dangerous places and stuff like that. So interesting. Haunted deserts, haunted Tartarian deserts, and Tartarian devils. All right, next up we've got this unicorn that I found, which is really interesting up here in the corner. Let me just check the chat. All right, cool, right on. All right, let's go back up to this area up here. This is right across from that land called Bargo that we looked at earlier. See, here's Bargo, right? And then we look over here and you can actually see that there was a unicorn. This is called an alicorn in the map. But this is really interesting to me, right? This little unicorn type deal, because look right above it. This city's name was striked out. And I saw next to it, there's writing over here. I'm like, what's going on? Wait a minute, there's some more writing over. This looks like an unfinished drawing or something. What's happening over here? This is very close to the Anode Island, basically, right? And it looks like this was a draft or something. Either there was land here that was washed away and disappeared, or it's an edit. It's just an edit that he couldn't get rid of or forgot about or something, right? Because if you look at the name that's striked out, it looks like it says Siorka, which is really interesting because look right here, Fopow. It's that exact same word, Siorka, it looks like, right here and right here. So it looks like maybe an edit. I thought that was kind of an interesting thing too. What else we got? Something really interesting coming up is the Manticore, aka the Wool Manticore, right here, this chick. Interesting, right? So if you're familiar with what a manticore is, I'm going to read it to you because the author wrote it right next to it. You see all these words over here? Well, I'm going to read these to you. I translated these as well. And this is discussing what is commonly called a manticore. If it's female, I guess I would call it a wool manticore. Anyways, this translates into saying, here we find animals with the face of a beautiful woman, the body of a lion, and the tail of a scorpion. Isn't that interesting? So this is literally the place where they're like, be careful when you go into this place because these womanticores are seen in this area. All right. Next up, we've got right around here. Check this out. Some of you may have already seen it, but look at this. It is the Great Wall of China. Boom. Look at that. So it goes all the way over to this lake, Queen Lake or something. And it connects, which is really interesting, where they put the Great Wall of China, connecting it to this lake, which acts as a natural barrier against whatever enemies can't swim across it, right? So the Great Wall of China goes all the way up towards this area where there are known monsters, right? The Chinese put up a huge wall, right? And I'm looking for monsters in China, and I'm not seeing any. So it's one of my theories that I have that the Great Wall was not meant to keep out like the Tartarian Empire or other armies or whatnot, especially since, you know, obviously there's openings where people could just like go around where the water is right there and easily enter into China, or, you know, ford across this little river, or, you know, I don't know how big that river is. But you can see that whoever built the Wall of China, you know, if this is a close to accurate representation of it, they must have known they're safe on this side because there's water. They're safe on this side because there's water, and they're safe on this side because there's water. So whatever they built this wall for or against probably has some sort of an issue with water, which is really interesting. Because there's so many legends that extend all the way into our modern forms of sci-fi and fantasy that talk about how many of these alien types of creatures and monsters and stuff seem to have an aversion to water, or holy water, you know, sometimes as well. Check out this city too. Look how big this place is. I looked this up in China, in the area of China. Some of these places are you know, smaller or larger. Some are existent, some are non-existent, but that is a huge island city with these 3 bridges that go across, which is really interesting because we broke down that movie in my Truth in Movies segment, we broke down this movie called Sea Beast. And in the movie Sea Beast, they go to this place. I'm pretty sure it's called Three Bridges or something, wasn't it? Right? Just trying to go off the top of my memory. Anyway, there is the Great Wall of China. Here, let's look at it from space. There it is. All right, anyways, not too far away, right? All right, moving on. What else we got? After the Great Wall of China, we have just above that to the north, actually. I thought this was an interesting find. The city of Amagog. Tabin Promon, I did not translate that, but it says Amagog, which is very, very close to the city of Magog, just like in the Bible, Gog or Gog and Magog, which is very interesting. All right, so I did find Magog. What else we got here? To the right of the unicorn, boom, which is right here, we have Arsaret. Arsaret. And there is something written here, so I'm going to translate this. See that? See those words right there? Near Asoret, near the Tartarian Empire's like capital city or whatever of Bargo. Where'd that go? So here's Arsaret. Here is the island of life over here, the cathode island. And where's Bargo? Bargo's not too far away. So here's Bargo. You just go a little ways across down this way. This whole area is considered to be like Tartarian or Grand Tartary, the Grand Tartarian wilderness, basically. Now, Arsaret, directly beneath this island right here, okay? Very interesting. This translation, next to the unicorn, says, this is where the 10 tribes of Israel are. Boom. Like how cool is that? This dude literally says, like, you know, now keep in mind this is my translation, right? You can feel free to translate it yourself and see what you come up with. But it basically says this is where the 10 tribes of Israel live. This is where they are. This is where they're known to be, a known location for the 10 tribes of Israel. Very interesting, aka the lost tribes, right? All right. So that was pretty interesting. What else we got? Everybody good in the chat? Hey, 300. Wow, over 300 people watching right now. It's an honor. It's good to have all of you. All right, cool. If you're just joining us, we're breaking down the Urbano Monte map. We're covering much of the northern hemisphere right now, and we're in the area of Grand Tartary. So let's continue checking this out. Where was I in the notes here? Oh, let's scooch on over into North America, aka Canada, where we see more of these huge dogs with collars, right? Which means that's a sign that there could be more of the Tartarian Empire that inhabit this particular region. If we look around, you'll start to see, in fact, there are Tartarian type tents and stuff in this particular area in northern Canada. Now, I'm going to read in North America. This was interesting. We see these creatures, and I believe he was trying to draw bison. Right? It kind of looks like, see how they got a hump there and it's kind of furry and, you know, some sort of a goat face. Let me go ahead and read what this says to you in Italian/Latin. This right here says, here are found cows with horns, or towers possibly, that have humps like camels and have chests and tails like lions, and the rest are like ours over in Italy. So that's really interesting that they thought these were weird looking cows. They're like, this looks like a camel and a cow had a baby, basically is what he's saying right there. And his little side note, oh, this is really interesting too. So if we scooch on over towards the east coast of the United States, or ancient America, ancient Northern America, I guess. Here's the Gulf of Mexico down here once again. Florida, move our way up the east coast, and way up here towards the north, we have this interesting region and a city, a huge city named Arcadia. Isn't that something? This says it's the province of Arcadia. There's a huge lake, Lago de Arcadia, which means the Lake of Arcadia, right here. And this is right around, I believe this would be like maybe the Manhattan area, the New York area, Virginia and stuff down here. Up here would be like Maine and stuff. So isn't that interesting? Arcadia over in Northern America, southern Canada, basically. That's pretty interesting. All right, so then we talked about the bison. We talked about Arcadia and the New York Canadian area. The Canada province translation is next. Where is the Canada? Oh, it's right here. Okay, cool. So check this out. See this how it says Canada province? And then there's some text. I'm going to read this text translation to you. What I translated this as saying is, when these villages were discovered, men and women were found there, very large, almost giants, carrying harps. I think that word was harps, up to their waists. They were beardless and naked. Yep. See that? Grandissimi quasi giganti. That means almost giants, like pretty tall, huge giants, right? All right, next up, we've got, let's see, talked about Canada. The griffin. Where's the griffin? There's a griffin somewhere around here. There he is. There he is. Now, he's way up here in this northern Canadian land that says Terra Incognita Nova, which means land that is unknown but new. The new unknown land. And there's a griffin up here, which could also be the symbol or the symbolic element of particular families that lived there, right? Oftentimes they would put their symbol, and the griffin was used quite often in those days. But let me read what this says to you about the griffin. I translated this one as well. It says, "Here you can find gray griffins and see all of the sick crabs as big as 4 feet, like birds." That's a rough translation. I'm super sorry, but it seems to be saying that this is an area where the griffins live, and it implies that perhaps they fed off of giant crabs that were like 4 feet tall, or long or wide or whatever, that there's some sort of giant crabs in this area, and there's griffins in this area too. Interesting. All right, next up we've got Patagonia. This is going to be last on our trip, just for today. I'm going to take you to a place commonly known as Patagonia. So if we go to North America, you can see California over here that was split. By the way, I do want to show you something over here too, because I was starting to think about this, and I'm like, wait a minute, maybe this is not modern California. Like this split part, you know what I mean? Maybe this is a totally separate land that was enveloped with water or sank into the ocean or whatever, and it used to be known as California, and then the remnant, which is this coast over here, is the modern California. This is sort of one of my theories I have, right? So this is the part that maybe sank into the ocean already and is already there, which is why there's these rumors that people say that modern California will sink into the ocean as well. But if we look along this coast instead of this one over here that says California, if we look along this coast, we find a lot of interesting things. One being San Francisco's right here, exactly where it should be too, right? There's all these volcanoes, as we talked about on the last video. There's literally a city called California right here. And then if we go further south from that particular region of California, then we find places like Guadalajara, or what seems to be a city that's named Guadalajara. See, there's some also interesting stuff that's happening over in this region. But let's move on to Patagonia, right? So if we go into South America, we follow Mexico all the way down. That looks like a flying angel with a trumpet right there. But if we follow Mexico into South America, right? And we go all the way down to South America, we're going to find Patagonia, aka the region of the giants. This is what we talked about last time too. We kind of mentioned this whole region and how it's definitely, it cannot be misinterpreted as, oh, those are just humans, he just drew them big. No, literally he wrote, this is the land where giant people live. And let's check this one out. This one, a lot of these are going to be in the Arctic area, which is my particular area of interest, is the ancient Arctic lands, but we're going to check out the rest of the world as well. So this one's really interesting, and this is the one that Static was sharing over on his channel. I'm not saying that, I know him or anything. I just wanted to make sure I'd say thank you, because I appreciate the inspiration to share this particular map. This is really interesting. I love all of these old world maps that show all of these little pictures. They're so detailed, even in these mythic islands, these phantom islands, like these ones up here. Let's see, we'll do this one right here, right? They have like all these little place names. They show you the geography. They show you where all the little towns were located, rivers, etc. They're extremely detailed, right? And one of the things I like to do in my spare time is to translate. A lot of times these older maps are written in an ancient form of Italian or Latin, basically. This one looks like Latin. It looks like there's a lot of Latin words going on here. You can often tell that it's Latin, especially whenever they use the letter V instead of the letter U right there. But let's check this out. I want to start off, let's see, where should we start on this map right here? I'm going to start over here in the corner. So this is like Scotland, right? Scoti Potters. You see how it says Potters right there? That basically means part of. And it's a synonym for land, basically. So Scoti land or Scoti Potters. And then we've got Ingli or Angli Potters, right? England, basically. Hey, whoa, thanks for the donation. Hulu Kuko, thank you for the donation. All right, cool. Let's check this out. Now, let's see. We'll start over here. I just kind of want to go through. I'm really interested in the top of this particular area right here. You can see where it says Mare Germani or Germani, right? That means sea. Anytime you see mar or mari or mori, etc., any of those derivatives, it means large body of water or sea. You can also say ocean, really. And some of the ocean names are really interesting too, what they chose for these ocean names. You'll also notice that on some of these older maps, sometimes they'll show you castles. This one is interesting because it's on fire. It's got some sort of a light on the top of that. That's an interesting one there. And then sometimes they show you these little tents, these Tartarian style looking tents. They indicate little nomadic tribes that have settled in those areas. Let's see. I'm just going to scroll down over here towards the bottom. Saxonia Inferior, so the Lesser Saxon area. You see down here, right? Okay, let's check out some more. Let's see. Now, I wanted to scroll on over. Now, this one's really interesting too. So let me show you the whole map actually, and then I'll come back to the bottom. So that way we can see what we're dealing with. So up here is Iceland, right? Which we're going to get to Iceland and these northern islands up there at the top. And this is like Scandinavia up here, etc., right? So let's go back down towards the bottom. And I like on this map where they show you all of this ice. The oceans were a bit different, right? I feel, right, based on my research and cartography and whatnot, that oftentimes when in the modern world, academia looks at these older maps and they say, oh, well, you know, they were just imaginative. They didn't know what they were depicting, etc. Like all of this ice. Look at all this ice. This is a little ice sheet all the way around right here. I know it's an ice sheet because we'll see people walking on it and stuff here later on. But these older maps depict our land so much differently. And in the modern world, because it doesn't look like that any longer, academics assumes that the people were just imaginative, or that they were making things up, or that it was based on myth that has no merit in or factual basis to it. Or how about this? How about the land used to look different? How about the earth goes through changes and the ocean itself, or the flood waters really, have changed, right? They've increased or decreased, changing the land itself, and the land itself is able to be changed. Here's another little building that's on fire. Check this one out. Right here. That's interesting. I wonder why they have these buildings on fire. That's why I like to translate these. And if you have any of these ancient maps and you speak Italian or Latin and you can translate some of the information, especially if it's interesting or strange or anomalous, I'd love to hear your translation of these ancient maps. I feel like we would do well as a community of truth seekers to put our minds together and start translating some of what these ancient maps actually say so that people can understand them and come together to examine them like we have. Here's one with a little king, and this image right here is the phoenix. You see how it has its arms or its wings spread out to the side like that? It looks like roadkill, really, right? These are cosmic birds, okay? They're not actual birds that, you know, spread their legs out and spread their wings out to the side like that. If you took a bird's wings and spread it out like that to the sides, it would probably break its bones, right? Birds don't typically have their wings spread outwards. They're up higher on their back and they go outward from their back. And they definitely don't do that with their legs and stuff. But this is the phoenix. This is what the image, this is a cartoonified emblem of the terrestrial beam of plasma that shoots up from Mount Meru. We're also going to take a look at Mount Meru on many of these maps. Since I just finished my book, I'm just formatting it right now, called Ancient Oblivion, Return to Hyperborea. Thank you, Kimma, for your donation. I appreciate you. That was very kind of you. All right, here we got some images of these bears climbing up these trees. There's some bees right here. We talked about the divine bees and the sacred honey that they produce, and how there was ancient nobility sent explorers to many different parts of the world to find this divine honey of the gods, or sacred honey of these spiritual types of bees and stuff. All right, let's see what else we have. We've got a knight in armor on top of a horse, and it looks like he's jumping over a bull or something. That's interesting. We got more knights over here, so you can tell this is more of the medieval period, right? Now, these ones have their cannons. I love these big maps where I can really zoom in and get the detail on them, right? They've got these 3 cannons pointed over here at what looks like a garden gnome. This is like the land of the garden gnomes. Not really. This one's interesting too. It's got a knight and he's on top of this lake, or what it looks like a lake, on this horse. That's interesting. Let's see what else we can find here. The more further north we get, the more interesting I feel things are going to get. Here's one of some sort of pope-looking figure holding his little staff or magic wand or whatever it is. Here's an interesting looking bird, a strange pig-looking animal, or wild boar or something. This is over towards Moscow, right? You can see it says Moscovy, which is basically Moscow or Russia. And then it says Pars right underneath that. Now check this out. This is where you see there's a difference between the seawater and where it's frozen over, right? You got all these people over here that are on skis walking on the ice between the two lands. And then over here you have the actual water where it's all melted, right? So our Earth is going through these changes relatively quickly. It's just that we have such short lifespans that, let me just check on the chat. Everybody's good? Okay, cool. We have such short lifespans that we don't recognize the changes that we're going through on a larger time scale, right? Here's another picture of one of these knights in this armor. And I talk about this quite often, how the atmosphere was electrically amplified and there was a stronger charge in the atmosphere. And so these people wore these protective clothings or metallic clothing, etc., to keep them safe from the electricity, etc. And then they also had these pikes, right? These act as lightning rods, basically, to keep them or to lessen the chance that they will get struck by any type of cosmic thunderbolts. Now, let's go from Moscow, let's go up northwards and head to the more interesting parts of this particular map. Now, this is interesting. What is this? I don't even know what that is. Carnivore Today gave me 10 bucks. It says, many thanks to you, Jay, the Good Vibe Tribe. Well, let me give you a little heart on the little comment. I appreciate you for all your research. You're very welcome. I love doing this. This is my passion. I love teaching, sharing information, just sharing my path and the things that I've discovered with everybody. This one's interesting. There's some sort of creature right here. It looks like the Loch Ness Monster's head sticking out of the waters here. And then there's also a type of briar patch all the way around it. But look at this. What is that? I never really noticed this before. It looks like it might be some sort of water. But it looks like there's an explosion coming out of it. Is that a volcano? I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. That's why I really would like to translate these maps. I've done many translations, especially, I've almost fully translated all of Mercator's maps, especially his Arctic map. That one, we're going to take a look at that one next, actually. All right, we've got this dude fighting these huge snakes over here with some clubs. Interesting. We've got a knight that's looks like pulling leading a sleigh that's pulled by this huge reindeer over here. What else we got? It looks like this creature is bringing this dude a fish so he can cook. So the animals, the giant animals working with humans. I've done many videos talking about how in our ancient Oblivion, that gigantism existed, right? Many of the animals used to be gigantic. Insects, many insects used to be gigantic. The insects that survived and adapted to the ocean became seafood or shellfish, essentially. They're gigantic bugs. But gigantic animals also used to exist. Now here's one that looks like it could be a unicorn. And more people being sledded across the ice shelf. That's right here. You see this ice shelf between the two lands there? That connects them. This sort of ice land bridge. Here's a gigantic bird up here. Oh man, I've done so many good videos about huge birds. Massive birds. Of course, one of the more popular birds that's gigantic in the ancient times was known as the roc. It's said that the roc, this huge bird, would swoop down and pick up elephants, pick them up into the air and drop them. And I've shared many pictures of gigantic eagles and vultures and other large birds of today that can and do pick up deer and goats and stuff. And there's pictures of those all over the internet. I don't have any of them pulled up right now, but you can easily research that and check it out for yourself to see whether or not that's possible. Here we've got some large wolves or dogs or something that look like they're fighting against the these deer or whatever is happening over here. This guy's milking a deer. Check this out. Or I don't know if that's a deer. I don't know what that's supposed to be. But he's milking it, whatever it is. That's huge and it looks serious. And it's got 3 antlers. That's interesting. All right, so we've got some more unicorn action. What else we got over here? Oh, here we go. So here's some people on these icebergs. And it looks like they're fighting against some sort of creatures that are on the icebergs up here. There's like a huge squirrel-looking creature stuck on this iceberg in the middle of the lake. What else we got over here? Oh, let me tell you when this map was created here, too. Here, I'll come back down. Up here in the corner, I like to look for the dates of these maps. This one says Anno, which means year. Anno Doni. I'm not sure what Doni means. Possibly Lord, possibly our Lord. Anno Doni, and then it looks like it says 1536. You see that? 1536? At first glance, it looks like 1536. However, is this a number? Is this one? As we've discussed before, right? Many people are looking into this to see if 1,000 years were actually added to our timeline. Our timeline's been so messed up. Maps and our calendar systems, time has been added and taken away, huge chunks, hundreds of years, and then possibly even 1,000 if this is true. So that we're lost. We're the lost tribes. So this is possibly a J, actually. Look at the difference between this, which has a little slit down there at the bottom, and the I, which is also used as a 1. As you can see, 52, 53, over here, 54. This is 51. You have the I that has little lines across the top and the bottom. But over here on the year, they don't use that same one. You can see the I right here too next to it. This is a J. This is an ancient medieval J. J539. And it's completely different than the letter right next to it. And it's completely different from the number system that they used as far as the font that they chose, right? So it's very interesting that these dates might be different. So this could be the year 539 instead of 1539, which actually makes a lot more sense to me. This is the Scythian Ocean, the Oceanos Scythicus, they could call that. This is basically the Tartarians. This is the Scythians. This is the northern tribes. These are the Phoenicians also, basically. That were the seafarers that came from the north, from Hyperborea, from the lands up north, and then they migrated on down this direction into the southern continents where we now inhabit and live. And then they would be nomadic in nature, which is why you tend to see like tents like this. These are those nomadic Tartarian style tents that I was talking about. You'll see these spread across the northern hemisphere all the way around as those tribes made their way down, landed on these highlands. Right after the flood waters came, this is what's left is the highlands. They landed on these highlands, and then they would be nomadic in nature, and they would circle around, and they would leave their marks. And you can see there where they used to set up shop or settle. Some of them settling and staying, some of them incorporating themselves into families down here of those of the Southlands and nobility and different tribes of the Southlands. But they would tend to just walk across and settle as they made their way across up there. Now, right next to the date up here, let's check this out. This is the top. They don't show you the North Pole on the map, but they still put it there. See how it says Polvus or Polus, which means pole. The reason it's called pole is because there's an actual pole, a bar, a beam of light, a column, a pillar that shoots up out of the earth. Not just one, but many. But the largest of those is at the North Pole, in the middle of the world, at the exact center of the world. And it's interesting. On many of these older maps, they put the sun right there, right above the North Pole, where the North Pole would be. It's oftentimes represented by some sort of a symbol or a sigil that represents light or a sun, basically, right? When the sun never rests, or it doesn't typically rest, above the North Pole. All right, and then right underneath that, clearly we can see this. This is of particular interest, and this section right here is why I used this as the thumbnail. This little island, right, which it might not be as close as it looks like on the map, right? And right next to it, you can see those Tartarian-style tents. I'm just going to call them that, okay? Many tribes were nomadic in nature and used these types of tents. But you can see this circular island right there, directly underneath where it says Polus Arctus, and then there's these other subsequent phantom islands, we'll call those, surrounding it, right? Acting as what I believe to be anode and cathode islands, energetically speaking. It says Insula Magnetu, or Magneta, magnetic island. That's what this means. It is a magnetically charged island, which gives rise to many different stories of ships that would get too close to those magnetized islands. And if those ships had metal, especially the nails and things like that, and if the ships were actually made out of metal, they would start floating closer and closer to those magnetic islands and crash into them. In my new book, I give many examples of these theories of that I have about these ancient stories of these ships crashing into what are called lodestone mountains, or mountains that are completely magnetic, so strong that they actually attract and pull weapons and armor and ships and stuff like that. So many times these ships would crash into these islands over here. Now, those people that survived, and you can read more about this in my new book once it's out, those people that survived those crashes would be marooned. They'd be stuck. They'd be stranded on these little magnetic islands, or islands of power, places of power, as I like to call them. And they would go through, naturally, all of the debris and the trash and the rubble and the wreckage, and they would pick up the pieces and the parts of what they could in order to try to make themselves a new boat and get the heck out of there, right? But in the meantime, they'd become accustomed to the new land. They would get used to it. And then they would probably see other ships crashing into it, and then they would go loot those ships. This gives rise to piratism, or the people that are from these magnetic islands that produce terrestrial beams of light. The Pyr Olt, or the light people. The people from the lights. The Pyr Olts, just like Pyr Amid, or funeral pyre, etc. I believe that's exactly where the root of piratism comes from, right? Anyways, I talk about that more in my new book, so look for that. Over here, we've got some sort of war happening with these people shooting their arrows up into the sky, but let's get back over towards the North Pole. Right near this particular area, this is of such interest to me, this magnetic island. Right next to this, we have this character that at first glance almost kind of looks like something like Paul Bunyan, right? We've got these tall tales over here in America, which are basically myths and legends that carry truth to them. They share a certain truth that resonates with people so strongly, like Pecos Bill, Paul Bunyan, and so on and so forth, Mighty Casey, etc. Anyways, oftentimes these tall tales were about giants, people that were gigantic in stature. This right here I mean, it could be a type of Paul Bunyan, but I believe that this is Hercules or Heracles, right? Holding the pillars of Hercules. Now, I have not translated this particular text right there. Crystal, hey, give me $10. Thank you. What did you say in the chat? Hold on, let me go jump over here. Crystal, oh, just a thank you. You're super welcome, Crystal. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate you. All right, so let's check out this Paul Bunyan looking giant Hercules dude. I talk about the pillars of Hercules quite often in my writings, in my books, here on my channel, and I believe that it is related to those anode and cathode islands, right? Let's say that there is an island, a magnetic island, at the center of the world, which is represented on many maps that I'm about to share with you. This is just the first one. And let's say that let's suppose that there is a beam of terrestrial light that shoots up, the biggest one being at the middle of the world, but there are subsequent ones all across the world that are smaller and lesser known than the main light, than the main show, right? I would suppose if it acts as an electrolytic system or an electrolytic cell or a galvanic cell, that there would be anode and cathode on either side of this particular island. That's where the pillars of Hercules come into play. Subsequent beams of light, positively charged and negatively charged, that also shoot up into the sky. And then oftentimes you'll find across the world engraved in their architecture, written on as glyphs, recorded in ancient scriptures and stuff, there'll be pictures of these godlike beings, or sometimes saviors, or they're depicted in many different ways. Oftentimes they're gods, sometimes they're giants, sometimes they're titans, but there's usually one, and he's flanked, usually it's a male, flanked, it's not always male though, flanked by these two beams, holding on to two pillars, holding on to two staffs, or holding up two lions, or two different types of animals that are symbolically represented. Those are the pillars of Hercules. This is the Colossus. And you go through those legs, right, of the anode and cathode beams that shoot up and arc over Hyperborea. You go through those, and you end up in a place that has more land, because that place leads down into the earth, goes down into the hollows of the earth itself. So, very interesting things. We've got, it looks like some sort of a possible lion-type creature right here. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Now, I do believe this is Hercules. You can also see his club right there, lying on the ground behind him. Anyways, I really like that. It's interesting stuff too. This is, oh, here's another example of a giant bird carrying off an animal, right? So there's looks like a possible rabbit. I'm not sure what kind of animal this is. Looks like it could be a rabbit. But this is depicted in many different ancient myths and legends. Oftentimes, the closer you get up to the north, they'll put pictures of griffins and mythic and legendary animals on these maps, right? In modern academics, they would have us convinced that, oh, it's just creativity. No, that would be lying, right? If they put things that don't exist on a real map, they could lose credibility. They could lose their job as a cartographer, which was, I imagine that paid pretty well, being that these cartographers were oftentimes commissioned by royalty, by nobility, which means oftentimes that was under the penalty of death if you purposefully put stuff on a map where the royals were going to send their navy or their explorers, to risk their lives, etc. I don't believe people just put things on maps haphazardly. Let's see what else we got up here. Now let's make our way over towards Iceland. I do want to check that out. I'm just kind of skimming over. I wonder what these are. I don't know. I have a feeling that this is a butcher, this is a baker, and that's a candlestick maker. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. I don't know what these are, though. These are interesting looking fish deals. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. There's some sort of huge bird in the water right there. All right, let's zoom out a bit. There's more Tartarian-style tents. Let's see. Got some people setting up shop. This guy's showing what looks like his voice in a box. I don't know what that is. Let's see what else we got here. People praying to the standard. Now, here's another thing, too, right? It's almost as like the Pledge of Allegiance, which I'm not supportive of. But the people praying to the pole. See that? So these people set up poles. This is rod worship. It's pillar worship. It's column worship. Now, this one has a standard on it or a flag or whatever, but they're basically praying to a beam that shoots up out of the ground, which is also like the origin of Christmas trees and things of that nature too. This area looks like it has lots of cavernous systems inside of it. These look like possible wildmen holding on, or giants that are holding on to boulders. I'm guessing on this one. But it looks like giants that are throwing boulders at the people in this ship. This looks like what I call a phantazoid right here, right? That is some sort of ancient monster. There's some words here. Looks like Pols Maru Stiskis. Man, I wish I could translate that off the top of my head. Right underneath this strange phantazoid creature, which is an otherworldly gigantic monster. You could say dinosaur, you could call it whatever you'd like to. We've got another one that looks sort of dragon-like. Huge, gigantic bird with this big lizard in its mouth there. Let's see what else we've got over here. Oh, these guys, all these people riding giant reindeer are of interest to me. Have you guys seen The Lord of the Rings, where the elves, especially the king of the elves, rides on this gigantic deer? You know how big deer used to be in the ancient world? Huge, gigantic, like bigger than moose, basically. Now these deer have 3 antlers every time. Look at this. And these deer, I'm going to call them deer. I don't know what exactly they are, but look at these horses in comparison right next to me, right? These people look a bit worried. So could these be giants that are riding on top of gigantic deer that smaller humans in the Southlands wouldn't be able to really tame or ride on top of? Possibly. Interesting. I don't know. Let's continue on. Let's see what else we got here. Let me just check the chat, make sure we're good. Crystal! Hey, thank you so much, Crystal. I appreciate you. I think that was a old... Oh, Abby, too. Abby. Oh, thank you, Abby. I appreciate all you guys. You guys are very kind. All right, let me jump back into this map here. All right, now, let's see. Let's make our way over towards the Iceland area. Wait a minute. What is this? We've got more of those deer that are pulling this cart, this gigantic cart. But here's some dude ice fishing. Here's a guy holding his axe backwards to smash these eel-looking fish. Another huge bird in these trees. What else we got over here? He's definitely going to the bathroom. Abby Oz, thank you. You're welcome, Abby Oz. Thank you. High five. Yeah, so check it. Look at this dude. Why are they showing him going to the bathroom? And then there's like a skeleton right there. Do you see that? There's this strange skeleton of some sort of creature. This guy's out hunting. Almost looks like he's got some long ski-looking shoes on or something. And then it shows this thing, whatever, I don't know, it looks sort of like a lion. I don't know what that is, but it's going to the bathroom, whatever it is. Let's see, we've got troll. This says trolley over here. What is this? Now these look like people, but they actually look like mannequins. I wonder if this is an area where there was either trolls or people set up mannequins as scarecrows to sort of try to ward people off, you know, as warnings or something. Because look at the difference between these figurines right here and actual people. When they draw actual people, right? With facial expressions, you know, body parts and stuff like that. And then these just faceless mannequins on the tops of these mountains. I wonder what that's about. Let's check out some more stuff up here towards the north. Let's see, we've got a bunch of fish. Oh, here's a huge whirlpool. Now, I had a viewer tell me that this whirlpool still exists up in the northern areas. Some sort of huge pufferfish looking deal up there. But look at this whirlpool with what looks like a boat that's been sucked into it. Now, imagine after the flood of Noah, all the different whirlpools that must have existed because of all of the inner earth openings down towards the sea bottoms and stuff, caves and canyons, etc. Here is what looks like an actual troll. Right here. What do we got right here? This definitely looks like your typical troll with the huge long nose, or you could say elf as well, right? They probably take on different forms, but long ears, huge nose, and then the feet. Look at those feet. See how they're kind of bird-like? Remember how I was talking about the legendary tribes of humans? Like I think it was during my video about the dog-headed tribe, right? Many different tribes of humans that were mutants. Whole tribes of mutated humans. This is a genetic mutation that has survived to this day. There are people that have bird feet. They're like just like this. They look like Ninja Turtle feet, right? Where it's like they have like two huge toes in the front and then like a big heel in the back, and it looks like they have bird feet. Basically, that's a genetic mutation that has survived to this day. Let's see what else we got going on here up in the north. Let's see, this is the northern wall. Oh, look at these sea monsters. Check these out, right? So this one looks like some sort of armadillo type exoskeleton happening with webbed feet down here at the bottom and a tail and some sort of horns or spikes happening. And then this one is real strange. It's got like these axolotl tentacle gill looking things sticking around its head. I wonder if axolotls grew to gigantic sizes too. Let's see, we've got anything else I missed over here? Let's scooch on over. We got some debris up here towards the north. Now there's going to be a lot of debris around the Arctic Circle after a world storm. After atmospheric depressurization, it creates a world storm. The winds up in the jet stream are all going to push, everything in the same direction. It's also going to cause the currents to move around in the same direction after the flood. Now the flood has already come and gone, so next would be fire and plasma. That's also going to follow suit in the same direction. But because of all of that debris, it accumulates up there in the north. And then those freezing cold air gets pulled down and then instantaneously freezes animals and flora and fauna all over the place. And then that gives us what we call today permafrost, which is a bunch of dead life, frozen dead life up there in the Arctic. And now it's all starting to unfreeze and people are starting to go up there to explore. Check this boat out. It looks like a UFO. Look at that. Look at this weird boat with this weird top on it and these two little portholes. That's interesting. This guy is definitely wrecking his boat. So the sea was a dangerous place to begin with. Now, I also believe I've done many videos about monster hunters, real actual monster hunters, right? Because clearly, if you look at all these maps that we're going to check out today, this is going to be a long presentation. I got so many more maps to show you guys. There were monster hunters, people, those pirates and stuff like that, people that were so used to sailing the seas and got so used to fighting monsters, eventually they were hired by local populations, and then eventually when they became when they gained in notoriety, they would be hired or propositioned by nobility to clear out the lands so that the nobles could come through and settle in the lands where there was monsters of renown. Kimma, thank you so much, Kimma, for your constant support. You're so kind. Let's see what else we got here. Thank you, Kimma. Let's see, we've got these sea monsters attacking ships, gigantic, huge. Now, in modern academics, they'll say, oh, that's a whale. Really? Hold on, time out. Let's look at something like a horse, right? People knew what horses were. They knew what they knew what a lion was. They knew what birds were and stuff. So you're telling me they just didn't know what a whale looked like? Right? When whales clearly come up to the surface to breathe and stuff like that. You're telling me that they couldn't draw an actual whale? Right? Or why is this thing, if it is a whale, have you ever heard of a whale attacking a boat? I mean, aside from like Moby Dick or whatever, when people are like hunting it or whatever. I don't know. I've got a feeling this is not a whale. It doesn't look like a whale whatsoever. And the stories don't. Now there are the actual, now that I think about it, there are whales that are attacking boats right now. We talked about that in my Omens episode, right? The killer whales, the orcas that are over towards the Pillars of Hercules, allegedly, right? The Rock of Gibraltar or whatever. All right, let's continue on over here. Now you can see the ice all broken up over here. I want to point something out. This right here, at first glance, people might just say, oh, it's just a bunch of icebergs. Yes, it is. Where'd that come from? That's fresh water. All of that is fresh water. Where did all this broken pieces of freshwater ice come from? Right? Well, I have a theory that the sky, the firmament, the dome, the actual physical portion of the land, as it is depicted in ancient cosmology, the world across, is made out of ice. So, if that sky breaks, or a portion of that sky breaks, some sort of a hump up there attached to the firmament itself, if there's this hump that dumps down onto the ground, or Humpty Dumpty, if this hump of ice falls down and breaks off, and let's say it's just located, I don't know, right above the North Pole, then it would break off and form an Arctic shelf, or a bunch of broken up Arctic pieces that can't be put together by the king's men and the king's horses, which are basically right here too. Humpty Dumpty. That's what I'm saying that is. I'm saying this is the shells of Humpty Dumpty, which is the ice of the firmament whenever the last time the sky broke open. All right, what else we got here? Let me check the chat. Okay, good. Yeah, sky ice. Tasty waffles. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle feet are wild. That's funny. All right, let me get back to this map. All right, we're going to finish up this map and then move on to the next one over here. Here, let's see, what do we got up here going on? Some guys playing a fiddle or something up here. Some animals, little whistle pigs or something popping up out of the ground. Cryptoporticus. That means hidden doorways, I believe. Look at that. These little cave systems up here. And now this is Iceland. See that? This is where the word island comes from. That's why it's spelled with an S. If you ever wondered why island has a silent S on it, it's because originally land that was just surrounded by water was called the ice lands, right? So all islands are named after ice lands, right? It's called Islandia or Icelandia. All right, let's zoom in and let's check out what else we got going on here at Iceland. Oh, this is interesting too. I like to check these out. These winds, how they depict the winds that come from the north, right? There's different places where the winds come from. This is called septim. Sometimes it's with an N right here. Septentrionalis or trionalum. It's spelled differently depending on the languages, French or Latin or Italian, etc. But you'll see this if you start looking at different maps. I'm going to point this out on all the maps I'm about to show you. Septim means seven. Seven. In modern academics, they teach that this means north. Nothing about that word means north. Not one part of that word means or implies north at all. But there's something that has 7 things in it that is located towards the north, which is really hit home upon in the book of Revelation. If you're a biblical scholar or you like to read the Bible or you're into eschatology as I am, this up here, the 7 mountains, basically is what this is all over the book of Revelation. Now, let's see what else we got going on here. So we got the Septentrionalis, which I also talk about. It's a whole chapter in my new book. And the winds, too. So the winds that come up out of the earth at the north, that's called the zephyr. It's known as a westerly wind. If you look up the word zephyr, it'll say westerly wind. It doesn't mean wind that actually comes from the left, right? Depending on your position, or the right or whatever. It means west as in down. It was vuost, which was downward, right? And then east, eost, was towards the stars, or upwards, basically. Falco albi, that means white falcon, white bird. Corvo, coru albi. If you ever see albi, it means white. Now, this is interesting too. We've got this tall mountain right here that says Mons. Anytime you see Mons, that means mountain or mound, right? And then it says Gruklus. Man, it's hard to read that word right there. Krukul, and then Nyx. I don't know. I know Nyx means night or dark. But look at this. It says chaos right there. And then it looks like there's a hole in the ground right next to it. And then it looks like there's fire coming up out of this. I wish this sigil wasn't in the way, because I wonder if this is a volcano right here, right? I feel like it's a high likelihood that that's a volcano. We also have another one, Mons Sagt, right here. Look how high up these mountains just jet up out of the ground. not from tectonic plates over millions of years pushing each other. There's so many different strange geologic anomalies. Here's another one, chaos, right? Inner earth entrances. And then right under, see these are interesting. Check this out. So we've got a tall mountain just shooting up out of the ground with what looks like some sort of plasma fires or something underneath it, and then a hole in the ground right next to that with the word chaos. We've got the same thing right here. This one also has the word Nyx, which means night or dark. And then another mountain with a big letter A on it, with another fire coming up out of it, and then another hole in the ground that says chaos. This is interesting. What is this? I just noticed this. These look like modern skyscrapers, don't they? Saksa. That kind of looks like modern buildings right there. Right here. You see that? I don't know what that is. These clearly are older style and stuff. There's some sort of a castle looking structure, rampart over there, a house. But here, what is that? What is that? It looks like skyscrapers. I don't know. I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying that's interesting. These are also interesting. What do you suppose this might be? This word says sulfur right there with a barrel right here. And then you've got these buildings that almost look like nuclear reactors with what looks like rivers coming out of them pouring into the ocean. What is going on over here? There's 4 of these little canisters. Well, hold on. Where's the chat? What do you guys think about that? What is going on over there? Those flags are Slovenian. Okay, interesting. White Crow. Yes, you're right. Very good. Yes, it's in your face. September is the 7th month. That's actually my birthday, September the 7th. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, the glory. What is that? What are these? Why does it look like there's nuclear reactors and skyscrapers on this ancient map from like the year 500 possibly? Or 1500, the Middle Ages at the very least. Right? I don't know. That's super interesting though. And then you've got these sort of Tartarian nomadic tents, right? Those were really huge tents too. This is also, I believe, where the circus tents come from, right? The 3-ring circus tents, etc. Traveling circuses and whatnot. Strange people from foreign lands that charge to show you all their weird things they brought from different lands and stuff like that. Yeah, how many people have ever seen a whale that has 2 spouts on the top and a pig face? You know what I mean? I've never seen that. I don't know. Let's and there's these huge, oh, they're like dumping these barrels out. What's going on over here? These are so interesting. Look at these stories. This guy's blowing a trumpet, maybe as a warning, but they're dumping all these barrels as they're being chased by these sea monsters. I wonder if those are explosives in the barrels. Interesting. There's definitely a flying one over here. There's a horned one right there. There's a dragon-looking deal right there, way bigger than that boat. These are some of the, what do you call them? Phantom Islands. So this one right here, Fare, or the Faroe Islands, Ambra. Look at all these different tiny little islands. And these are also depicted on Mercator's map as well. Check this out. These ones are interesting. This one's definitely on Mercator's map. Look at all these tiny little islands right here. What's this one called? Pomona? I know that's a city in California. Look at that. Okay? Now, some people would look at this and they'd be like, without that dude in the claw, some people would look at this and say, oh, well, they just made the lobster gigantic so that you can see it. Because if they put a real size of a lobster, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the scale. But they clearly put a human in the claw of this gigantic sea bug to show you the scale. Either that or the human is this big. You know what I mean? This is a gigantic arachnid. An ocean arachnid. An ocean scorpion. I don't know what you want to call it. Lobster, whatever you want to call it. People can eat those if they want to. I'm just saying, this is gigantic. Okay? Gigantism. And I have a whole video all about gigantic bugs and how one day they'll return. Joshua Adams says, I love your channel. Thanks for the interesting research that you do. and that you share with us. Well, thank you, Joshua. I'm trying to heart your little comment there, but the chat's moving a little quickly. There we go. Thank you, Joshua. It's probably going to pop up here in a second. Look at that gigantic freaking ocean bug, man. Now, oh, this is interesting too. Thank you again, Joshua. High five, and high five to all 263 people who are watching right now. I appreciate it. It's fun to go through this stuff with others. Now, this is interesting too. The Insulae Hebrides. Man, what is all of that? I don't know. I'm gonna have to translate that another time. All right. What else? What other? There's Thule up here somewhere. This looks like it could be Thule. It's called Tile, right? The Tile Islands. Tiles. Let's see. The Faroe Islands. What else we got up here? These are all Phantom Islands. Why is there a moose? I mean, an ox. That looks like an ox in the water. Maybe that's I don't know. Maybe that's the big blue ox. Here's another one of those giant lobsters fighting a sea monster. Look at that thing. Clearly attacking it, fighting it. There was war being waged between all of these otherworldly creatures all around the world. Here is one of those worms. Gigantic worms. Now there's different classifications of phantazoids, as I call them, right? This is one of them, the worm class, and they were just called worms. They're giant worms. They're gigantic serpentine. It could represent plasma that's attacking the ship or whatever, but I found lots of evidence for. Typically, they're displayed as sandworms, right? These worms that live in the sand. There's all kinds of different serpentine worm-like creatures that wait in the sand. I'm going to get to that one in a second. That wait in the sand. They're gigantic, and they will pop out. There's this one that has like a double jaw. It just waits. It opens its mouth on the bottom of the ocean, and when a fish swims over it, it goes whoosh, grabs it and pulls it back down into the sand, just like in the movie Tremors or Beetlejuice, right? So these things existed. They were drawn on maps. Look how huge they are. Now, speaking of scale, here's another sea monster that people are in the middle of. These professional monster hunters out here on the ocean are trying to capture this one, which is giving a ride to these people who are cooking on it. This reminds me of the story in the Bible. In the Bible, there's a story of a man who was swallowed by a whale and lived in the belly of the whale for 3 days. His name was Jonah. But look at this. I don't know. It looks like it's wearing a collar. It almost looks like it's wearing a collar, doesn't it? I don't know. But very interesting. It's got these little snorkel deals on the top. A weird pig face looking thing. These things are gigantic. Look at the size of it. There's people riding on top of it, which was shown to us in that Netflix movie Sea Beast, which we also broke down in my Truth in Movies. I don't know. Lots of interesting things that are happening over here. That looks like an ant person right there. I don't know what that is. And then these look like ley lines to me. These look like the places of power or vortices where the Earth's magnetic field stacks up. All right, let's see. What else we got? Anything else we got? What is this? This looks like someone's overboard. Yep, there's people overboard right there. Definitely fell off of the boat, and there's cannonballs. So we have, oh, yeah, these are pirates fighting each other. Or I don't know if they're pirates per se, but these are people going to war with each other. See all those cannonballs flying off and breaking the mast and stuff, and all the people abandoning ship? How interesting. There's so many stories that are happening here. I love this. All right, let's go up here. Oh, this is an interesting little island. Now, unfortunately, on this map, I'm going to show you this island on other maps. Pardon me. On this map, it's blocked off by whatever is going on up here. I don't know what all that is. But this island right here is called Hvitserk, right? It's spelled differently across the board from language to language. H-V-I-T, Hvit, or Hvitserk. Very interesting. This is this huge rock formation, I'll say, that just juts up out of the ocean. And they put what at first glance just looks like a wheel or something on it. This is not a wheel. This is a cave that is at the top because this is a volcano. or a plasma volcano. You can see the lines that all go down because it's showing you a top-down view of this hole that's on the top of this particular little land right here called Vitsark, which I believe means white shark. Because it looks like the tail fin of a shark sticking up out of the waters or whatever. Lots of debris up here. We've got Grutladi Pars. Oh, you see this little tiny dude? This little dwarven looking guy? These are called Skraeling or Skraelingers. I wonder if there's another example of the Skraeling. They're basically dwarves. Yes, so there are certain islands up here towards the north where there's tiny people, like munchkins. That's where the munchkins come from. Let's see. This means map, carta marina, which means ocean map, and description of the septentrionalum terrarum, which means the enclosed earth, essentially. I don't know what the rest of that means. All right, I think I'm ready to move on to the next map. Did you guys enjoy that breakdown of this one right here? These are so interesting. Oh, and then this is Scotland. That's where we all started. Okay, cool. Let's check out the next map. Okay, let's move on. Now, oh, this is that area that we were just looking at. That's more of a modern map. Let's get rid of that. Here's another one. This is an older map of the same area. So you can see this is like Sweden and Norway and stuff like here. Let me zoom out a bit. Same area. Okay, this is a little bit more northern, but I wanted to show you these pictures that they have up here. And just point out a couple of things. Oceanus up here. And then look at the very top. Let's see if I can get the very top up here. So they're blowing the trumpets. You see the angels blowing the trumpets, right? These are those strange sky sounds that people hear. People are going to hear trumpets, or what sounds like trumpets. It's electricity up there in the atmosphere that's reverberating back and forth. And it will sound like trumpets. It will sound like a T-Rex. It'll sound like Godzilla. I don't know, but it's trumpets sound. It's a shofar sound in Hebrew. The trumpets of God, etc. Now up here we've got at the top again. There's that same word. Septen, this time with an N, trio. Now that trio does not mean three. I know we're used to that in the modern language of a trio or a duo, etc. But this actually means tree, and it comes from the word deru. Right? So 7 trees or 7 mountains, which are what the trees come out of because they're plasma volcanoes. Let's see if there's anything else I wanted to share on this one. Oh, that's the Ocean Septentrionalis, which has been mistranslated as Northern Ocean. It does not mean northern. It is in the north, which is why they believe it means that. This is the Sea of Moscow. Looks like the White Sea, Mare. Anything else on here? I forgot why I pulled this particular map up. I can't remember. All right, let's move on to the next map. Yeah, this one's kind of boring. Oh, my favorite. All right, cool. So this is Mercator's map of the Arctic. Okay, Gerardus or Gerardus, however you want to say it, Mercator. And this is one of the most famous ones. It's beautiful. It's excellently done. I have this hanging up on my ceiling in my room right behind me. And here's some of those phantom islands that we looked at. Let's check those out in the corners. You see these little circles off in the corners that show you these other little islands down here and down here? This one I featured when we were breaking down the Rings of Power because they have an island that looks like the shape of a star or a 5-pointed star. This sort of kind of looks like a broken 5-pointed star possibly. This one is called Friesland Insula, which means island. That weird looking F right there, when you start studying these maps, you'll start learning the different scripts of ancient languages. This right here is actually more of an S. Okay, so that's an F. That right there is more of an S. Friesland. Friesland. Insula. That's how you can tell that's an S right there. You can always compare these letters to other known words so that you can figure out what the text is really saying there. But this is very interesting. Now, take note all the different names. This is supposed to be a phantom island that doesn't exist. However, we've got all these little cities and towns and buildings and names of places with what looks like a little magnifying glass right there. Right? The names of the little oceans and inlets. This is not some phantom mythic island that doesn't exist because Mercator, a world-renowned cartographer, just wanted to make up his own little Lord of the Rings lore or whatever, right? Look at this little forest. Look at the detail in this forest right here. Look at all these tiny little lines like you see printed, like microprint on the dollar or on your whatever local currency you use, right? Look at all this tiny little microprint right there. This was done by hand, allegedly. And then there's the word pars again, right here. Let's see, this ocean, something, I can't translate that one right now. All right, now let's zoom back out. And over here, you can see, I think these are the Faroe Islands. Let me scooch on over to this other phantom island. Fari Insule, which I believe translates to Faroe Islands, which might be where the Egyptian word pharaoh actually comes from. I believe it means light or fire, right? The pharaoh, the fiery, light. It's the same as pyramid, except for it's not a P sound. It's more of an F, like phone, right? Or Phoenician or Phoenix, etc. But we have what looks like the Faroe Islands. Maybe that's where the pharaohs came from. The ones that held the scepter, the leaders, the light beams of the world. Let's see. Bishop's Sound. Interesting. All these different names. Fare. And then this has some sort of a tower right there in the middle with a line sticking out of it. I wonder if this is a depiction of the anode and cathode islands there. Let's zoom out a bit more. And let's take a look. So right here in the middle, just right in the middle, this is what my next book is all about. There's so many names for this mythic, legendary, and phantom island that is shown to us on many different maps that I'll be sharing with you many more examples of this particular island, a circular island with 4 quadrants, 4 sections, surrounded by these tall and lofty mountains acting as the walls of this valley of paradise. You see all these walls? Look at these mountain ranges. Hold on, let me just check these out real quick, right? This is the Euphrates, I'll tell you right now. Like, that is the Euphrates. And this is the Tigris. Might as well just share that with you. So this is the Tigris, the original one. This is the original Euphrates up here, which means between the Tigris and the Euphrates, we will find this land, which is called Mesopotamia, originally. Now, you have to imagine, this is the island paradise, this is Hyperborea, etc. These quadrants would have had all their different locations, names, towns, townships, valleys, and cities and stuff like that. Babylon's going to be in here. The original Egypt will be in here. The original India will be in this area right here. And then those nomadic people, when they were kicked out of the garden, symbolically speaking, right? When the energy reversed and there's actually a protective barrier around this island. It's an energetic barrier. They left and they became those nomadic tribes that wandered about and set up their tents and stuff that we just went over, right? They renamed the new areas where they settled, where they established their kingdoms and whatnot. They would rename those new rivers like the Euphrates and other things, and the Tigris, etc., after their homeland, in honor of their homeland, in honor of the places where they came from and hoped to eventually return to one day, which is Hyperborea. This is also really interesting. People wonder why Greenland is of such import. Old world Micmac. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. People wonder why Greenland is of such import. Why does Trump want to buy the entire island of Greenland? Why is this northern part of Greenland on Google Maps all blurred out and nobody can see what's up here? Well, you'll notice Greenland is, on these old maps, almost directly connected to this little peninsula on the island of Paradise, right here. This little hook, this little horn, right? Greenland almost touches it. There's 2 other small islands right here that are depicted on different maps. And Greenland goes all the way up to this little horn, this little edge, which also shows you that there's land just outside that people could walk on and settle. They don't have to worry about these huge, what I call the cliffs of insanity, jetting up right there, right? So this is very interesting. We also have that Vitsark. Remember that little that Vitsark mountain, that white shark mountain? That's also depicted on this one too. We scroll down a bit, we can see it just jutting right up out of the middle of the ocean here. Now on this one, it's Witsark Mons. This little strange formation shooting up out of the middle of the Arctic Ocean right there between, they put it here between Iceland. This is where we just were. Iceland looks like a little sea monster in itself. They put it between Iceland and Greenland, which is called Groenland. Groenland. And then over here, not to be confused with Grokland. Now, I have a hypothesis. I have a theory that this Grokland is the original Greece, right? That the people from modern Greece actually came from, there's different countries that came from these different phantom islands. Some are subsequent on the outside of paradise. Some are from within paradise, right? But to me, this is a high contender for the original quintessential Greece, where all of the actual Greek myths and legends come from, right? Up here, which would make more sense if you have all of this energy and spiritual, energy or whatever that's happening up here towards the North Pole, that those myths would have translated to Grokland or Greeceland, basically. And then those people would have migrated and founded modern Greece. And then they would have brought their legends and histories with them. We've got St. Hugo Willoughby's Land over here, another phantom island. What else we got? Oh, this one up here I wanted to talk about. So remember I talk about the anode and cathode islands, right? So we've got one on one side. We've got the neutral point, Mount Meru, and we've got one on the other side over here. This one is more prominent than the other one, right? The more prominent one, as far as if we look at this map like it's a battery, like let's say that the Earth carries its own charge and is self-running and self-energetic, right? Let's say that this is the heart of the Earth, that this is where all the energy basically comes from or out of inside of the Earth. Remember, this is the surface. We live on the surface. This right here in the middle is the west going down into the Earth. This is the beginning of the western lands, which is those that go down into the Earth. But anyways, we would have an anode and a cathode, at least one of each on each side, possibly more. But the one that sticks out the most is there's a positive charge and a negative charge. One of these receives energy or life or spirit or whatever you want to call it, and it actually because it's receiving energy, it actually receives. How do I describe this? It grows. Okay, so this island, in the water underneath it and in the air, receives chemicals and gases and stuff that turn into actual physical substance, which means that the island itself gets bigger and bigger and bigger, while the other one should recede over time because it's the one that's giving pieces of itself away. It's losing energy and it's losing molecules and stuff. Anyways, let's check out this one right here. Just like on that other one, we have this strange rock formation jetting up out of the Arctic Ocean with a circle right there in the middle of it. And right here it says Polus Magnetis Respectu insularu capitis viridis, which basically translates as magnetic pole, or this is a place of power, where one of those poles, not the pole, okay? In the modern, it helps me when I research these ancient maps and things of that nature. It helps me to partition my mind and put aside modern thinking and our modern geography and our modern definitions and stuff like that, and to imagine living in a more magical world or a more mystical time where there were monsters, and to take, instead of taking those things for granted, to take them at face value and to say, suppose there was magic, suppose there were monsters, suppose there was more mythic and legendary times, right? So it helps me to better understand this. Now, also, look at all these millions of dots. Think about how much time and effort and passion went into making this map. Look at dot. How many dots do you suppose are on this map? Look at these fine lines over here, right? So we have this rock formation jutting up out of the middle of the ocean that it basically says it's a magnetic island. It's a lodestone island. It's an island that has a hole in the top. It's basically a plasma volcano. Now let's look at the location. This says Asia, clearly right there. Badagu is an interesting place right here. But let's look at the continents. It's between Asia and, if we scooch it on over, California Regio up here, aka Alaska, basically. So this says America. If I zoom out, you can see that it says Pars, America Pars, right? America Pars, right there. So up here is basically sort of Alaska and Canada. This would be Alaska, this would be Canada, somewhere in that general vicinity. So if we look, whoa, I didn't mean to do that. If we look between on our modern maps, I'm going to pull up Google Earth right now because I can find this place. This little magnetic pole right here, that's an island of life that just juts up out of the ocean, plasma volcano, is owned by Russia, possibly. I have a contender for it. Now, if we go over here, this is basically what used to be the Soviet Union and stuff right here. But check this out. Remember where it is, okay? Now, let's pull up Google Earth real quick. All right, let's do brand new Google Earth. All right, now, I know exactly where this is, so I'm going to show you right off the top. Oh, I'm already there because I was researching this earlier, okay? This is called Wrangel Island. Now, let me show you where we are here. Here's Alaska. So you can see it looks like a little face, right? And it says Alaska. There's Canada over there. Here is Siberia, right? Used to be Russia, USSR, etc. And then between the two, we should find a volcanic island, right? Bam! Right there. Now there's also this weird line that goes from this island all the way to the North Pole. There's so many weird things on Google Earth. But look, Wrangel Island. Mysterious land. Mysterious land that has these like cliffs all the way around it. It's difficult to get onto this island. I've researched it. But right next to Wrangel Island is this little strange guy. I'm gonna talk about Wrangel Island here in a minute. But before I do, let's look at this. This entire island is grayed out, crossed out, off the map. Can't look at it, can't look it up, don't have any idea what's there. There's clearly something here that they don't want people to see. The entire place, just gone. Erased off of the map, or off of the satellite imagery, or whatever it is, right? So, let's scooch on over and let's check out its neighbor, which is way bigger, Wrangel Island, right? Now, here's an interesting factoid about Wrangel Island. First of all, it's a volcanic island, okay? But in addition to that, they find mammoth fossils all over this island. They say they found the bones of woolly mammoths and stuff. Tell me how exactly does a woolly mammoth get onto this island? How would that even be possible? There's all these woolly mammoth bones and stuff that are found on this island and stuff. Well, if it is a volcanic island, or at least its neighbor right here, and keep in mind that all this little ocean, this is Noah's flood, wasn't always here, okay? So before the world flooded, you could walk anywhere. You could pretty much go anywhere, right? After the world flooded, whatever was there was stuck there, right? However, there's another possibility, which is inner earth entrances in the form of modern day volcanoes or ancient volcanoes. Before they were full of lava, before they were all plugged up and sealed off and keeping the inner earth inhabitants out of the surface world and keeping the surface world out of going down into the inner earth. Nothing to see here, says Tony Simmons in the chat. All right. Anyways, so this is extremely interesting, right? They totally blur this little spot out. Why? What's the point of that? Clearly, it's important. And in that same area, we find this on the ancient map, this little volcanic magnetic island. Interesting. We also have Badagu right here, which I should talk about more. But I want to get back to Wrangel Island real quick, right? Now, this entire island, Wrangel Island, is off limits. It's owned by Russia. United States, I think, maybe used to own it or something, but they don't really care about it. It's off limits. Both countries agree nobody should be going here. Okay, you have to get extremely special permission in order to visit this particular island called Wrangel Island. Now, I pulled up this Wikipedia article about Wrangel Island. And I'm just going to skim through here. Oh, Herald Island. That's the other one. So that one that's all off limits, this one, it's called Herald Island. Herald or beacon or banner or beam or column, right? An island, it's a probably a plasma volcano island, basically. So that one's called Herald Island, which is really interesting. Where'd it go? Herald Island, etc. Let's see. Most of Wrangel Island with the adjacent Herald Island, which is right there. This is so interesting. Is a federally protected nature sanctuary. Why? Like, think about this, right? I mean, I'm not saying that's bad. Like, it's bad to have national parks or it's bad to have nature sanctuaries or whatever. No. I'm saying it's unusual for corporations that do land grabs and go to war over land, right? To just set aside an entire island that's gigantic and full of, supplies and stuff like that. Value. It's valuable, basically. It's federally protected as a nature sanctuary, administered by Russia's Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Wrangel Island and all of its surrounding waters were classified as a Zapovednik, or a strict nature reserve. You see that? Hold on, let me zoom in a little tiny bit there. A strict nature reserve. Why? You're telling me that your countries really care that much about nature? Think about all the other things that they do, right? And as such, receives the highest level of protection. This mysterious island, this place and its little neighbor that's blocked out on Google Earth, receives the highest level of protection, excluding virtually all human activity, other than conservation research, they label that, and scientific purposes. Hard quotes, right? Mysterious indeed, right? Phantom Island. Well, probably used to be a phantom island. If you go on to read this whole article, it actually talks about how it used to be known as a phantom island, covered and blocked off from view by a fog bank that tended to just hang around that island for some mysterious reason. I wonder where all that fog comes from. Could it be warm air coming up from inner Earth, meeting the cold air of the Arctic? Yes. I believe so. Let's see. Oh, Wrangel Island was home to the last surviving population of woolly mammoths that possibly could have come up out of a plasma volcano cavernous opening. There's actually a huge cavernous opening in Missouri, I think, in the United States, called Mammoth Cave, where mammoths probably came out of from inside of the Earth. With radiocarbon dating suggesting the species was on the island until about 4,000 years ago, or 2000 BC, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, what else we got here? I'm just going to skim over this. This is such an interesting place. Oh, here we go. Baron von Wrangel, or Wrangel, never managed to visit the island. Wrangel had noticed swarms of birds flying north, and questioning the native population determined there must be an island undiscovered by Europeans existing in the Arctic Ocean. These birds are migrating somewhere when they're going north, right? Forget all the legends and forget all the myths and forget all the historic, cartography evidence or whatever of actual islands in the north that did exist, that are full of people and cities and stuff, that are said to be spring-like or warm in climate. He searched for this island during his little expedition that he went on in the 1800s, but he failed to find it. Could not find this it was a phantom island. Let's see what else we got here. This is so interesting. What else? I'm just sort of going over this here. The island's mountain ranges. The island's mountain ranges. Hold on. The island's mountain ranges terminate at sea cliffs. at either end of the island. Just like Hyperborea, right? All these are called the Riffian mountain range. Okay, it's a mythic mountain range, if you will. But these are the Cliffs of Insanity. These are basalt columns, just like Giant's Causeway, just like the Devil's Tower, that rise straight up out of the ground, acting as a natural wall for paradise right here. And they're created through a strong electromagnetic force. So we have this on Wrangel Island, just right where it just juts straight up into the air, because that's how it was created. Not erosion and not, lava that used to be inside of a volcano and it all eroded or anything like that. Let's see what else we got here. I'm just skimming over it. Wrangel Island is not glaciated. Well, that makes sense. If it's a plasma volcano, then it would be warm. It should be a warm climate with lots of animals and vegetation and stuff. Let's see. Wrangel Island belongs to the Russian Federation. The island has a weather station. Why? Why does anybody care about the weather in the Arctic? You know what I mean? If it's a desert land and it's just ice and nothing really lives there except polar bears, who cares about the weather? You know what I mean? Why are our countries devoting so much time, effort, manpower, energy, and money into places that nobody lives, nobody cares about? Unless it's just the majority of the population that doesn't know why it's so valuable, right? Let's see what else we got here. Oh, so much of the island is volcanic, as you can see here. Volcanic and sedimentary rocks ranging in age from upper Precambrian to lower Mesozoic. That's just all gibberish to me. I mean, I know what it means, but I have different ideas about time. Precambrian, so it's ancient, basically. Let's see. And there are schists that contain minor amounts of metavolcanic rocks. What else we got here? Anything else? This is kind of getting boring. Hold on. And here's some pictures. So you can see little cliffs there. Pow. See that? No one. It's imagine, right? This is similar to when I was talking about the island of the dog-headed people, right? Ancient historians wrote about how those dog-headed tribes lived on an island very similar to this, high and lofty, that had cliffs that went down into the ocean, and it was difficult to go to war with them because nobody could get there. They lived on a castle. They lived on a fort or a rampart or a tower or whatever you want to call it that's shooting up out of the Arctic Ocean. What else we got? There's polar bears up there, woolly mammoths we talked about. Here we go. Let's check out these woolly mammoths. What does it say here? The most recent survival of any known mammoth populations. For perspective, these mammoths were living during the times of ancient Bronze Age civilizations such as Sumer, Elam, and the Indus Valley, which for me all go back to those 4 quadrants at the North Pole. The 4th dynasty of Egypt. Mammoths apparently died out and subsequently disappeared from mainland Eurasia about 10,000 years ago. Like I said, I feel like the timeline is off, and I don't feel like anyone really knows the actual timeline. And I also talk about exponentially increasing entropy, which is all of the energy on the surface world being pulled down into the bowels of the earth and therefore causing time to quicken as we know it, basically, and things to age faster and stuff. What else? Oh, there's reindeer up there, oxen, wolves, lots of animals and stuff for some Arctic island. Lots of plants. There's an Arctic tundra. What else we got here? I don't know. I'm just kind of skimming over this. Birds, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Now, there should be something about fog. Now, you can see fog in the distance in this picture right here. Let me see if I can find something about... Oh, this is interesting. Hold on. The island is subject to cyclonic episodes characterized by rapid circular winds. That reminds me of the zephyrs that come up out of the earth, right? Like when I show you those wind maps of the world, up there at the center of the world, you can see there's something interfering with the wind patterns right where Mount Meru would be, or is. Oh, here we go. It's also an island of mists and fogs. Boom. Hold on, let me make that big. Mists and fogs. Let me type that in. Boom. An island of mists and fogs, which are created when warm air meets cold air. The warm air from the inner earth rushing up, spreading out to the coasts, and then hitting the cold air around it, which hides the island. That's why many of these islands are undiscovered and considered phantom islands, because the people don't just fly their boats off into fog banks. You know what I mean? Not typically. Or if they do so with caution. Let's see. What else we got? Northerly winds. That would be the septentrion. Blah, blah, blah. Anything else interesting here? All right, I think I'm good. I think I'm good with the Wrangel Island here. So, here's some examples, right? Of the woolly mammoths and stuff like that. Yeah. The final place on Earth to support woolly mammoths. Interesting. All right, anything else? I think that's it. All right, let's leave Wrangel Island and move on to our next map. Wait, was I even done with this one? I think I'm done for now. Let me just point out a few other things, actually. I'm not done. I'm not even close to done. Hold on. Let me just check this out. Here is Mount Meru. All right, this is the plasma volcano of the Earth. This is the center of the Earth. Ancient Egypt was renamed in honor of one of these quadrants, which was ancient Egypt, basically. I think this one was India, or it was called Ind. Some people said Indos, or the strong Ind, or Indus, etc. I believe this is probably Egypt, actually. This quadrant right here was ancient Egypt, the original. And then this right here was the Nile. Anyways, so this is the plasma volcano at the middle of the world that shoots up a beam of energy right from the navel of the world, creating the world tree. I've translated all of this, but this is interesting. Remember we were talking about the Skraeling? Well, this says that there are pygmy people here. Little short dwarven type gnome-looking people. Tiny people, basically. Brownies, whatever you want to call them. Little pygmies. And it says pygmy. Hic basically kind of means here. Habitant means to live, or here live the pygmy people. About 4 feet long. And they are what the people in Groenlandia, see that? Let me make that bigger so you guys can read along. So it says pedes, that means feet, like ped. Ped means foot, like pedal on a bicycle, right? That's where you put your feet. That's why it's called pedal. 4 feet long, and it's what the people in Greenland, Groenlandia, call Skrælingers. Vokant, pronounce, or to speak. So the people in Greenland call these inhabitants of this, at least in this area, maybe not on the entire quadrant, but at least in this some area over here, because you can see it's connected to Greenland. And there's legends of the Skraeling over here in Greenland. Matter of fact, it says it on the map right here. Skrælingers. Right there. Boom. Hold on. You see that right above my head? Skrælingers. That's pygmies, right? Where did they come from? Well, they came from right here because these two are practically connected. Right? They can go from here to here. Interesting. If you're a 21 Pilots fan, this is also where Dima is, by the way. All right, let's see, what else did I want to point out here? Oh, I do want to point this out. So eventually the inhabitants of this central island had to leave. They had to go somewhere, right? If this island right here is the Garden of Eden, if it's Hyperborea, if it populates and increases in population over time, then there must eventually come a time when there's a dispersal, right? Or an exodus, a leaving of this central land. So where are the most likely places that the inhabitants of this central island would have gone? Well, in the Bible, it talks about how the Euphrates would be split into 7 heads so that people could cross over on foot. So this is the Euphrates right here, split into 7 heads, and this is where people could easily have just probably left this central island. If they left over here, then it seems reasonable to speculate that they would have gone and migrated over here into Alaska, right? Canada, those areas, or they would have settled on that island that we just talked about, right? That other place right there. This would be like a little stopping point. And then they would have gone over here to Bargu, or Asia, right? Which is where we have the Scythian Ocean. This is where the Tartarian Empire basically first began. Let's check out this area called Bargu. Now, I don't know what gu means. I'm not sure, but the root of this Bargu, let me zoom in on that. See that town name, Bargu? The root of that is bar, the people from the bar. This is the bar over there, the column, the pillar, right? So the people from the bar settled there. Kerokan, what else we got over here? You can see little cities and stuff. Abram, or Arbam. What else we got? I don't know. Lots of stuff. The ocean of the Scythians, or the knowledgeable ones, etc. Mongol. Oh, Tartar Villa. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. So, the place where the Tartars settled, or one of the places where they settled, was right over here. Tartar Villa. You see that? Village of the Tartars, or the people from the tree of trees. Tartar. Daru Daru. Which is what that means. The tree of trees. The Tartars. And then the Mongols, which is a whole chapter in my new book, Mongols at Magog. See that right there? So some people are familiar with the concept in the word or the name Gog and Magog. Gog and Magog. Mongols at Magog. The Mongols at Magog. And then over here we have Gog. Right? So here's Magog. And over here, boom, Gog. Right there. Pretty easy when you know where it is. All right, what else we got? Let's see. Anything else I wanted to share on this particular map? There's something interesting over here. What is that? What do we got over here? Where'd it go? There it is. I don't know. Some sort of statue deal. I don't know what that is. Zolatia Baba. I don't know what that is, but it just looked interesting to me. All right, let's see what else. Anything else I want to point out on this particular map? There's a lot of cool stuff here, but I kind of want to move on. Here's the Faroe Islands, or the Fare Insulae, right down here. See, it says Ocean Septentrionalis, right there. Let's see. There's Mercator's name, right? So, Gerardum Mercatorum cum privilegio. Friesland, right there, boom. All right, cool. Let's move on. I think I'm good. I'm good on this one. Let's move on to the next one. Fopow. Oh, so this one also shows those islands at the north. So that's really why I wanted to share this one with you. This was also done by Mercator in 1607. This one's called Orbis Terrae, or Terre. The Orbis Terrae. So this is more of a spherical version of the Earth. Compendiosa Descriptio. Now let's check it out right here at the top. Right, there we have it again. Grokland right there, just like we talked about. Here is the Euphrates right over here. And then we have this circular island continent that's basically Atlantis also. That's surrounded by this mountain range. And then we also have that magnetic island over here as well. You can see a little portion of it. It's kind of cut off right there. Polus Magnetis. Now let's scooch on over to the other side, because this one's sort of split in half. I don't really like this style of map. This gets more into like the balls of the earth and all of that space ball type stuff. But right here, he put Rupus Nigra right there in the center with a gigantic mountain at 90 degrees. Polus Arctus. This is where the pole, there's even a pole shooting up out of it. Boom. Right there. Right? And it looks like there's light emanating from this unfinished pyramid. You see that? I mean, I know it's just like the lines of the map or whatever, but it's interesting how it's drawn, right? Then we have that circular island, same type of a deal. Many of the same types of structures here as well. And look how close it comes over here. This is that same Mongol area. See how close they almost touch right there? You have to imagine this is probably way bigger on the map than it is in real life, right? I don't know. But maps can't fully be trusted because perception is so skewed so often when you change latitude and stuff. But this is Europe. Here's Italy. Boom. There's Spain over here. Pow. People say in the modern world, this is where the Pillars of Hercules are. Wrong. Not there. Pillars of Hercules are up here on the other side of these islands. All right. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to show. Oh, and then this Antarctica. What does this say down here? Does it say anything down here? Antarctica. Okay. Let's see. The southern lands, Terre Australis. Clearly sea monsters and stuff. What else? The Tropic of Capricorn. This is the southern boundary for the sun. Now, if the sun passes and goes past this southern boundary, that's what brings about the flood, which we already have, so we don't have to worry about it. Now we should be looking for the sun to cross the northern boundary, which is Cancer, I believe. The Tropic of Cancer. So Capricorn down here, boom. The southern limit for the sun, right? People would watch that. In the ancient world, they'd watch to see if the sun transgressed its boundary, its marker, where it's supposed to stop. The sun goes, shoo, and then it stays there for 3 days, and then it comes back, shoo, and then it goes to the north, and it stays there shoo, for 3 days. But the next time, the sun's going to get brighter and brighter, and then it'll keep on transcending. It'll go higher, and it'll go higher. It's also spinning around, and it'll go higher as it makes its way to the throne of God, which is Mount Meru, right? Anyways, I'm good on this one, I think. Enlil! Oh, what an honor. Nice to meet you, Enlil313. Just subscribe to my channel. Let's see. Is this pretty much it? I think there's Australia for all you people. Oh, that's New Guinea. Australia, same type of deal. Lots of these little islands down here in the Philippines. I think I'm good on... Oh, this is the dome, by the way. That's what I believe, okay? This is my perspective, is that this down here, the southern pole, is actually the top of the world. Okay, so they can't show you the top of the world because then they would just cover up everything in ice and you wouldn't see any of the land at all because you'd be on the outside looking in or looking downward. But for me, this is the dome. This is Humpty Dumpty, or at least a portion of Humpty Dumpty. Anyways, let's move on. Next up. Is this the same map? No. This is not the same map. It looks like the same map. Hold on. Let me zoom out a bit. Yeah, this is a different map. They're very similar. So this one by Mercator was done in 1607. This one right here was done in 1594. This actually predates Mercator's version. Let's check this one out. This one also. This is all... I like seeing all the little things that they draw on the tops and the outsides of the maps and stuff. You see all that? Little cornucopias. Oh, there's the Staff of Hermes. Right, so this is the blue beam symbolism. That's the beam of energy shooting up, and then that's just the anode and cathode Hyperborean electrical arc following it or whatever, up to the top where you have the bird, the cosmic bird, which is the wings. That's why they put wings on the top. That's also why the totem poles have the thunderbird at the top, and then there's the eye in the sky at the center. Right, which sometimes they put a face on it and stuff. That's the depressurization point. That's the inverted dome at the top of the firmament, etc. We got some grapes going on. Here's a cornucopia, right? This is Fruit of the Loom, right? The Mandela effect. You guys know that there's no cornucopia on Fruit of the Loom. It used to have one, but they've erased that from history. I don't know what's going on there. It looks like some sort of a goddess imagery. Europa. What else we got? There's some wars going on over here. Don't know, but let's check out the middle, right? Polus Arcticus. There it is again, right? The 4-quadrant island, circular island, surrounded by a huge mountain range, the Riffian Mountains. Raphaim is where this comes from, by the way. So for those of you that study the Bible, you've learned about the different classes of giants or titans, etc. Raphaim are one of them. Rapha means heal, to heal. They were the healers. These were the healing mountains. These were mountains, or this area was known to impart healing, basically, to the people that visited it. This says something about Grokland. Grokland is strong. Angli, Hodi, I don't know. I'm going to have to take more time to translate that. Anyways, here you can see the Euphrates over here. The four lands. Looks like this might be Barago. I don't know. Let's see what else we got. Grönland, so this is Greenland right here. Friesland right here. And here are the stars, the constellations, with the snake right in the middle. That's interesting. Let's see what we got going on over here. Asia, we got some elephants. Oh, there's a unicorn sticking its horn in the water. I wonder why it's doing that. It's almost like it's drinking, but it's using its horn. Or it's fishing. Right? Maybe it's fishing or something. I don't know. But that's definitely a unicorn. And we've got real animals, right? Real modern animals. Giraffes, elephants, camels. Over here in Asia, gigantic birds, horses. And there's just a unicorn tossed in there. Unicorns are real, okay? I don't know what you guys believe, but I'm convinced. Unicorns exist. Teams just subscribed. Welcome to my channel. Or to memes. This person's holding a branch. Looks like possibly a branch of the olive tree. Olive branch maybe. Riding on top of a rhino. A decorated rhino. There's some sort of a box down there at their feet. Here's Hyperborea. Once again. Rupus nigra at the top. With an unfinished top right there. Because it's a plasma volcano. The island of the pygmies. What else we got? Anything else? I think I'm good possibly on this one. Let's check out the south. Oh, this is interesting. What do we got going down here? Africa. So we've got this person. Looks like they're holding on to what may be an umbrella. Either that or some sort of giant mushroom. And they're riding on top of what looks like possibly an alligator. We have obelisks. We've got unfinished pyramid right there. Lions, serpents, lizards. Interesting. Magellanica. This is named after Magellan, I guess. I don't know. What else we got over here? We got people riding on top of, like, armies. Look at this. This is an army riding on top of elephants. Interesting. Possible phoenix. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be right there. That looks like Dumbo. Person riding on the elephant, holding on to the branches, more constellations. And then last but not least, we've got another. This looks like, what was that mythic creature called that had part lion face? And like the face of a woman? Like a man lion? I forgot what it was called. Lion, I forgot. Anyways, there's a mythic creature that to ancient times in the Middle Ages, it looked like it was part human, part lion, basically. What is that called? Man lion or something? I just brain farted. Anyways, let's see what else we got here. There's a monkey up here in the tree. Boom. There's some boats. Ah, here we go. You see that? Mountain with the fire on the top there? These are high places, by the way. So if you read in the Bible and stuff, they talk about high places. It's not like some small hill. Like if you read these biblical stories about people feel that they're talking about modern Israel and the Middle East and stuff, it doesn't match up with the descriptions, right? These high places and stuff, like these hills and mountains, they're little tiny hills and stuff. They're small structures in comparison to like gigantic, magnificent plasma volcanoes, like how I talk about. Oh, these people are cooking humans. Check that out. You see that leg right there? There's another leg right there. And there's a fire underneath. These might be cannibals. You see that? Yeah. What else we got here? There's another volcanic island or volcanic mountain. Some ships off in the distance. Oh, these guys are holding on to a leg. So it looks like they just came to the... Oh, there's a leg on the fire over here. This is definitely cannibals. And this guy's definitely chopping a leg right here. And there's a head on the ground. Did you see that? So yeah. The giant cannibals. I'm assuming these are giants too. Possibly. Yeah, so we got some cannibalistic action going on down here in Peruana. And then looks like a giant armadillo. What does that say? Jonas duete cum ion. I don't know. I'm not going to figure that out right now. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Oh, so over here they're cooking, looks like fish and some sort of animals and a snake and stuff. There's an animal there they're bringing to the fire. So these don't appear to be cannibals, whoever these are. Oh, wait a minute. There's a leg. Yep, that's definitely a human leg right there. So I misspoke. Let's see what else we got. Looks like some farming action going on over here in the background. Mexicana area. Interesting. Cannibalism used to be way more popular than it is today. It used to be way more normal, and it was not unheard of in the ancient days. All right, let's move on to our next map over here. Wow, there's still 327 people watching. That's mind blowing. I feel like I'm just talking myself to death. How are you guys? How is everybody in the chat? Everybody's putting their like number down in the, wow, high five to everybody. All right, let's jump back into the presentation since we're having a good time. I'm actually going to close off some of these just to save some memory on my computer here. Yeah, see how long it took for that one to load? All right, let me close that one. Let me close that one. We just did this one, so we're going to close that one. Oh, this one, by the way, if you want to know the cartographer's name, it is Petro Plancius. And this was done in 1594. All right, so Petro Plancius, 1594. You can see it over here. It's called Orbis Terrarum, in short. All right, let's move on to the next one over here. So this one I just wanted to briefly show because it's another ancient map. This one was done by Gourmont Frères out of Paris, France. Where is it? Gourmont Frères right here in 1587. This one also features the mysterious island quadrant country at the top of the world right there. Hey, Eye of the Pyramid. Hey, that's a cool name. I like it. Thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome to my channel too. Oh, Septentrion at the top. There it is again, right? I feel like this should be a bigger deal to people, this whole Septentrion thing. It does not mean north. There's the 4 islands, Pau. Now, when they show you this, it's more spread out. Just look for the river that has these 7 mouths. That way you can orient yourself. You know, that's the Euphrates right there. Amerique, America, etc., Africa, the freaking dome, which I guess they named after Magellan. Which is interesting. You know, Magellan was murdered, right? A lot of times the people will teach in academics and in schools that Magellan, hold on. So Silver Sister donated $5 in the super chat. What are you saying in here? I wonder if the map makers thought future generations would doubt the existence of... Yeah, I know, right? I wonder that too. So check this out. People teach, oh, Magellan circumnavigated the world, etc. No, he didn't. He didn't make it all the way. His crew may have made it the rest of the way, but Magellan was murdered right around here. Okay? For good reason. At least according to the locals, he came in trying to change their ways. He came in and asked the local leaders in these Peloponnesian island areas. He basically tried talking to their leaders and saying, hey, my king and queen want to take your land and hire you so that you act under their rule. And the locals were not having it. Joshua Adams, thank you. High five for your donation. The locals were not having Magellan's crap. Many of these ancient explorers were known to, I'll say this politely, take serious advantage of local people, okay? Which includes all the worst types of taking advantage of a person, okay? From slavery to just straight up kidnapping to other worse forms, right? Anyways, Magellan was no exception. Neither was Columbus, neither was any of them. And they weren't explorers, just, oh, I think I'll just randomly go to different parts of the unknown world just to discover new lands. No, You know what they were looking for? This. Up here. They were lost. They had no idea. They were looking for the same thing that the Germans in World War I were also looking for when they went the wrong direction down here. But yeah, these explorers, you know, as a byproduct, when they're out looking for the Fountain of Youth and whatnot, they would also gather things. You really think that people's nobility spent all that time and energy and money and manpower, etc., to risk people's lives, to send them to uncharted, unknown places for salt and pepper, sugar, cinnamon, spices? Get out. No. Anyways, yeah, Magellan was murdered, and probably for good reason, according to the locals over here who were not having it. They weren't about to be incorporated into a part of some system. Not at all, right? And Magellan tried to, if you read the story, this is the real story of Magellan, okay? If you read the story, he tried to buy off the local leaders in these Peloponnesian island areas. He tried to buy them off and make them promises and stuff. But the people on the beach, they were like, nah, you're dead. Anyway, so they took care of Magellan. Good job, people on the beach. Anyways, what else we got? This one is, this is another one that features the island Hyperborea at the top of the map up here with Rupus Nigra at the top, at Altissima. This is also, what's that dude that made the Marvel comics? Stan Lee. He always says, Excelsior, right? I don't know if you guys know that. I don't know if you're as nerdy as I am. Okay? I happen to know this kind of stuff. But there's this guy that drew a lot of the Marvel comics. His name is Stan Lee, which all those comics have all the truth that we're talking about right now. Just cartoonified and stuff. He says Excelsior. Well, Excelsior is his little root word. It's a little, man, I'm losing my vocabulary. I've been talking too much. It's a little word to let people know he's talking about this Excelsior, which means in the highest or the highest point, right? It's a way of him giving a shout out to Mount Meru, or the island of the origin of his people. Rupus Nigra et Altissima, or Excelsius, or Excelsior, you could say, the highest mountain, etc. This one was done in 1607 by, let's see, who was the cartographer? It looks like, it says the author is Mercator, but there's also another author that says Jodocus Hondius, and then there's also a publisher, Cornelius Claes. I don't know. Anyways, very similar, so I'm gonna skip this one, I think. Unless I see something that catches my eye. I don't. Yeah, we're skipping that one. All right, so I'm gonna skip that one. Boom. And then here's another one. This one is also done by Mercator. This one I just want to zoom in here to the ocean, where you can see he named the ocean after Hyperborea. Hyperboreus Oceanus, the ocean of Hyperborea, or the land beyond the northern winds. Actually, it's not really northern winds. I don't know why it's translated like that. This word bor, like aurora borealis, right, has nothing to do with wind. That's where wind comes from, because the earth breathes out from inside of itself. You know, the air transitions between the different, there's pressure differential between the surface world and the inner earth. Anyways, the earth breathes, right? Hyper does mean beyond, but this doesn't mean wind, boreas. It doesn't mean north. It's come to mean that over time by association, but it's really this word right here, bor, which is bar, which is column and pillar or pole, etc., right? The poles. This is the Arctic Circle. This is Iceland once more. Oh, Vitsark. We've got Vitsark Mons Excelsis. Oh, Excelsior. Excelsis right there. Right? Vitsark Mons Excelsis. High and lofty mountain right there. Skrælingers right above my head once more. The origin of dwarves and the dwarven people, munchkins, little people, tiny people. The White City, Alba. What else we got? Groenlandia. America, there's a portion of America over here. Here's another sea monster. Oh, this is interesting too. So over here we have the Hyperborean Ocean, right? The ocean where the Hyperboreans come from, right? But over here, the greater portion of this ocean is called Deucalionius Oceanus. Deucalion is another name for Noah, as in the flood, the great flood of Noah. This is Noah's ocean. This is the flood of Noah, basically, is what it's saying. There are no 7 seas. There are no many different oceans or parts of the oceans or whatever. There's one ocean. It's the flood, when the world was flooded, and those flood waters receded and left the high places, which are continents and stuff like that. But it says Deucalion. Deucalion. There's many names for Noah. I list many of them in my new book here, because I actually do talk about this. Let's see what else we got. Some sea monster action. What the heck? What's going on? I never even saw that before. I'm sure that's a part of this word, but that's just funny. Sorry. Let's see. Barba? What does that say? Oh, Barbaria. You see that? See? Bar. Ya. You see that? Barbaria. This is where the barbers come from too. Like the people that cut your hair, that's why they're called barbers. That's why they have a pole. That's why they're represented by a pole. A pole that's spinning upwards usually. Bar, or Barbaria, or barbarians, the people who are from another place that's unlike the Southlands. This is where they settled. This is the Berber coast, right? So some of these Tartarian type people, the nomads, they came down from this direction. They swooped on down, and over time, they just made their way over here. They settled in different areas. One of them is the Barbary coast, or Barbary coast, however you want to pronounce it. But it's basically the barbarian coast of North Africa, which is also where Egypt is. A lot of people forget that Egypt is in Africa. I've been to Egypt, so I've been to Africa. I'd like to go back there, actually, sometime and really check out the Great Pyramid. If we can make that happen, ooh, I will go. I will so go in a heartbeat. What else we got over here? Anything else of note? Just kind of going through. This says Nova Europe, which means New Europe, which is interesting. Why would it be New Europe? Well, because maybe there was a portion of that northern fantasy island that was called Europe, or Europa, possibly. Let's see. Anything else I'm noticing up here? I like to go through and check these out and read these and translate them. You can pretty much just translate this straight into Google, and it will translate a lot of this. There's Magog right there. I wonder what that says. You see that? Magog Abhok Ogigia. Ooh, that's interesting. Ogigia. Og. That's like King Og. That's related to King Og. I wonder. Anyways, I don't have time to really translate it at the moment. I don't want to do that on the fly. What else we got here? I think I'm good with this one. Septentrio at the top. All right, yeah. I'm good with this one. Let's see what else we got. Next up. Here's another one. So this one is by... Who does this one? Abraham Ortelius, 1527 to 1598. This map was printed in 1570. And as you can see, at the top, Septentrio and a little portion of the island paradise where the pygmies live, right? This is that horn of the island that reaches out and touches Greenland, just like we talked about right there. There it is again. This is the ocean of the Hyperboreans, or the Hyperboros. That US is just Oz, it means strong or strength. So the strong bar, those who come from beyond the strong bar. Let's see. Oh, Deucalion. There's Deucalion's name again. Another name for, I think it's the Greek version of Noah. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the ocean of Deucalion, aka the floodwaters, is what that really means. But I thought this was cool. It's got Grokland up there, Greenland right there. Vitsark is also prominently featured on many of these places. Vitsark Mons. And you can see the top's missing. You see that? I wish I could zoom in more, but I cannot. You can see it shoots straight up, and it goes down, and then way up, and then down. That is a volcano. That's a plasma volcano. A major contender for the Anode and Cathode Islands. What else we got over here? Sea monster. Anything else of note? Just checking it out. Nothing off the top. This is supposed to be a depiction of Capricorn, I believe. Is it? I don't know. It's a weird thing here. Septentrionalium, Descriptio. All right, I think I'm good with this one too. But I just wanted to show you all the different maps that actually include at least a little portion of that island paradise. All right, let's move on to this next one over here. This one is done by a guy named Ruish. And I can't remember what year this is. I want to say 1500, somewhere around there. But check this one out. This is the oldest one I could find that actually shows the island in the middle. Where is this one? Damn, can't remember this guy's name. Maybe it says it on the map somewhere up here. But this one's really old, even older. This predates Mercator's maps. And check it out, right at the middle. Well, let me show you the whole thing. Okay, so here's the whole map right here. You can see Africa right there, America, etc. And then right in the middle, it's like a little Pac-Man map. And if you check it out, in the middle, you can see Hyperborea. And I'm going to zoom in all the way so we can actually read as best as we can what it says here. This one says Insula, or the island of Erta, or the Earth Island, I guess. Aron Fe, the priests of light, something like that. Insula Deserta, that means a desert island. Two of those quadrants at the middle of the Earth, of those 4 islands, right, of that circular island, 2 of them were said to be desert, right, and then 2 of them were said to be lush. Hyperborea, Europe. Now there's Europe right there. That's the origin. So one of those was known as Europa, right? They have different original place names, but you can see Hyperborea, which means Hyperborean, Europe, right there, Europe. Right? So you can imagine the inhabitants of this place left beyond the walls, beyond the boundaries of Fantasia, you could say. And it looks like it used to be connected right over here, where Europe actually is. So that makes sense, if it was. So, boom, once that energy descends and comes down, they just come on through to the other side, and they settle in the local areas. Up here, there's Spain, Hispania, right? Europe, Scotland, Ireland, etc. Right? Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to me. These were the original place names. They all had different names. They migrated out here, and then they started renaming the rivers and the mountains and the lakes and all of that stuff once they settled the new lands, or the southern lands. The New World, Mundus Novus, Terra Sancti, what does this say? Terra Sancti Crucis. I don't know. Let's continue on. Oh, look at the detail too. Let's see all these little dots and stuff. I just wanted to show this just to show you. This is the center of the world. It's at the center. It's actually in the middle, right there. Boom. There's a giant mountain at the center, and this is Hyperborea. These are the walls of Eden, etc. Right. All right. Next up, the author of the next map, the cartographer, his name is Gerard de Jodis. From 1593, this is his map right here. Gerard de Jodis. This is the South Pole, Antarctica. So we're going to focus on this area right here that actually shows the north. This one's called the Hemisphere ab Aquino Tiali Linea something, the North Pole, the circular North Pole, etc. So here it is right here. Boom. You can see the 4 islands of the circular country that was once connected to these other continents. Now you have to imagine whenever the waters rose, then they cut off these little land bridges that once existed in different places, right? So those waters rise. You can see the 4 rivers splitting just like that in the similar manner. It's interesting they named California so long ago, right? This is California up here. Joshua Adams, hey, good to see you. Oh, Joshua just gifted a free JayDreamerZ membership. Robin Bird picked that up. Congratulations. All right, let's see what else we got here. So here's California, the old California, which is named after the god or goddess Kali, right? You ever see those goddesses and gods sticking their tongues out all the time? You ever wonder why they do that? This one, I like to read all of this stuff too. So this one even says Europe on it. This quadrant right here, check this out. Lord Racer, also in the chat. Good to see you, Lord Racer. Thanks for being a member for 13 months. Oh my God. Check this out. Oceanus. It's kind of hard to read. Oceanus par hos something Europos. You see that? Europe. Boom. Right there. This says Septentrionalis. I'm sure this one, I don't know, I can't make it out really on this particular map. Grokland, etc. Let me zoom out a bit. Where were we here? Oh, Japan. That's interesting. They got Japan right there. Or what appears to be Japan. Yeah. So the 4 islands in the middle, boom. Okay, cool. That's pretty much all I wanted to share with this particular map, I believe. So let's move on to the next one. Next up. Oh, this is a globe, actually. They say this is the oldest globe. I don't know. I can't verify that. But let's check it out. This is from 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Right? Let's look at the top of this globe, shall we? And see what's at the North Pole. Oh, look at that. Hyperborea, the Garden of Eden. Right? Now, this one's interesting because it looks like it's more flooded and broken up. Doesn't it? Right? You can still see this land bridge that connects here and here, which would be the places naturally where the inhabitants would become nomadic and go off into the southern areas, right? I'll zoom out a bit so you can just kind of see it. This is the ball earth idea. This is allegedly from 1492. What the heck is down here? I don't know what that is. Some weird stuff going on. Look at all that water, man. That's crazy. That's a lot of water. What do we got here? Whoa, I just zoomed in way too far. All right, anyways, I just wanted to show you that this is also on a globe. The first globe, allegedly, right? The oldest globe. This is called the Apple Earth, or the Potato Earth, actually. That's the name of it, if you look it up. And it has Hyperborea right there at the top of the world, right? I mean, the mountain is obviously covered by where they would stick something in there. Kimma! Hey, thank you, Kimma. Thanks for being there for me, too, Kimma. Kimma's been like my friend and listening to me vent, and she's been my shoulder to cry on lately. Here it is again. I want to show you this. So this is another 3D representation that somebody did. And this is the top. This is the North Pole. And appropriately enough, there's a giant hole in it that goes down inside of the earth that you can see right there. Those are the lands. That's the southern area with a little hole at the bottom, but I thought that was pretty cool right there. Boom. You can see it's connected there and there, right? So those waters rose and messed up that connection. Now here's another one. Let's see. Let's look at the top. Yes, sure enough. Now this one's not labeled or anything with the lands at the top. You can see Asia, America. So this would be like this area right here. Not that. This would be like Alaska. Right? This is interesting. Let's call this Albion. There's California. Boom. Oops. And right here, Hyperborea. Boom. Same land. It's not named. You don't have all the details of the mountain range or anything, or the rivers or anything, but they still have a circular continent at the top of the world on this particular one right here. This one is called, this is by Vera Todius Hondius. Vera Todius Expeditionis Navticae. I have not translated any of this, but hey, here's that same symbol that we just broke down on my last Truth in Movies, except it's a dragon. Instead of having, see, they have a lion on one side, this is now a unicorn. But back then, and here's that same motto: God and my right, mon droit. So here's a dragon, right? And they've changed this to a unicorn, but it used to be a dragon. If you, at least according to this right here. So interesting. We just broke this down too. This little sigil. That's so interesting. I find it to be interesting. Florida, boom. Now remember, there's many cavernous openings within the earth. I believe a major one was down here in the area of Florida, which is basically the flowery area. And that's also where people believed that there was the garden, not the Garden of Eden, but the Fountain of Youth, right? Any place where the terrestrial energy would shoot up out of the earth would be considered a small fountain of youth. All of those smaller ones would dissipate, right? So the way that this works is that the energy bursts out of the top of the world. However, because that's the biggest opening in the world, it's the last one that you see that beam of light shoot up from. All the smaller ones, you'll see light emerge from those first. Just like if you were to fill it up with water or fluid or anything else, right? All the smaller cavernous openings will shoot out their ionized oxygen and beams and stuff first, and therefore they will be the first ones to recede. Those will be the first pillars and poles and beams of light and sky pillars and stuff that recede and disappear and are sacrificed, etc. Those will be the first places where the fountains of youth disappear and become legends and stuff. The last one to disappear is the biggest one, right? So it's the last one to show up, to be introduced, which is Mount Meru, right? At the center of the world. And it's the last one to go. Anyways, I think that's about all I wanted to share with that one. Let me see. Anything else popping out here? Not really. 1580. Boom. This was allegedly done in 1580. There's the name of the guy that did it right there. So if you want to check out this map, it's by Judicus or Iodicus Hondius. Right there. Take a screenshot. 1580. Boom. All right, let's move on to the next one. This one says the type of orb terrarum, or terrarium, basically. This one also shows you the mysterious island at the north. It looks gigantic just because it's all spread out like that. You know what I mean? But here it is. Septentrio at the very top. Boom. See that right there? Septentrio. The 7 mountains, the 7 mountain mandate, etc. Tartaria, here's Tartaria over here. Europa, Tartaria, right here. Mongol, over here. Let's see if I can get over here. We'll check some of this out. Boom. The Mongol, or the Mongols, etc. Anything of interest? I'm just skimming over this real quick. That looks like Japan over here. Japan. Japan. What else we got? Man, I wish in high school they would have offered Latin or Greek or anything. All they had was Spanish, German, and French. So I took French. I'm like, and I only took it because I lived in California. All the Mexicans took Spanish, and I didn't want to be in there with people that were cheaters and just taking, like, getting an easy A, learning to speak their native language. German was, you know, there's not a lot of places in the United States that speak German, and we've got France up there in Canada, so I don't know, I went with France. Let's see, anything else down here of interest? Let me just look around real quick. Not so much, same typical stuff with the sea monsters and other places. But I just wanted to show this so you can see that the Hyperborea is shown at the top of the world right there. Boom. All right, next up. Oh, man, I've already really broken this one down. We'll take a look at this. This is my favorite map of all time. I have one of my subscribers sent me this map, and I have it hanging on my wall. And we're going to take a look at this. This is by Urbano Monti in the year 1587. This map, although it looks small, is like 10 feet by 10 feet, I think. Hold on, let me ask Google. How big is the Urbano Monti map? Boom. Yeah, 10 feet. So it's 10 feet by 10 feet. This thing right here. Think about how much went into this. I'm just going to show you. I'm going to zoom into the middle. Okay. And I've done this map before. We've talked a lot about this one, and there's still a lot more to cover. You notice that little sun symbol right there in the middle, like we talked about. There's also a G right there in the middle. This is where the Freemasons get their little G from. If you've ever wondered why they use that letter G, yeah, you could say it's for God, but it's also the letter Gimel, which is a foot, which implies a destination, travel, basically. Some people think Gimel means camel. It's not. A camel was a mode of transportation. That's why came to be known as that. But in the ancient languages, this was the letter G was Gimel, which was a foot. Also, the third letter of the ancient alphabet. So this is where Mount Meru would be if you didn't have this big, ugly 8-pointed star in the way. But regardless, you can still see the 4 island continents right there that make up the circular Hyperborea, the Garden of Eden, etc. The ocean of, now this one spells it differently too, settentrionale, right? So they spell things differently. And then it also says here, glaciato, which means glaciarous, but it also says non sempre, which means not always. So it's a glaciarous ocean, but not always, right? Interesting. What else? The northern glaciarous ocean. Oh, here's those poles. So these are strong candidates for the anode and cathode islands. The Polo de Magnete, you can see a rock formation just jutting up with a little hole in it. That implies a volcano. The island of life, the island of green, the green island, the island that grows, etc. And this is the island that we find between Asia and America, just like we looked at earlier. Now you can see where they actually, it looks like they had drawn something right about there, but maybe erased it or something. I'm not sure. Remember, this is 10 feet by 10 feet. There's another example of what some people call the alicorn, right? Or the stronghorn, the alicorn, or the unicorn, you could say too. This is really interesting too. Check this out. Translate this. This is a fun thing for people. It's stuck. Hold on, my mouse just got stuck. Why is my mouse stuck? I do not. Look, it's stuck. Anyways, how do I unstick this? I gotta reset. Hold on, let me refresh the page. All right, I'm going to show you a place where the 12 tribes of Israel had been known to have settled, which is right over here. Look for this little unicorn. Now remember, on that sigil I showed you earlier, they showed the unicorn strangled by the crown, and then the crown has chains that chain the unicorn to the ground. Just by the unicorn is a place called Araset, right, which is in the Scythian Ocean, the Phoenician Ocean, etc. And just down here, it says, this is where the 10 tribes of Israel live. See, Tribu d'Israël. That means the tribes of Israel. And I believe this is 10. The 10 tribes of Israel. The 10 lost tribes. So that's super interesting. Here we have Magog once again. This little city right here representing Magog. What else? Oh, here's that liger. Is it a liger? No, not a liger. Man-tiger. Manticore. Manticore, that's what they're called. Man-tiger, manticore, that's what they are. So this is an example of like the manticore, basically. It's a type of phantazoid, basically, that went extinct or died out. On this map, they show you the Great Wall of China. Now, take note, there are monsters in the area, right? So they build a huge wall all the way around this territory. This is the Great Wall of China right here. I could just zoom in and show you. There's little towers and ramparts and whatnot, right? Connects to this little area of water. And they block this off to keep out, I believe, phantazoids, gigantic insects and animals and stuff that flood into this world. They would say it's to keep out, you know, the neighboring tribes of people or whatever, the Tartarians possibly, etc. That's a possibility, but I'm more inclined to believe it's something like this to keep stuff like that out. Either way, here's the Great Wall of China. This is interesting. Check out this little floating city with these 3 bridges. This is made reference to, I think, in Sea Beast, that movie Sea Beast. There was a town called 3 Bridges or something. Let's see what else. This is like Asia, China, which means our life, by the way. So Na means us or our, and then Chi means energetic force, our life force. China. All right, what else we got in here? Lots of stuff to see in this map. This is of particular interest right here. This is a non-existent island. This is a phantom island. However, look how many city names are here. Remember, this map is 10 feet by 10 feet. Look at all the different names of actual places. This isn't the Lord of the Rings. This isn't just for entertainment purposes that somebody just made this up. Look at all the millions of dots on this map. Look at this. This, I believe, my theory on this is that, now it says Japonais. This is not Japan. Okay, I can't imagine this. This looks nothing like Japan, first of all. There's no Japanese island names or anything. There's evidence of monsters and possible vampires and stuff that lived here. I believe this is Lemuria. So it looks like an elephant with like a elephant nose and a tusk and feet and stuff. Anyways, it's right off the coast. It's between Asia and California, the coast of California, off there in the Pacific. It looks to me like a strong contender for Lemuria, right here. See that? Just above the Tropic of Cancer. Let's see, what else we got here? Oh, let's check that out. So there's that one. Yep, there's that one island. So let's check out the other side and see if we can find the anode and the cathode islands. Should be right across from it. Here we go. Boom, there it is, sticking. It's upside down. So here it is. Husi Arca. Hus meaning house. And then Arca meaning container or hollowed out place, right? So it's a plasma volcano sticking up out of the ground. There's Greenland, Gronland, etc. Terra Verde, the Greenland also. Gronland. Alba, that's featured on many of these maps. Oh, here's that vortex, Varago. There's that whirlpool. Remember at the beginning we saw that whirlpool? It's right here. Same place, different map. Interesting. Let's see. What else we have of note? Oh, I found Noah's Ark on this map. Check this out. Where is Noah's Ark? Hold on. I got to orient myself. Where are we? Somewhere over here. Ah, there it is. Boom. Check this out. I think that's Noah's Ark. Right there on the top of the mountain. Doesn't it look like it? In Armenia. I'll zoom out so you can see where it is. So it's by like the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. So it's sort of in between all three of those right there. Interesting. What else we got? Let me check out Italy. I think, was Vesuvius on here? I'm just playing with the map right now. There's Spain. Spain looks like a face, don't you think? Let's see if we can find Vesuvius. I believe I did find it on here before. The country shaped like a boot. There it is. Look at all these names. There's a sea monster, another one. Look at all these. Look how detailed this is. Right? Hold on, let me squish this around so we could read it. Look at all these place names. Look at all the tiny little cities and stuff. Look at the detail that went into this 10 by 10 foot map. From the Middle Ages, from freaking 1,000 years ago, somewhere around there. There's another boat right there. I don't know. There's all kinds of cool stuff on this map. Some things of note I will point out because I've seen this map many times. There's dinosaurs and stuff, or what I call phantazoids. Oh, here's the rock. Remember I was telling you about that bird that picks up elephants and drops them on the ground? Yeah, look how big that bird is. Either that or it's a tiny elephant, but it's not a tiny elephant. It's a gigantic bird. So the rock was known to frequent the southern areas, or Tierra del Fuego, the land of fire, right? That's because that's where the plasma is that comes around the dome. It comes all the way down. That's why you guys in Australia and New Zealand and stuff, that's why your Aurora Borealis, which is really Aurora Australis, is red. It's because that's that red plasma that's closer, high up in the sky. Well, the sky comes down towards where you live. And on this map, Australia was actually connected. Where is it? Where is Australia? It's just basically a piece over here that was flooded. Oops. Damn it. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. So here's like the Peloponnesian island areas, right? So this should be, a portion of this is like Australia, I believe. I don't know. Anyways, lots of detail in this map. I was going to show you guys some of the strange creatures and stuff There's giants also that are featured on here. There's some sort of monkey doing some weird... What is this? This is a creature looking into a mirror. Do you see that? And this is a creature bending over backward doing something to itself. Let's move on from that one. I don't know there's weird stuff on this map. I want to show you the giants in South America. Where's that? There's giants all over the place, really. There it is. So let me scooch it over here. South America. Is that South America? Yeah. And it says the region of the giants. This is where giants were known to frequent and live. This looks like a zombie giant right here. I don't know what's going on with that, but the region of the giganti, right? And they make huge, gigantic people right there, right? Real close to the edge of the world. Boom. Yeah. I don't want to get on this map too much because we'll be here for hours on this map. You can see all the little Tartarian tents and stuff like that. Oh, here's the griffins. Remember how I said they show you oftentimes up in the north there was these creatures that are called griffins? Griffo. Right there. They were known to frequent these magnetic islands or these lodestone islands. Many of these stories talk about how there was griffins that come and they fly and they make their homes on these high cliffs of these mountains. Are they part lion, part bird, part whatever? No, I don't think so. I think they're otherworldly creatures that have survived, and these ones can fly, and they learn to survive by living in places where humans do not. And here it actually talks about the griffins too. All right. Let's see what else. I think that's all I really want to show for this map. It's amazing. We could spend a lot of time here, but I'm going to move on. Let's focus on these maps. When we take a look at some of these ancient maps, we start to see strange anomalies, right? Anomalies that have been discarded, minimized by modern academics. For example, this map right here. This is America Septentrion. Most people will tell you Septentrion just means north, but it doesn't. This is Latin. These are words contained within here, and they have nothing to do with the direction of north at all, whatsoever. But we don't focus on it. We dismiss it. We have forgotten these words, these glyphs, these sigils and signs and letters and pictures. We have no idea what they mean or why they're placed, where they're placed upon these ancient maps. Let's take a look at some of these, and I'm going to show you where we can find the land of Jesus as it is shown to us on maps from the Middle Ages, from the quote-unquote Dark Ages. Now, if we live during a Dark Age and everyone in the world is stupid in general, as far as intellect has been dropping over time, I believe, that's my perspective, then what we call the Dark Age, academically speaking, must be an age of light. Stands to reason. The inverse must be true, right? If the quote-unquote devil or satanic energy, bad energy, a loss of energy itself, has caused our very minds to switch and to flip, then our perspectives would also follow suit, right? Let's take a look at some of these older maps here. Let me see. I'm going to go ahead and start at the beginning. I'm not sure where the beginning is. Let's see. Let's begin. Well, we've discussed this before. We started off last time by showing you all the different places on these ancient maps where you can find the quadrant continent at the top of the world. You see how it's here on this ancient map? I've circled these particular points. This is an ancient Asian map of the world, and this is the extreme north. That's an important description. The farthest north, the extreme north, beyond the north, also called Hyperborea. Hyper means beyond. Bore comes from the word that we use today called bar, or a pole, as in the North Pole, as in an actual pole that people once saw when there were terrestrial geoplasmas erupting and shooting straight up into the heavens, touching the very firmament and spreading out their arms, turning into auroras and fiery feathers of some cosmic bird of creation, as in some accounts. We find this land up at the north. Here it is again. We can find it on relatively modern maps like this one right here too, as you can see. Right? So there are many different phantom islands. I'm going to come back to this land because this land right here at the north, Hyperborea, the Garden of Eden, Atlantis, the Hesperides, the Western Isles, these are all connected to what is going to be shown to you now, which is what's called the land of Jesus, or Terra de Isu. Isu, there was no letter J a long time ago, so they used a letter I. Over time, the letter I became differentiated as it was capitalized, and instead of making it larger, they would simply put a hook at the bottom of it. Same way that we put a little dot on a lowercase I today. And that hook turned into, over time, through different pronunciations and dialect, ja, 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 ja. It became a J. The letter I became a J, right? So, for example, Hyperborea is also Hyperborea, the land, right? The land that is beyond the pole of Ja, also known as Ya, right? So, this land exists. This land has not always been in one shape. All of these lands change. This is the constantly shifting wall. These are the constantly shifting walls of the world that we live in. And this is why we lose direction and we become lost tribes, the lost boys. Time and time again, each apocalyptic cycle, each reset throws us off as the directions change, as the land is rearranged, the stars move. People become quite lost physically in the world that we live in. They don't know where up is, they don't know where down is, and they have lost their way home as they were kicked out, forced out through cataclysms that would inevitably sink this island. However, the prophecies tell us the island will return. Let's take a look at this one right here. I really like this one. So not only does this particular map show us the quadrant continent, 4 lands at the north. This is why the number 4 is associated with the Earth itself. The Earth rests upon, the surface world rests upon these 4 lands that are split by these 4 rivers, which are the 4 rivers of paradise. Up here, most people miss this kind of stuff, but you'll notice right at the center, at the very top of the map, this is a mountain. This is Mount Meru. This is Rupus Nigra. And all these lines, magnetic lines, point to it. Your compass points the way home. But not only does this map have the Phantom Land, which I believe to be the original Holy Land, the land that is set apart from all other lands. This is the seat of the world, and it's appropriate that it should be so because it's at the heart of Earth. It is at the center of the world. That's the place where the most power should come from, or the power on high, the high power, the strong power, the mighty leaders. But down here at the bottom, if we take a look, you see this? We have Terra Australis, which is not Australia. This is Antarctica, with land, not covered in ice. Modern academics will try to convince all of us that the ice has been there forever. Millions of years, just been accumulating on just all that ice at the bottom of the world, and not the top of the world for some reason, but all over the... No, it's not true. It's just simply not true. We have all of these maps that show us people that have been there and seen tropical lands, tropical species of animals and plants, gigantic in size. Wondrous. And you know what they'll tell us? Oh, it's fiction. It's fantasy. They just had really creative imaginations. So they put this onto their maps and sent out their fleets and their supplies and their food and invested all of this money and took oaths to God to accurately create and recreate the world so that they would not lead anyone astray under the penalty of death. And they just decided to be fanciful. They just decided to use their imaginations and place things on the maps that don't exist. Might as well draw cartoons and just, you know what I mean? If we made a map today and I said, yeah, this is where, this is where Scooby-Doo lives, and I put a picture of Scooby-Doo on there or whatever, that would be the same exact thing. Now, what else do we have here? Let's focus on this one. This is my favorite type of drawing of the world, where it is seen from above, it is circular in nature, and it is centered on the North Pole. This is the best way to portray our world, in my particular opinion, right? Now, when you look at it like this, you can't get a feel for the firmament. You can't get a feel for the dome or anything, right? It's difficult to draw a map, which is two-dimensional, of something that is three-dimensional, right? So we have to exclude some things and include others. This one focuses on the most important piece of land that exists in our world, which is right here at the center. And as you can see, there are no 4 quadrants here. It's an entire continent that goes from Greenland through the North Pole all the way back around to right on through the Arctic Ocean. But this says Teres Arcti. You see that? Let's flip that around. You see that word? Teres, right? That means earth. That's terra. That is your land. That is the world we live upon. Earth just comes from Arets and some other ancient Eastern words for the actual soil, right? But the name of the world is Terra. Terra Oz means strong land. Arcti means of the arch, or under the dome, or at the North Pole, the Arctic, right? This is the land of the Arctic, but what's right underneath it? It is named as a gigantic peninsula that stretches out from the North Pole, and that name is Terra Incognius, which means unknown land. Unknown land. But down here there's a name for this unknown land, and this name says Terra de Jesu. Jesu. Another name for Jesus, because Jesus is not a Hebrew name, in case you didn't know that, and it's totally okay. I'm not a big let's debate over the name and say it correctly and pronounce it exactly or anything like that. That's not my cup of tea. I'm interested in learning the reality behind names and etymology and letters and origins of words. So, because I am, we break this down. The root of the name Jesus, first and foremost in the Bible, when it has an important figure, it will tell you their name, and then it will tell you why they were named that. In the Bible, in the Gospels at the very least, when it names Jesus for the first time, it tells you he would be the Savior. That is why he was named that. The name in the original language, which is Hebrew and related to Proto-Hebrew and Proto-Sinaitic and Phoenician, that name should carry a root that has and implies salvation, or to save, or something along those lines, some similar connotation, and it does. It is the word Ish, I-S-H, loosely translated, okay? Ishu means of salvation, right? Or Isha. Sha is the same thing, right? My salvation. So the I at the very beginning in ancient languages, it was possessive, or J today. It implies my, but it also implies a place of. Isha, right? I don't know why I said ish earlier. Let me just retract that. I was wrong about ish. I was thinking sha. So forget that. I'm not always right, okay? You should definitely do your own research to make sure I'm telling you the truth. But it's sha, okay? E is possessive. It also indicates place of, right? So it can mean my, but it can also mean the place of, or the land of, depending on how you say that. And Isha, Jisha, Jiza, depending on your pronunciation. Sha is what means salvation. I apologize. I just remembered. I don't know what happened. Isha or Isha, Isu, some people in ancient times, and this is even recorded in the Bible, some people had a problem pronouncing the S sound, as in snake, versus the Sh sound, as in should. And so oftentimes you'll see them, and they're the same thing. Sometimes they'll put a double S, right? They play with these letters over time. Regardless, this is the land of Jesus. You could also say Jesse sometimes. That's also a related word. You could also say Josh or Joshua in its long form. Unknown land, land of Jesus. This is the path. This is the way that leads to the land that saves you, or the land that will extend your lifespan. I should be specific, okay? I'm not speaking from a religious tip. I'm not speaking in terms of heaven and hell and pitchforks and demons and angels or anything like that. I'm speaking of a physical terrestrial paradise, which is how my second book begins, Return to Hyperborea. I start here, which is where you should start, which is where I felt I should start, I should say. At the beginning. It's always best to begin at the beginning. This is the beginning. This place is the place of emergence. This place is the back door of the world, according to the Hopi and different Native American tribes. This place connects the other lands, and the shape of it is dependent upon how much water rises up out of the earth and falls down occasionally from the heavens, flooding our world, and what those water levels look like. And it also depends upon electrical signals that come down from the heavens, powerful thunderbolts of the gods that lift the very land up like a balloon and static electricity as you raise the balloon from your long hair, and your hair will lift up into the sky defying gravity. The same thing happens with the very earth, especially wet earth, especially wet earth that has magnetic elements within it, right? That mud and that clay and all those things will start to lift up and be attracted to these fiery serpents, these seraphim, these powerful angels, as they're also called, that are hovering just over the land, looking for the right place to ground themselves. And that land reaches up and it will touch, and it will, the second it touches, that strong, amazingly powerful electromagnetic charge will rush through that. It'll obliterate all of the water from out of it. It will petrify it. It will change the bonds. It will turn it into solid rock. And that electrical signal will dissipate the further down it gets. So within these plateaus, within these tabletop style mountains, you will see this, as the very top of it is the most dense, the most solid rock, and then it starts to become looser and looser and eventually just turns into soil as it goes down. That's the path of the electrical charge. Let's check out some more of these. All right, so here's a portion of one here. These are all going to be from about the Middle Ages. Over here we've got a water route that stretches between what looks to be probably eastern Siberia, right? And this area over here, and this is called the Strait of De Vries. De Vries was an explorer who found this land, right? Found it. And all of these lands are not discovered, they're found. They're already there. There are always inhabitants. There are always natives, right? Some of us, some of the tribe from the center of the world, we leave, we return, we have a dispersal, and then we have a great exodus from these foreign lands, and we return to Hyperborea. Some people don't. Some tribes have settled and become native inhabitants of these lands. There's also openings all around the world that lead down into the inner earth, smaller ones than that at the North Pole. But there are tribes of people that come up from within these volcanic openings, these cavernous systems. Now, check this out. When we zoom in here, we can also see that somebody has penciled in this particular region, Compagni's land. That means the land that belongs to the company. This is crucial, especially as to understanding who is in charge, who has taken the charge, stolen the charge, the actual electrical, energetic charge from you, from all of us. The charge has been taken, And those who are in charge and have taken charge are a company. Not just a gathering. They are a tribe that has formed a business, that has written up contracts under maritime law, the laws of the ocean. This goes way back. It is a company. And this company started off small. It was a company of people. It was a troop, a tribe of people. And they were extremely intellectual. And they had nothing to begin with. They were nomadic. They were kicked out of the Holy Land. Now, this Holy Land, if I were to show you, let's go back just so you can get an idea, right? To those 4 quadrants at the center of the world. Hyperborea. Right? It says right here. Region of Hyperborea. Now, if we zoom in on this, there's not just one tribe, not just one family, not just one people that lived here. There were many. 13, as I best see, that there were 13 individual tribes that were from this particular region. One of those tribes defected, left, took their knowledge as they had lived for hundreds and hundreds of years in paradise, as this beam of energy that shoots up out of this holy mountain, this sacred mountain, this mountain of meeting, this split mountain, the mountain of the gods, filled this entire continent with life-giving energy, stimulating collagen and elastin within the body, invigorating, getting rid of toxins and bacterias and viruses and all of this. It was healing, a healing energy, a healing light of the world, at the center of the world. But it would not last forever. It would last for an ever. That word ever means age, right? Today we think it just means for, without end. No, that is infinite. But this land is not infinite. This land will emerge and then disappear and then reemerge, which is also follows suit to many of these savior figures and gods and stuff. This is their whole entire MO, is they emerge, something happens, they die, they're sacrificed, they go back down into Hades, into Sheol, into the world, as that beam of energy retracts, right? As those gases that are being erupted from within the earth, as the inner earth depressurizes, they start to dwindle. They're used up. The depressurization effect is finished. It reaches an equilibrium. And it looks like it is retracting. It goes back down into the earth. So we have this region. One of those nomadic tribes, the last time, this island was in danger. These people knew that their island was in danger. They knew they couldn't stay here forever. They made plans over hundreds of years. The wise ones amongst them did. I'm sure that they had their own version of myths and legends and stuff too, but those who were wise made plans to leave. They planned for their own apocalyptic cycle. And some of them dispersed. They left through the gates, these waterways. And some came up here and they settled up here. And some came this way and settled over here. And some found regional islands and other little lands that they would settle as they left and to the 4 corners of the earth, from the 4 corners of the earth, I should say. Anyway, at least one of those tribes took their knowledge of how to manipulate, of how to influence the rest of the world, because they had nothing, but they knew that their intellect alone would gain them everything, as they could easily take advantage of those outsiders who lived amongst the continents in the Southlands, south of the North Pole. And they would worm their way in, and they would squeeze into them and develop relationships with them. And pretty soon they would insist upon traditions, expectations, which would turn into eventually laws when they made their way into the nobility, which was much different back then. They changed nobility. Anyhow, as you can see, there is a gigantic continent in the center. Hey, congratulations. Woundsocket just gave out 5 JayDreamerZ memberships, so congrats to everybody who scooped those up. Mental Pancakes, that's a cool name. I like that one. And Autodidactic Girl, I've seen you around. Good to see you. Now let's check out some more. Now here's another one for this exact same land, the land of Jesus, also known as the Gama's land, or of Gama. More explorers. But over here you can see the company. And this is really what I'm focusing on, is the company bought these lands. They inherited these lands. They claimed these lands through manipulation. They would not live here. It was not a family or anything. They don't need that much land. My point is, this company, which during this time was known as the East India Trading Company, this company is no different than Walmart or Target or BlackRock, which is what this has turned into today. It is BlackRock now. The East India Trading Company is now BlackRock. If you don't know much about that company, they basically own all the other companies, the smaller ones. Okay? My point is, this world that you see here is one corporation, a body, a company. That's what it is. They have tricked you into thinking that it's just free land and you have free reign to rule yourself and to go about according to the laws of the land, or the law of the land, but you do not. They have changed it entirely to become a corporation. The whole world. These are not separate countries, not hundreds and hundreds of little separate countries. The ones that have not fully been incorporated and fell for the bait from that company, right? Those are the ones that are hated most. Those are the ones that they're trying to get still, right? But for the most part, this whole world is an Illuminati world, ran by the illuminated ones, the ones with the knowledge of these ancient secrets that we share here on my channel all of the time. It is a company. There are no barriers. There are no borders. There are no boundaries. It is Walmart. It is Buy and Large. It is Target. It is all of these things. It is BlackRock. And they inherited it, or took it, you could say, possibly. It really belongs to everybody. It really belongs to nobody. But they decided to grab it. A land grab for the entire world, the whole earth. Here's another great one. This is one of my favorite ones. Now down here, let's check out what we have. We have the Oriental Sea, which means Eastern Sea. However, I will remind you all that East was up in ancient times and West was down. But like I said, the directions were all confused and mixed up. So now Orient became really far that way until eventually you just circle right back around. And West was really far that way until you circle back around. There is no such thing as East or West. They are the same all the way around. They're infinite all the way around, especially on a globe model of the world. On this other flat version, it's around that way, okay? On the globe model, it's around this way. But they're the same. East and West on those models are the exact same. There's no such thing as East and West. To one, the other's West. To the other's East. You know what I mean? But what this word meant was towards the stars, right? Western meant towards the earth, or within the earth. But down here we have this is the Oriental Ocean, right? The Oriental Ocean. But we have Japan. Look at that. A part of Japan. Partie du Japon. A part of Japan. Now, Japan's really interesting too. Japan is the only country on Earth that I have found that does not have a flood legend, a great deluge where the world was inundated with water. The only one. There might be good reason for that. I'd say that's worth looking into. But if we go up northwards towards this strangely shapen Japanese land, we come up here to we've got Terra des Etats, which is also, if you mix that up, it says state. That's interesting. We have Terra de Compagni, or Compagnie, the land of the company. Same place we just looked at earlier, the land of Jesus, which was they tried to claim that land. That's the most important one. That's why they're moving in on the Arctic right now. All of you fans of politics, pay attention to that. Everybody is suddenly now interested in the resources that are available in the Arctic. Then we also have Montome Jesu. Here we go again. Same exact name, right? We see it again over here on this one. You can see this whole continent, this whole peninsula that reaches up to the north. We even have the ocean named after it, the surrounding ocean, right? In similar manner, and we're ultimately talking about Phoenicians, the ancient nomadic travelers. Your academics will try to convince you that the Phoenicians were just localized to Siberia, northern Siberia for some reason, or Greece, modern Greece, right? I don't think so. They were world travelers. They are the Tartarians. The Tartarian is just what we call the Phoenicians when they were not on the ocean, and they settled down in the lands, and they took their yurts and their giant hunting dogs with them, and they moved about and they left the ocean, but they brought those laws with them, maritime law. And they started to say, well, this area is still connected to our region of the ocean, so we're going to implement our oceanic laws, the laws of the boat, ran by the captain, which is the judge. And we're going to implement that just over our little portion of land here, because it reaches out. It's a peninsula that reaches out into the ocean. So it stands to reason, because our ships are docked here, that, you know, we've got local stores. So we're not going to abide by the laws of the land with those local stores. And then it just grows. They take an inch. You give them an inch and they take a mile. They got their foot right into the door. The ocean of Jesus right over here. Here's another map with all of these different lines upon it. Let's check it out real quick. We can see South America, which, by the way, touches Antarctica on many of these maps, right? Down by Tierra del Fuego. There it is right there. It touches it. On this one, there's a Strait of Magellan, they say, right? They also try to say things like Magellan was the first person to circumnavigate the Earth. No, Magellan was one of the leaders of the company, okay? As was the other explorers during the Age of Exploration. They were trying to get back home. They didn't know where they were. They thought they might find Eden down here. That's why they went. They didn't. And so they kept on looking for ways past this land masses because they were trying to find home, which they'd never thought was going to be this barren, cold, freezing place. But it is. And once they realize that, they're all going to start collapsing in on it and racing for Mount Meru once again. Anyways, Magellan was one of the leaders, and he'd never circumnavigated the Earth. Ever. So don't let anyone lie to you. Don't let people lie and tell you Benjamin Franklin invented the light bulb, or that he went out in an electrical storm as a genius with a piece of metal tied to a kite and flew a kite in an electrical storm, or that George Washington had wooden teeth, or that Columbus discovered America, or proved that the Earth was round, or any of this garbage. None of that is true. Magellan never circumnavigated anything. He was murdered by locals. When he stopped in a local island area, which wasn't over here, it was more over in this area, somewhere over here, he landed on the beach, and the natives were not having it. You know why? Because he wanted to buy the land. He wanted to give these gifts. He wanted to give benefits from the king and the queen, the nobles, in exchange for a little piece of land, a little bit of rule. And the locals were not having that. They took out the spears and the bows and the arrows, and they brought him down on the beach, dead. They took down the manager of the local branch of your worldwide, or soon-to-be worldwide company. Magellan did not circumnavigate the Earth. Okay? Anyways, I went on a huge tangent right there. I forgot what I was even talking about. Let me get back to these maps here. Oh, that's right. So, let's go, hold on, let me show you something here. Well, let's check out some more examples, right? So here's this one. Sometimes I'll show you one side and the other side. They try to make it like a globe that's flat. You can see that here as well. Well, let's zoom in on a couple of these, actually. I want to. Let's zoom in on this side over here, right? So South America, North America. What do we have here? What's going on up here? This is something other than that. Something on the side over here. Let's see what the name of that is. Terra, we recognize that word, meaning earth, meaning our surface world, the land itself. Isonis. Ison is also how you say Jason, which is a derivative of Josh. It's just Josh of Josh. It means of Josh, okay? Jason means of Josh. So what does Josh mean? It means place of the healer, or healing person, or my healer. This says land of Jesus, right? Very interesting. This other one, we could zoom in on that and see the exact same thing. There's a million different interesting things on these maps that we could also look at, but the presentation would be all day long. Now notice that. How interesting. California, an island broken off into the ocean. Do you guys ever see Red Hot Chili Peppers? I like them. They're one of my favorite bands. They have a song called Californication. And at the very beginning, they show you this. Truth in music. The music industry is hired, just like Hollywood is hired, to take these esoteric ancient truths and present them to you in a way that seems larger than life so that you don't believe them. And then whenever they're called out for not sharing the truth with the world, they'll say, yes, we did. We disclosed all of this. They just thought it was a story, though. Interesting. Lose Your Illusions in the chat and says, oh, cool, I made a live show. Hey, JayDreamerZ, I love the old maps. Intrigues me every time. Peeling back the onion of lies. Very good. Here we go again. Terra isonis. This is just means strong. It's the same word as Oz or Oz at the end, right? It can also mean God in some languages. Strong, God, right? Ison, Jason. Isu, Jesus. Interesting. All right, let's see. We got another one here. What is this one? Well, this is supposed to be Japan. Looks a bit strange. Very large. Now let's take a look at the corners of these maps, right? It helps if I zoom in. So let's take a look at the corner of the map. Now this is interesting, right? It says Ocean of Chinese, or this says Chinesis or whatever, but that means Chinese, right? This is very interesting. This word is Qi, which means life force, spirit. What keeps you alive? It's your spirit. It is your life, your Qi, your aura, chakras, energy, all of it combined. Your Qi. Na, or ne, was a suffix that meant our. China means our life, or place of our life force. There were many different places of power all around the world, and these people that left the north looked for those places of power to settle there, to claim them first, to gain that power, to take that charge. And over here it says Japonia Terra Isonis, the Japanese land of Jesus. That's interesting, especially given that Japanese tradition says that their island was founded by the dragon lords, the dragon kings, the serpentine kings. It's plasma. I know some people are thinking reptilians, overlords, and all that stuff. Okay? But it's energetic. That's why it's called Chi-na, our energy, land of our energy. It's a place of power. That's why they have Mount Fuji and all that. All these people settled around volcanoes, or the place of the Balkan, the Balkans, right? The Khan, which is Chan, if you want to look at it, it's sometimes spelled C-H-A-N, Khan. Khan. It was more a guttural sound, right? Balkan, which was really Volkan, which is Vulcan. The priests of Vol, or Baal, or Bahal. An energetic entity, not some devil, some demon, but energy, right? This is why people settle around volcanoes. They weren't always full of magma and dangerous and hot and whatever. They were open. There were openings that you could travel down into and go into the inner earth. And energy came up out of those. Terrestrial geoplasmas, life-giving. That's why they settled all around them. Those were the very first cities on Earth. Qi, Chen, also. So Qin, this word right here, you can make many words out of all of this, but this was in ancient times, especially during the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages. It was known as the land of the Great Chan, or the Great Khan, or the Genghis Khan, Ganga Khan, Gonga Khan, Genghis Khan, right? Which I don't believe was, I believe Genghis Khan was about as real as King Arthur and Alexander the Great and Prester John, right? All of these are related. Let me get back to this other thing here. Oh, we've got another one up here. So as you can see, we got the island of California. We go straight up north from there. And we have Terra Incognita up here. Onbekend Land. What else we got here? I kind of want to make a point about the land of Prester John here. But I want to find a good reference, a good map. Septemtrio. Septemteru is really what that is. Septentar. The seven tar. Seven tar, or is the root of teru, terra, all of that. And it implied tree, or something that comes up from the downward direction. Something that grows upward, which is where we get the word tree, which is the root of druid. Daruid, daruid. Trees. Which also, the trunks of those trees, the great trees, were those volcanoes I was just telling you about. The volcano, the actual land, the physical portion of it, the unfinished pyramid that goes up and stops at the top, that was the trunk of this tree of life that would grow up from within the earth in the form of geoplasmas. Columns, pillars, bars, which is what people worshipped in the earliest form of worship. Tree worship. It's not real actual trees though. Not ones that grow apples and oranges and stuff like that. Over time, when those geoplasmas retracted and came down and the great trees were all cut down around the earth, now the people had the association, the connotation with the great trees, with the actual trees. And they worshipped the actual trees and incorporated those over a long period of time into their traditions. Hold on, let me check this one out. Oh, let's see what we got up here. So some of these are little maps, like they're little inserts from books and stuff. Very old books that are hundreds of years old. Here you can see the California island. It's so interesting that California has kept its name for so long. You know? Like, that's amazing to me. Terra de Isu. Here we go. Up here. You see? Land of Jesus. Terra de Isu. The land that sticks out, that leads the way, that takes you, if you follow it, all the way north. It's connected. That four-quadrant land at the North Pole used to connect to the major continents that we have today in the Southlands. Now, the Orient, the East, China, Japan, Siberia, etc., owned by, ran by, taken over by Tartaria. Remember tar, I told you, meant tree. Dar. It's also with a D. Dar, der, dur, tur. All of those are the same. This is a redundancy. Two tars in a row. Tree, tree. Tree of trees. The tree of all trees. Which one is that? Tartar Ya. The tree of all trees of Ya. Ja. The people from the North Pole. The people from Hyperborea. One of the tribes at the very least. Originally, they were not called Tartar. That's what we called them. That's what the Southlanders, not we, I don't really consider myself a Southlander, but that's what the Southlanders referred to them as, because they knew they're from the tree of trees. Because back then you could see it from everywhere. It stretched up so high it touched the firmament. You can see it everywhere. It was the light of the world. Everyone saw it. It was the axis of the earth, the axis mundi. It was the tree of trees. These people came from the tree of trees. They were called the Tartars. Or the Tet, Ors, Tatir. Ir is also a suffix that could mean plural. The Tet-Ir, those from the Tet, or the land that is shaped like a Tet. The Tet is the 9th letter of the Phoenician alphabet. You know what that's shaped like? Shaped like a circle with an X in the middle. A circular land with 4 quadrants. I don't know why I'm blurry. There we go. All right, anyways, let's see. What else we got? We got lots of Tartaria stuff, lots of Septentrionalis stuff. Tukadutu, Terra de Isu, also associated with northern Canada, also associated with Alaska, which is making the news lately if you've been paying attention, right? Siberia, Russia, they want Alaska back, according to the rumor, right? So there's this bickering between family members. That's all it is, okay? There's one company that owns the whole world, or has convinced you that they do own the whole world. They've taken the charge at the very least. Land of the company, right there, boom. Terra de Isu, right here, boom. Eco, I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means. Here it is again. You can see it right up here. You can see California Island right over here. Terra de Isonis, I think we've seen that one before. Let's see, anything else I want to point out? You can see over here. Now, one thing I like to do with these old maps, right, is they're not counting on you learning Latin or ancient Italian or any of these older languages that are no longer really in use, right? So they're not counting on you to understand what these words mean. But you can learn, especially that you have access to AI. You can take a little screenshot of this right here, and it'll say Zona Frigida means area of cold, area of frozen area, right? Zone, frigid, for refrigerator, right? Anyways, they're not counting on you to go down and read all of this. Ancient, lost, forgotten, hidden information. Some of these words just pop right out at me. You see this one right here? Flamas. That's where we get the word llama from, which means flame. Flamas. You can easily decipher that and learn a lot about the world as it used to be. That's what I do. Let's see. Terra de Esones. Terra de Isu, Terra de Jesu, Yeshu, Yeshua, Jesus, Jesuos, right? Circulus Arcticus up here, the circle of the Arctic. Tartaria Septentrionalis over here. This is where the tribe that were called Tartarians, there's many different tribes, remember that, okay? It wasn't just one big tribe and they were all evil corporate assholes. It was 13 tribes. One of them was an evil corporate asshole, okay? It's very easy for them to take over the whole world. Tartaria, desert, what else? We got all kinds of stuff. Persia. Oh, that's right. I wanted to talk about the land of Ind. So let's get back. I need to find that quadrant map. That's what I need. And this will be the last thing we talk about. We're going to skip all this fun stuff. This is the Urbano Monte 1587 map. No ice around Antarctica. It also features the land at the North Pole. It also features this crazy Lemuria, whatever this is here. You see that? It looks like an elephant-shaped land to me, actually, if you look at it. See that? Like this is the trunk. This is the head of the elephant. It comes down, trunk, feet right here, feet, 2 tails, I don't know. Anyways, it looks like an elephant to me. They're trying to say this is Japan. I don't know. Interesting. The Strait of Anane, that's important too. That's another thing that this area was called up here towards Alaska. Take a look at what we find up here. These are the giant Tartarian hunting dogs. These are larger than Great Danes. These are larger than Mastiffs. These are their, according to legend and according to tradition, these are what came before. And what do we find them looking at? What are they checking out over here? What kind of quote-unquote mythic animal is this, and what tribe does that represent? Griff. Those of Griffin, the Griffon. What else? Let's see. I want to get back to the quadrant, and because I don't want to lose the thought that I have. This is the quadrant on the Urbano Monte map. A lot of it's covered up by this huge star. This isn't actually on the land, duh, and it's not just symbolic or anything. This is a part of the firmament. This is the opening in the firmament at the top, okay? You have to imagine this is glass, like you're looking down into a terrarium or a fish bowl. This is all interesting stuff, but I feel like it's interesting to me. Nobody else seems to care about this particular story about this comedian from a long time ago, but I think it's really interesting. What else? We got... Let me get back up here. There's Hyperborea up there at the top. And you notice too, like, this should be a quadrant, but it's not. It's connected to these continents. Glaciale, that just means hardened, cold, hardened, ice, etc. Let me see what else we got here. Ah, look at all that land up there. You see that? Hold on. Let's check this out. Look at that. This should be like Canada. This should be like islands and stuff, right? Like a huge island chain. And then up here, we already know, is Hyperborea. But it's all connected here. That's interesting, right? You can see the water's rising over time as the pressure continues to release from the inner earth, and the waters keep rising, keep pushing up, and then the heating of the surface from the sun, that's a whole different story, but that makes the water expand. When you heat water, it expands. So it feels like there's more or whatever. Let's see. Regnum, that's an interesting word. Anane. That's interesting too. There's a lot of Tartaria stuff here. They took over the whole northern hemisphere basically. Less and less as you go south. They wanted to stay close to the north or in that particular region. Terra de Isu, also known as Iso or Iko. See that? Also known as Yitko, Esu, and Sesu. Suso. One of my buddies out there is named Suso. Hopefully he understands what that is. The year is I-643. It's hard to see down there at the bottom. I-643. J-643. Or what we're told today, 1643. There's the whole map there. There we go. So this is a good one to leave off on. I want to talk about this, okay? So the land of Jesus should be Israel, should it not? Yes? Shouldn't it be Israel, right? It is Israel. But here's the problem. This is Israel, okay? Isha Ra'el. Saving, friend, strong, leader is essentially loosely what that translates into, right? Isha Ra'el. It is the land of peace, whose prince, whose king, whose leader always brings about a revolution of peace. When that peace is taken away, the land goes away. What am I saying? I'm saying this is ancient Israel. Modern Israel has only been in existence for a very short time. Many people just think it's been there forever. That's always been Israel. No, it hasn't. That land wasn't even around in the Wild West. Then land was there, but it wasn't called Israel. Nothing of the sort. That is a land of war, in case you haven't noticed. Okay? Who is the king of war? Who is the king of division and strife? Guess. Guess. The king will always live in the place that represents him the best. This is the place that represents Jesus, in my opinion, the best. This is the peaceful land. This has the holy mountain. This has the 4 rivers of paradise. This has the walls of Eden all the way around it. And it's got different quadrants, different areas. Eminon, welcome to my channel. High five. And there was areas up here, right? Ethiopia was up here. Ind, aka India, was up here. Mesopotamia, between the two rivers, here and here, was up here. All of those lands, the modern ones that we have today, Persia, right? They were here. All of them. All of the important ones. All of the ones that trace their roots back to the beginning. They were here. This is the quintessential paradise, terrestrial paradise and land of old times. When they left this land, they took their traditions. They took the names. They took the names of the rivers and the mountains and the places and the stories, and they projected them up upon their new home to make them feel at home. This land is the land of Jesus. This is the Holy Land. This is the land of peace, where the Prince of Peace will rule.